Rebuild World, Chapter 236, Shiro. The inner part of Kuzusuhara ruin, the area under Tsubaki, was surrounded by a wall that was disguised as a common mix of random rubble and wreckage. After Tsubaki made a deal with Yanagisawa, a part of that wall was renovated into a warehouse, in which she received and sent cargoes to and from Kagomayama City. The area around that warehouse was mostly unmanned. Old World drones were assigned to carry Old World relics to that warehouse, then an automatic transport vehicle would take those relics back to the city. So, there was no need for anyone to be there. Further away from that wall, soldiers dispatched by Kagomayama City were guarding the area to prevent any intruders. Those who were caught sneaking in would be dealt swiftly and without mercy. Instead of putting up a half-baked identification system and risking a full-scale invasion or an infiltration, they opted for security that would ensure total annihilation against any possible intruders. The investigation could be conducted later after collecting what remained of the intruder. And finally, the usual security, which included the confirmation of those who were allowed to come in, was spread to the soldiers. To further ensure security, many guards were equipped with powerful information-gathering devices. Some of them even brought out powerful powered suits. Of course, they were not cheap, but after city management sold the relics transported from that area, they were still in the green. As matter of fact, due to their contract with Tsubaki, the better the security, the better the relics that she would give. Thus, city management continued its effort to further strengthen security. Because of that, the area around Tsubaki's management was surrounded by abnormally strict and powerful security. But that day, there was someone inside that unmanned region. It was Yanagisawa and a negotiation team under Sakashita Heavy Industry, Matsubara, along with a few extra escorts. Yanagisawa was using his own equipment while the escorts were using equipment from Sakashita Heavy Industry. Only Matsubara, who was not armed at all, was wearing a formal suit. The escorts were fully wrapped in armor. Even their faces were not shown. Judging from the fact that they were proceeding very cautiously and by how they spoke to Matsubara, it was easy to tell that they were all high-strung. Matsubara-san. It's time. Though we might not be the best ones to say this, we do sincerely hope you can finish the negotiation peacefully. Matsubara was not as anxious as the escorts, but he still had a sharp and solemn look on his face. He understood the danger and how difficult the negotiation he was going to face. I know. We're talking about the caretaker AI of Kuzusuhara ruin here. She is the beguiling ghost as well. It's only right to be extra careful with her. Matsubara then glanced at Yanagisawa. To be honest, I would like to hear from you. Do you have any hints as to what I should be careful about? Yanagisawa exasperatedly replied. Unlike Matsubara and the escorts, there was no trace of anxiety in his voice. What else is there for me to warn you? I did tell you that it's very dangerous to meet her and I do not recommend you to do so, but you ignored my warning, which is why we are here now, right? So, you're saying that you can't guarantee our safety, huh? Even if you say so, if I could really fight against Tsubaki, my negotiation with her would have gone better, you know. Well, you have a point there. The only thing that I can guarantee is your safety until you meet her. After that, it's completely out of my power. It all depends on her mood and your negotiation skill. But, if you still want me to give you a piece of advice to increase your chance of survival, then how about we turn around and go back home? Don't worry. I'll tell Tsubaki that we suddenly had a stomach ache or something. In contrast to Yanagisawa, who was joking around, Matsubara was still calm and serious. I'll at least keep that in mind. Is that so? It's okay to take it, you know. Yanagisawa was still joking around, which did not suit the situation at all. A few minutes before the meeting time, Tsubaki was still nowhere to be seen. The person who was responsible for watching the radar among the escorts scanned the area, but there was nothing. 1 minute left. In case Tsubaki doesn't show up, I'll judge that an unexpected situation has happened and we ask you to retreat with us. 30 seconds more. 10 seconds. 5, 4. Other than Yanagisawa, everyone there was expecting Tsubaki would not show up as the countdown continued. 3, 2, 1, 0. Right at that moment, Tsubaki appeared in front of Matsubara. She did not arrive at a high speed, she was there right from the start. It was just that no one was able to detect her. The person handling the information-gathering device was taken aback by the sudden change in his radar. Camouflage. No way. How the hell did she not raise even the slightest signal when she's this close? Is it only a hologram? No, this signal, it's a real body. Just how in the world? The surprised escorts did not miss a beat and quickly stood between Matsubara and Tsubaki. The fact that they had not aimed their rifles at her was also proof that they were very well trained. Tsubaki then calmly asked. Which one of you is the negotiator? Matsubara shifted around the escort and stood in front of Tsubaki. It's me. I'm Matsubara from Sakashita Heavy Industry. First of all, let me thank you for coming here for this any dash. I see, so the rest are unnecessary, right? Tsubaki completely ignored Matsubara and wafted her hand. Yanagisawa noticed that and moved slightly faster than the rest. He jumped away with the full might of his augmented suit. Yanagisawa was barely able to get out of the range as Tsubaki completely annihilated the escorts. Their heavy full-body armor as well as their soft inner body were all crushed with no discrimination. The area was quickly painted red from the entrails and the blood. Other than Yanagisawa, Matsubara alone was completely uninjured. Although he was standing in the front and could not see what had happened behind him, he knew that something was squashed behind him. It was easy to imagine what just happened behind. Thus, cold sweat started forming on his forehead. They are my escorts though. Tsubaki completely ignored his comment. State your business and please make it quick. Matsubara understood those short words also meant that if he kept silent here, then he would also be deemed unnecessary. Very well. Sakashita Heavy Industry wishes to renew our contract with you, as for what we found unsatisfying regarding the last contract. Matsubara started his explanation calmly. Tsubaki locked her gaze toward Matsubara without saying anything. Eventually, Matsubara finished his explanation. Including the negotiation for the compensation for the damages, we hope we can decide on a suitable place and time to negotiate about the new contract as well. Is that all? Then, you're unnecessary as well. Wait. Tsubaki did not wait and swung her hand. Just like with the escorts, everything from Matsubara's neck and below was turned into mush. A second later, his head fell down and rolled over the ground. That was when Yanagisawa finally returned and looked over the area. He then sighed and said. No, it's true that I only asked you to at least listen to them. But can you be more merciful? Tsubaki ignored his jovial attitude and coldly replied. I warn you, never bring anyone that would worsen my mood again, otherwise, you'll face the same fate as them. But as usual, Yanagisawa was still acting flippant. Well, I have my responsibilities too, you see. But just so you know, I did try to stop them. It's not my problem. As far as I know, it's your problem. Right, I'll be careful. I recommend you to seriously reflect and put effort to get better. Tsubaki then vanished. After that, the pool of blood on the ground started shaking. It was as if something just passed through but there was nothing at all. Yanagisawa sighed. Good grief, she really won't listen at all, or more like, she doesn't have any tolerance at all. This is why I don't want to mess with caretaker AIs. Geez, I guess I'll just head back home. Yanagisawa picked up Matsubara's head and headed back to the city. The upper district of Kagamayama City was reserved for high-ranking officials and the higher-ups from the corporate government. As such, it was also very strictly guarded. Currently, inside the area in the upper district here it was allowed to bring private escorts. Shugadome, a staff from Sakashita Heavy Industry, was waiting. Yanagisawa then entered the room to explain the situation. He was carrying a cylindrical case. He then took a seat across the table and put the case on the table. We do plan to give our full report in time, but I heard that you want to hear it from the person on the scene, so here I am. Would it be okay to ask for some of your time? We're the ones who asked you to come. Even if we were not the ones who requested for his meeting, such a question should not be brought out this late. Go ahead and start. Very well then. Yanagisawa took the top side of the case and pulled it up. The cover slid and revealed what was inside the cylinder. It was Matsubara's head. His eyes were closed and showed no movements. Shugadome tapped his finger on the table. When he did that, Matsubara immediately opened his eyes. He then saw Shugadome and sighed. I know that you're in a hurry, but to think that you would drag me here only by connecting my head on a life support system, are you in that much of a hurry? Yes, we are. I see. Thanks to the life support system hooked onto his head, Matsubara was spared from death. He then sighed again to his superior who was demanding his report as soon as he recovered his consciousness. But in the end, he still gave his report. So, that is what happened. Unfortunately, I was unable to even start the negotiation at all. I believe it will be difficult to ask for the contract to be renewed. I see, it seems that it was a mistake sending you with the escorts, huh? No, I believe that she killed the escorts just to show her position. I'm sure that she also deliberately let me live. Without the escorts, I'm sure that she would have killed me in order to make the same point. To be honest, I think the escorts served their duty well. Shugadome turned to Yanagisawa. But still, the more I hear it, the more I'm amazed that you were able to make a deal with her. As I thought, you should join Sakashita Heavy Industry and work for the corporate government. Yanagisawa gave a friendly smile and replied. I'm really happy that you think so, but I'm sorry, I have to refuse your generous offer. I see, did you get a similar offer from Tatsumori, or Tsukasada, or maybe Senba too? No, I haven't gotten such an offer from those corporations. Then there was a short pause. Shugadome and Yanagisawa were trying to pry into what the other person was thinking. Shugadome was the first one to break the silence. Well, I won't force you. Let's return back to the main subject then. It's about the thing that you want to borrow. It is true that you'll be able to negotiate with her smoothly as long as you can have that thing. Of course. I can guarantee that you'll profit from this too. Very well then, I will give you the authorization. Yanagisawa seemed honestly delighted, which was rare for him. But his face quickly turned serious. Should I interpret it as I can hold on to that as a promise? Yes. We have prepared all the necessary groundwork with the related companies, including the dispatchment for that powered suit as well. Moreover, we've already concluded the contract to purchase several drones to guard her area. If it ends up bringing in more from that area, I'll have enough influence to grant you the authorization you seek. Of course, this is all assuming we can get more shares on your deal with her. Don't worry about that, just leave that part to me, and thank you. It was difficult for Yanagisawa to hide his happiness. Some of his real feelings leaked to his usual flippant smile. Although it might be too soon to ask you this, when exactly I might be able to get it? After all, I need to prepare my stuff to receive it. In the best-case scenario, tomorrow. Tomorrow. Even Yanagisawa could not hide his surprise. Shugadome then calmly continued. We already made plans to transport it here unrelated to this matter about loaning it to you, you see. It should be in Ziegelt City at the moment, and it'll arrive here tomorrow with the intercity transport convoy. I see. In that case, please allow me to excuse myself as I need to hurry up with my own preparation. Yanagisawa politely bowed and left the room. After that, he frowned and thought. Those people were planning to bypass me and use it to directly negotiate with Tsubaki depending on the result of today's negotiation, huh? I just can't drop my guard against these people. I guess that is only to be expected from Sakashita Heavy Industry. Well, thanks to them, it seems that I can fast forward my plan though, so I guess I'll let it slide this time. Yanagisawa could not hold back his delight as his usually calm face was completely ruined. Inside the room, Matsubara tilted his floating head and asked. Are you sure about that? That guy is dangerous, you know. Shugadome still had his calm demeanor just like before. I've never met an abnormally competent but safe people in my life, you know. It's the same with old world knowledge. Our only choice is to understand that danger and handle them carefully. If there's no other way to use them, the only other choice is complete destruction. Complete destruction, huh? Shugadome slanted his eyes, a heavy aura was exuding out from him. That's right. If we hesitate to move forward, the old world will eventually crush us as well and will join the ranks of old world eras. That's why our only choice is to gain old world knowledge and use it to wrestle for victory. The old world will be crushed by its own might. In order to do that, sacrifices are necessary. This is the exact reason why corporate governments exist in the first place. It has always been, and will always be. Seeing Shugadome reconfirm the reason why they exist, Matsubara felt his admiration toward his superior grow stronger. I see. If you already know, then it was my mistake for saying something so unnecessary. Shugadome's heavy aura immediately dissipated. It's fine, I don't mind. It's great that you are competent enough to point it out. Feel free to tell me if you have any concerns. In that case, I shall take that offer immediately. Oh, what is it? Now that I've finished my report, it would be great if I can get back the rest of my body as soon as possible. Whoops, my apologies. Shugadome quickly called one of his men and told him to get the preparations ready, asterisk. Inside the transport convoy in Ziegelt City, the commanders of the escort team were having a meeting inside the officer room, which also doubled as a meeting room. Fortunately, there is zero death in the ambush on the Route A of Kagomayama to Ziegelt City. Though many were sent to the hospital. Most of the hunters who joined the escort team were veteran hunters. As such, many of them had emergency life support systems installed on them, so they could even survive wounds that would have been normally fatal. Some of them were sent to the hospital with nothing but their heads. Of course, the treatment cost was not cheap, but at least they would survive. That attack was not normal. Normally, it is impossible to encounter giant bugs in that area. Those monsters should only be found further to the east. Are you telling me that they changed their habitat? There's a limit on how much bad luck that we can get, you know. Then, are you saying that it was intentional? Well, I won't go that far, but those in the Eastern District would actively track the movements of the problematic monsters, but unfortunately, it did not give much meaningful result. Monetary-wise, it was cheaper and more reassuring to choose to eradicate them instead. There was also a choice to attack their nest and lure them out, but it was almost guaranteed to end with death. That was why people usually chose not to do that. There's no point talking about that now. We have no other choice but to blame that on bad luck. Fortunately, we have enough firepower to deal with them. If those from Sakashita Heavy Industry were not on board, we would have turned around and ran away. They're a part of the escort sent by Kagomayama City to escort a certain executive back to the city, right? If those insects were actually lured by the nationalists to attack that executive, they would have done so on our way back to Kagomayama City instead. So, it is most likely just bad luck. Probably. Rather than talking about what has already happened, I think it's better to talk about what we plan to do. We need to replenish our forces. Many of the escorts have been sent to the hospital. Does anyone have any idea where we can get more people? Personally speaking, I want to delay the journey back until we can get enough hunters. Many of the officers there nodded and concurred, but another person then said. Those from management request us to continue as originally planned. Like hell if I care, Just let them bark as much as they want. There's no way I am going to force the passengers into a suicidal journey just because they told us to. We can't go back unless we have enough manpower. Most of the attendees there agreed, but it did not stop there. About that, it seems that Sakashita will handle that part. They say that we can use the escort team already in the transport as much as we want. They will also pay for hiring more hunters from Ziegelt City. Whispers spread across the meeting room. It was rare for something like that to happen. We are more than happy to accept that, but why are they willing to go that far? No idea, it might have something to do with their profit, or maybe their reputation. After all, it will leave a bad name if they can't handle an ambush, even if it was completely unexpected, you know. I see, that sounds plausible. Although Sakashita Heavy was one of the 5 great corporations, if they did not show off their power from time to time, other corporations would prey on them. Considering this as a cost of maintaining their authority as well as the corporate government's authority, it was obvious that they would be willing to spend that much money. The people in that meeting thought so and did not pursue the matter any further. If we can get enough manpower, then our only choice is to go as planned. Now then, on to the next subject, we can't go back using the same route. Since we just crushed a colony-scale giant bug swarm in that area, I bet another colony has already made that area into their own home. I don't care if the city sends its soldiers to eliminate that colony or puts a bounty on those monsters. Either way, we can't take that route right now. Route B also passes through a colony, so it would be wise not to use that route as well. This means we'll only use either route C or D, but... The meeting continued to discuss what to do to maximize the passengers' safety, asterisk. Hikaru eventually returned to the transport vehicle with Akira's new bike. After taking the bike to the cargo manager department and getting it on board the transport vehicle, the responsibility was fully transferred to the transport vehicle. That meant the escorts were no longer responsible for the bike. Nonetheless, their duty extended until Hikaru returned back to Akira. Once Hikaru saw Akira, she thanked the escorts and politely bowed. With this, their job was complete. Akira was happily trying out his new bike. He sat on it to get a feel of it. Meanwhile, Alpha was also getting a feel of the bike through his information terminal, which was connected to the bike's control device. He then placed his LEO multi-rifle onto the bike's multi-purpose arm and set it so that he could control it as if it was a prosthetic arm connected to him. This way, he was able to get accurate aim with the arm. The arm could also carry Akira's AF anti-material cannon. By connecting the cannon to the bike's extended energy tank and radar, he could increase the firepower and the accuracy of the cannon. When he activated the force field armor projection, Akira was enveloped in a thin semi-sphere force field armor. Although it was not that powerful, it was enough to protect him from the wind. So, it was usable to reduce the drag force that usually pushed back against his body during high-speed maneuvers and stabilize his aim. Of course, it could even deflect bullets by increasing its output, but it would consume a lot of energy if he did that. So it was not recommended since it might exhaust the bike's energy tank. Akira wanted to try diving around the warehouse, but Hikaru stopped him. So, he regrettably stepped off the bike. Hikaru, can I use this bike for tomorrow's job? Are you planning to drive it around on the rooftop? If it's needed, yes. I see. I'll submit the permission request. Thanks, I'll leave it to you. The warehouse that also doubled as a hangar housed several powered suits. Even now, there were powered suits moving into the hangar. There were people getting in and out of their powered suits. Some tried to get in the hangar with their heavy augmented suits, but unfortunately, their equipment was too big for the normal-sized entrances. Hikaru felt someone's gaze and traced it back to a young boy next to a heavily armored guy who was watching the surroundings. That young boy was looking straight at her and Akira. He was around the same age as Akira and her, but he was not armed at all. He seemed to be just a normal young boy. As Hikaru thought that they might have garnered too much attention, she urged Akira to return back. Akira, let's go back to your room. Now that you have your bike, it's your turn to keep your promise to stay in your room. Yeah, I know. Akira and Hikaru then left the room. The young boy still had his eyes fixed on them when another man in a business suit by the name of Hammers called him. Shiro, what's wrong? It's just that I found someone in Kagomayama City staff's uniform. This Kagomayama City is where I'll be staying next, right? So I thought that she was here to welcome us or to pick me up. She's pretty cute after all, so I would be really happy if that is the case. I haven't heard anything about that. I'll try confirming it, so you don't need to look around. We'll attract too much attention if you do, you know. Even after that harsh warning from Hammers, Shiro did not seem to be bothered and just laughed it off. Don't say that. It has been quite a while since the last time I could get out like this. Not to mention that it's been a long intercity journey too. I can't help but get excited. I'm just a young boy, so it's to be expected that I will get excited to do some sightseeing. So can you just let this one slide? It's only to be expected for you to be not allowed to freely go out considering your job. But as compensation, they gave you a high-end VR device, right? If you want to just look around, you can use that. There were many such high-tech venues in the Eastern District created during the Old World era. But because of the monsters, people could not enjoy those venues without hiring expensive escorts. Thus, only a limited number of people could go there. That was why the people who went there before created a VR environment to experience them. It was a popular form of entertainment among the rich. But as if he did not understand, Shiro shook his head and said, No, that thing is nothing more than a simple picture to me. The amount of information is just too small. It's not like I'm mocking them, but actual pictures are better since you can actually feel the paper with your hand. My point is that it is as boring as a dry raw image data sent to me. If that's the problem, you can just dial up the feedback effect on the VR device to be able to touch the scene, right? I can, but it won't come close to the real thing. Moreover, what I'm talking about is that it's not enough for me. Cyborgs might be able to get back that realistic feeling by connecting their senses to VR, but there's still a limit on how realistic that sensation can be. Is that so? I heard that even the current era's lower-end VR is already pretty good, you know. No, they're still far from the real thing. Well, this might be unique only to me though. Well, doing something like that is dangerous, you know. It's basically like allowing the VR to directly latch on your 5 senses. Don't tell me that you prefer VR devices with that kind of function for erotic use. I don't recommend it. There have been accidents even when using everything from legal routes. Even if you use those from illegal routes, there are cases where people got paralyzed after just one use. If you really want to get something safe while equally satisfying your 5 senses, it's better to get a copy of your 5 senses and use those 5 extra senses to enjoy it. Though, you have to be a weirdo to go that far. Just shut up already. Hammers clicked his tongue and barked, somehow flustered. Shiro just chuckled and did not say anything more. And just like that, the fact that he was closely watching Hikaru and Akira was forgotten. Rebuild World, Chapter 237, Multiple Mistakes. After returning back to his room, Akira decided to turn in early. He wanted to be at his peak performance tomorrow. Hikaru also did the same and laid down. Although she was not as tired as yesterday, she woke earlier than usual today to go to see the sunrise with Akira, so she was already pretty sleepy. Just one more day. Because of what happened yesterday, I heard that they got more reinforcements. Since we're heading to the west this time, the monsters should be not as dangerous as yesterday. And if I'm lucky, Akira won't even get dispatched. Just one more day. Let's give it my best. As Akira and Hikaru slept, the convoy finished its preparation and left for Kagomayama City. The next day, Akira once again went to the rooftop early in the morning to watch the sunrise. Just like last time, Hikaru was with him, clinging close to him. Akira did suggest using the force field armor of the bike to shield them from the wind. That was when Hikaru asked him how he would get the bike to the rooftop. Akira casually said by climbing on the outer walls of the transport vehicle. Naturally, Hikaru rejected him immediately. Because of that, just like yesterday, Hikaru was clinging to Akira like they were lovers. Hikaru had more or less gotten used to the situation on the rooftop, so she was not as scared as before. But that was not the case to the fact that she was clinging close to a boy around her age. She still feels embarrassed because of that. She reminded herself that it would be over soon while watching the sun rising from the horizon. In the midst of that, trouble approached. Just like Akira, they came up to the rooftop. It was a young boy accompanied by a man. They were the two who were watching Hikaru and Akira back in the hangar, Shiro and Hammers. Shiro was donning casual clothes, while Hammers was in a sleek business suit. Judging from their outfits, they must be there for sightseeing. But even so, they were walking casually amid this turbulent wind. Either those casual clothes were actually augmented suits, or they were people with enhanced bodies. Hikaru noticed Shiro, who lightly smiled and waved at her. He then approached her. "Hello there, are you out here to enjoy the sunrise as well?" "Pretty much, yes. Do you need anything from us?" Hikaru, who wanted to keep Akira away from any potential conflict, ended up giving a rather brusque and unfriendly reply. But Shiro was not bothered by it. "Not at all, I'm also here to enjoy the sunrise. I just thought of saying hello after finding someone that seems to share the same interest as me. As expected, it's only right to see it directly with my own eyes. The flow of information is just different, you know." "The flow of information. You think so too, right?" Shiro said so and glanced at Akira. Akira paused for a bit before replying. "I'm sorry, but I was told not to talk with anyone in the middle of my job." Shiro was happy that Akira did not just ignore him. While at the same time, he was also a bit surprised. But Hammers suddenly interjected. "We're bothering them, Shiro. This should be enough, right? Let's return, it's not wise to keep bothering them." Shiro exasperatedly replied. "Good grief, you people just don't understand. Listen to him, this guy here said that something like sunrise can be enjoyed just the same through the room's monitor, you know. Can you believe that?" Shiro looked at Hikaru, hoping that she would agree. But in reality, she actually agreed with Hammers. Meanwhile, it was Akira who took the initiative and sided with Shiro. "You can say that again. It's pointless watching it from a monitor. Right? I know you would agree with me." Shiro smiled triumphantly, he then looked mockingly at Hammers. To which, Hammers twitched and snapped. "Seriously, give it a rest already. We're returning right now. In the first place, you should not have interrupted a couple who are enjoying the sunrise. Or do you take that not being able to read the mood as a virtue? Whoops, you are on a date." Shiro sent a half-cold gaze toward Hikaru. She thought that if that misunderstanding would send him away, decided not to deny it. It even made her self-conscious and blush. Meanwhile, Akira was completely apathetic. Shiro shrugged. I see. I'm sorry for bothering your date in the middle of your job. I'll leave right now." "I just have to leave, right?" Okay. Shiro smiled at Hikaru and Akira, lightly waved, and then left. Hammers sighed and followed behind him. Akira looked at the leaving Shiro and tilted his head. What was that? No idea, probably just tourists who got excited to the point that they would even go up to the rooftop to see the sunrise. Tourist, huh? He mentioned something about the flow of information, so I don't think they're mere tourists that would go out to the wasteland just for sightseeing. Akira muttered to himself and did not bother to think any further. As for Hikaru, she finally realized that she might be blushing at the moment and tried her best to keep calm as she said. Should we return back too? I guess. Let's return inside too. The sun was already high in the sky, so Akira and Hikaru also decided to get back inside the transport vehicle as well. Shiro, who returned back before Akira and Hikaru, was walking through the hallway to a luxurious special room. It was his private room during the journey. During that time, Hammers was still spouting complaints, which Shiro completely ignored. As a matter of fact, he had something else on his mind. That faint reaction when we were in the hangar was not a mistake. I thought one of them is the same as me and tried to approach them, but I can't really tell which one it is when they're sticking that close to each other. Just who is it? As I thought, it can't be the both of them. Is it the guy? Or the girl? That girl might have gone to the rooftop and that guy accompanied her as her escort. Or it's the other way around. The guy wanted to go to the rooftop and the girl was only following him. No, that's unlikely. The guy seems to be someone skilled while the girl is just an amateur. Of course, there is a chance that it's just a disguise as well, but it is highly unlikely. Judging from their reaction, it is most likely the girl. Even after he went to his room and was no longer with Hammers, he continued to ponder on this subject. Well, I'm not even sure just by judging from their reaction. What if they are just dummies made to fool me? But if that's the case, why she is wearing Kagomayama City Staff's uniform? And why were they on the rooftop? I heard that Yanagisawa is a pretty sharp guy. He even managed to get a deal with a caretaker AI from Kuzusuhara Ruin. It won't be strange for him to use some kind of old-world technology to mimic that signal in dummies. He might have made her wear a city official's uniform, sent her along with the intercity transport, and made them go to the rooftop before me. But for what? Is it to understand my behavior or is it for conveying some kind of hidden message? Something like it's futile even if I try to run away. He unconsciously made a stern expression while in the middle of his breakfast. He was so deep in his thought to the point that he stopped scooping food into his mouth. But he eventually shook his head. No. I must be overthinking this. All of this might just be a simple coincidence. Even if she's just a dummy, I'm sure that she didn't go to those places intentionally to meet me. They are only distractions so that I'll be safe if someone tries to ambush us. It's a good thing to think of the worst-case scenario and prepare myself. But it is a bad idea to overdo it. It'll be all for naught if that causes me to miss an important opportunity instead. Shiro started eating again. Although it was a luxurious meal, he did not show any reaction at all. He had gotten too used to it already. He understood that he was treated special and was given such a luxurious room. Not to mention that he had some level of freedom as well. He fully knew that he was living a good life. But he had something he wanted to accomplish even if it meant that he would have to sacrifice everything he had. Just wait, I'll definitely do something about this. So just please wait for me. Shiro mumbled so with a serious expression. And in order to bring his plan to fruition, he knew that he could not miss such a perfect opportunity where he was allowed to be outside Sakashita Heavy Industries facility. Akira and Hikaru were also boarding Gigantes 3 on their way back to Kagomayama City. Although, the route it took differed greatly from before. Due to its massive size, Gigantes 3 was also called a moving fortress or a land battleship. It could easily bulldoze its way through mountains of rubble. But even so, other than flying through the sky, there was only a limited area that it could traverse through. Adding the conditions that it was used as intercity transport, there was a limited number of routes that it could take. And when considering safety as well, 4 routes were mapped out for Gigantes 3. The supposed safest routes, Route A and B, were infested with colony-sized giant bugs. It was not possible to go through those routes anymore. With that, it left the convoy with only 2 routes available, and the general public knew about this as well. If something happened that caused that number of routes to fall down to 1, the transportation activity would come to a full halt considering the safety of the transport convoys. Or at least, that possibility would go up greatly. This was common sense among the people who were involved in intercity transportation. As his shift was coming close, Akira went to the storage facility together with Hikaru. After finishing their preparation, Akira hopped on his bike and awaited the time. "Hikaru, it's about time." "Ah, yes, right." Hikaru looked troubled as she contacted the storage guard to open the door. Normally, that door was to be used for the powered suits to shoot down monsters from inside the transport vehicle. "Akira, you'll be fine, right?" Judging from what they could see from the open door, the transport vehicle was traveling at high speed. Only death awaited anyone who fell off it. If Akira's bike was a hoverbike with completely no tires, Hikaru would not have been worried about him. But the bike that Akira was using had 2 tires fixed under it. From the perspective of those who did not know its full capabilities, what Akira was planning to do there was nothing short of a suicide jump. Of course, Akira thought that it was fine, but even so, when someone was worriedly asking him, he could not help but to get worried as well. "Alpha, it's going to be fine, right?" "Of course. Don't worry." Alpha was smiling as usual, that was enough to put Akira at ease. "It'll be fine, I'm going out now." "Good luck, I'll be watching closely." As Hikaru said so, Akira turned on the bike and rode it through the storage facility. He then just jumped out through the door with his current momentum. He leaned the bike over in mid-air as if he was making a sharp turn. At the same time, he activated the bike's force field armor to create an invisible floating platform. The moment the bike's wheels touched the platform, the energy conversion turned the force from the wheels into a flash of light. This caused the bike to leave a trail made of light as it raced over the platform. Akira executed a drift with his bike, and it spun toward the transport side of the vehicle. He then used more strength to turn the accelerator handle. After flying through the air for a while, the bike eventually landed on one of the walls of the transport vehicle and started climbing straight up. The momentum threw the bike up into the air after it reached the top. Akira then tilted his bike forward and landed on the rooftop with its front wheel. After driving it forward for a bit, he finally landed the rear wheel as well. With this, he had safely landed on the rooftop. Hikaru saw what Akira just did there through the camera on Akira's headgear. After seeing such crazy maneuvers through from start till end, she was glad she had rejected Akira's idea of taking the bike to the rooftop this morning when they wanted to watch the sunrise. Akira's shift eventually ended without much accident. He only encountered 2 monsters during that time. One of them tried to charge and stick itself on the transport vehicle but failed and then fell beneath it and got crushed under the transport vehicle's massive weight. Meanwhile, the other one did manage to stick on one of the walls of the transport vehicle, but Akira easily shot it down and it went through the same thing as the first monster. Thanks to the bike's powerful balancer, it was able to stay stable without any support. So Akira could just spend his time leisurely sitting on top of it. There were people who saw Akira from afar. It was Tatsukawa's team that was posted further ahead. Tatsukawa boarded his own powered suit and watched Akira in action in that short battle which could not even be called a battle. "I heard that he's pretty strong based on what the men said, but he doesn't seem that strong to me though." Wuxia, who was sitting on the powered suit's shoulder, casually replied. "He doesn't seem that strong to you?" "Not exactly. Well, I do think he's pretty strong, you know. Even though he's posted around the back of the convoy, he's basically assigned to a post that's normally handled by a whole team. To top it off, he even had the leeway to help those in the other post as well. Although he's not as strong as me, there's no doubt that he's a strong hunter. But, what can I say? He doesn't seem to have the strength that would make Kobayashi act like he did yesterday. Don't you think so?" After he heard that Wuxia was rejected by Hikaru yesterday, Tatsukawa went and called Kobayashi to explain what just happened. He wanted to request Kobayashi to force Hikaru and allow Wuxia to meet Akira. Now he once again remembered the conversation they had yesterday. Well, we're not strangers. So, I don't mind putting in some extra pressure if you want, but it won't be for free, you know. And it won't be cheap as well. Oh, how expensive exactly? Let's see. How about 1 year's worth of your usual daily spending? Whoa, why would it even be that big of a favor? I have my reasons, you see. Let me at least tell you this. I'm actually selling you this favor for cheap, you know. I'm considering us as acquaintances after all. If it's just some random person, I would have only laughed at you and left it as it is. Well, if you think that it isn't worth it, I wholeheartedly agree with you. As long as you don't have a strong reason to do it, I don't recommend you take up this offer. But if you still insist on it, I don't mind doing it. Though to be honest, I can't imagine what kind of reason you might have to want to meet him that badly. Tatsukawa already had a rough guess of what was going on from his call with Kobayashi. Kobayashi was not lying. Both Hikaru and Akira were under contract with the intercity transport, thus it was not easy to try to meddle with them. But from Kobayashi's point of view, if he put on pressure on Hikaru, she might use that as an excuse to transfer the responsibility to him. It was easy to imagine how troublesome that would be. So, in order to prevent that, he ended up giving a rather exaggerated answer. Wuxia had also heard about Tatsukawa's conversation with Kobayashi. Ah, actually, that also piqued my interest, so I did some digging on my own. That boy, he might be an agent from Kagomayama. Eh? Is that so? I'll send you the result from my investigation, you can decide for yourself after that. Tatsukawa checked the document that he received. He then sighed exasperatedly. The document listed Akira's track record. The track record was nothing sort of believable. He had started as a rank 1 hunter with no ID from the slum city, then climbed up to rank 10 in a short time and went hard on his hunter job since then. He was involved in most of the incidents in Kuzusuhara Ruin and once accepted a request from city management to boost his hunter rank. That request did give his rank a quick boost, and the person who was handling his request was Kobayashi himself. Moreover, he was also deeply involved in the gang dynamic inside Slum City. He was involved in eradicating a certain large gang that was causing trouble for the city. While the gang that he was sponsoring had connections with one of the city officials. The relic shop that the gang was running has been pretty popular lately, with some of the relics harvested from the Kuzusuhara Ruin officials' managed area found there. Considering the relationship between hunters and city management, it was easy for people to guess that he was an agent from Kagomayama City. Welp, this isn't even funny, it's so suspicious to the point that it's not even strange. Not to mention that his operator, Hikaru, she's also a staff from Kagomayama City, right? I guess there's no doubt anymore, right? If I may add one thing, it seems that Hikaru was also the one who got him this escort job. So, basically, those two are in some kind of special mission, huh? Well, if that's the case, there's no wonder why Kobayashi acted like that yesterday. Tatsukawa lightly sighed. Seeing that, Wuxia more or less understood what Tatsukawa was thinking. It seems that had satisfied your curiosity. Yeah, I'm originally also from Kagomayama City after all. I was pretty happy to hear that someone from the same city as me reached this level of success. But it turns out that he's an agent, so it's actually pretty disappointing. Is that so? Want to stop trying to get him to join our team? I'll leave that to you. It's your speciality. You're best at calculating the risk and reward in taking someone in. We already know that he is an agent from the city, right? So, I have no interest in asking him to join at all. Alright, I'll think about it then. Yeah, I trust your decision on this one. Tatsukawa switched the display inside his powered suit that was showing the image from a camera that was watching Akira to another image to help him waste time. Basically, it contained some sexual content. Wuxia, who noticed that, quickly complained. What? You're going to watch that when I'm right here? It's fine, right? It's not like we have anything else to do anyway, or is it that you want to get in too? We're in the middle of a job, you know. My instinct is saying that we won't be busy. Is that so? Well, I guess it's fine then. The cockpit of the powered suit opened up, and after Melchia entered the cockpit, it then closed up. Although Tatsukawa's men were around, they knew that it was the usual thing and completely ignored it. After his shift ended, Akira called Hikaru to reopen the door to the storage facility. He then rode his bike down the side of the transport vehicle and returned inside. Hikaru, who was already waiting there, sighed and said to him, "You know, I don't think that's not how you ride a bike." "I do think so too, but it's nice that I can do that." "Well, that's true. Either way, good work out there." They left the bike back in the hangar and returned back to Akira's room. In the midst of walking, Hikaru was curious about something and asked Akira a question. "By the way, that's pretty amazing you can do that, although you only bought it yesterday. You did not even ride it beforehand. Weren't you worried? It'll be dangerous if you fall, you know. Or is it that you've done it multiple times before, so you're already used to doing that kind of thing?" "Both, I guess. If you think that is dangerous. Well, going out into the wasteland is already dangerous enough, so the danger I face doesn't really change by much. That might be why it doesn't really bother me." "You have a point, but still. And also, I once scaled a building with a cheaper bike before, so I thought that it should be fine if I'm using something this expensive." I see. By the way, what happened to that other bike? Did you buy a more expensive one because you thought it was time to get a better bike? It took a bunch of missiles and exploded to pieces. I see. So, basically, you needed a new bike, huh? Hikaru did question how did he survive that, but she decided not to ask anything unnecessary. Akira returned back to his room, took a break, went out again when his shift came. He then returned to his room again when his shift ended. Even after a couple of cycles, nothing worth noting happened. Both Hikaru and Akira were content with the situation. They thought that the ambush from the giant bugs on their way to Ziegelt City was nothing more than bad luck, so something like that would not happen again. This also meant that they had lowered their guards. Because of that, when Akira noticed that the sky got a little cloudy, he just thought that it was natural clouds and did not think anything more than that. Even if he had noticed what was going on at that time, he did not have the power or the luck to change anything. A thick gray cloud was hanging over the transport convoy that was blazing through the wasteland. There were occasions where the clouds in the eastern district were mixed with colorless mist, which caused disruptions in detecting enemies. The weather forecast had predicted a rather cloudy day with a small chance of rain. The powerful sensor of the transport vehicle would be able to easily pinpoint an incoming swarm from far away. But that was limited only to the monsters below the clouds. Above the thick clouds, at a height that the transport vehicle would easily detect if it was a clear day, a few white-powered suits were flying. All of them were damaged, although the extent of the damage was not the same. One of them had already lost all its limbs and was only able to move around thanks to the flying device being still intact. Suddenly a white light lance pierced one of them. It formed a pillar that was thick enough to devour 10% of its huge frame. It just went straight through the powered suit as if the defensive mechanisms of the suit were non-existent. That single shot easily took out the powered suit that could withstand a battle against a colony-sized giant bug swarm. The white-powered suit crumbled into pieces and was consumed by the cloud. Meanwhile, another powered suit took a hit from a dish-shaped weapon. The diameter of that weapon was about half the size of the powered suit. It rotated so rapidly that it easily sliced through the powered suit. Sparks flew around accompanying the screeching sound of metal cutting through another. It eventually made a clean cut through the powered suit and flew away. The cut-powered suit was separated into two as it fell down. Another powered suit was stuck with multiple black discs. The other power suits saw that and quickly focused their fire to destroy the black discs while also sacrificing those powered suits caught by those black discs. Thus, another powered suit fell from the sky. With the time and the distance that was bought by sacrificing their teammate, the rest of the white-powered suits quickly dove down into the cloud. Of course, their opponents did not let them get away. The source of the light lance and the user of the huge disc weapon as well as the user of the multiple black discs quickly pursued them into the cloud. Rebuild World, Chapter 238, Flying Monsters. Akira once again went up to the rooftop for his usual escort routine when Hikaru suddenly called him. Akira, this is from the HQ. It seems that something just fell over ahead of you, so you should be careful. Roger that. Is it normal for things to be falling out from the sky around here? That's pretty dangerous. The sky of the Eastern District was inhabited by monsters, so it was pretty normal for stuff to be falling from the sky. Although they were sometimes valuable relics, they were still a danger to those on the ground. Thus, transport routes tend to avoid such dangerous areas. Hikaru, who knew that, found it a little bit strange, but she did not dwell on it any further. Intercity routes usually don't go through dangerous areas, but considering the giant bugs' nests around the original route, I guess they chose this route since this is much safer than trying to break through that area. I see. Judging from Hikaru's attitude, it did not seem to be that dangerous, so Akira did not worry about it too much. But that was not the case for Alpha. Her usual smile suddenly turned serious. It was as if the current situation was worse than that battle against the giant bug swarm. Akira, get ready for a fight. Alright, Alpha. Is it something bad? Most likely. The radar picked up a signal and when Akira turned in the direction of that signal, he could see a white-powered suit fall through the thick cloud, plummeting to the ground. Since it was trying to soften the crash by pointing its booster toward the ground, it blew away all the smaller rubble right under it. Akira immediately pointed his rifle toward the powered suit. He thought that white-powered suit was the reason why Alpha seemed so solemn. Immediately he pumped the C bullet loaded in his LEO multi-rifle with energy. The most important thing for him right now was to get the first shot. If the power used was overkill, he could just reduce it later. But before Akira finished charging the bullet and pulled the trigger, suddenly, something else attacked that powered suit. A black disc-shaped object split open the thick cloud and charged straight toward the white-powered suit. Although the white-powered suit tried to shoot it down, it could not stop the black object. The suit received a close-range attack that ended up smashing it to pieces. After the black disc destroyed its target, it immediately went up to the sky to chase after its next target. It was another white-powered suit close to it. White-powered suits fell to the ground one by one around the transport convoy. Some crashed into the ground, some that could still fly, flew around the convoy and others landed on top of the transport vehicles. No matter how battered, all of them were fighting back against the black disc. Akira was still confused by the sudden change of event when suddenly more were coming. The grayish cloud on top of the convoy turned even darker. When Akira looked up into the cloud, he could see something solid. It was similar to a floating ceiling, which kept on ejecting out more black discs from its mouth-like gate. Akira made a quick guess as to the identity of that thing and wished someone would rebuke him as he mumbled. "Don't tell that thing is a monster. That's one of the monsters living high in the sky. Akira, let's get to work. We need to repel that thing." Akira quickly returned back to himself the moment he heard something that he did not want to hear. But it did not erase his shock as he immediately turned to Alpha. Of course, normally that was a very strange reaction for others, but he had completely forgotten about that thanks to how taken back he was. "Wait. Fighting that thing? Are you serious? It's not something that I can defeat just by trying harder, you know." Every single one of the monsters up in the sky was even bigger than the intertransport vehicle. The transport convoy was fully covered beneath their shadows. Alpha lightly smiled at Akira, who looked at her with surprise rather than worry. Don't worry. We're not fighting those. Seeing that smile, Akira regained most of his calm. Suddenly, there was an order coming from the HQ. To all personnel. Shoot down all the powered suits. Or at least get them away from the convoy. They're the reason why those monsters came down here. So, destroy them as fast as you can. Yep, so there, you have it. Akira, let's get to work. Akira's bike started moving, it was Alpha who was controlling it. Akira immediately understood what she meant as he banished all the questions in his mind and focused on the incoming fight. He took aim toward the white-powered suit using the rifle on both of his hands as the bike ran through the rooftop. Meanwhile, the rifle fixed on the bike's arm was also taking its aim toward the same target. Due to his time compression and Alpha's advanced calculation ability, all the 4 LEO multi-rifle were aimed at the exact same point. They then released the C bullets that they had charged to their limit. With the accuracy that was raised to its utmost physical limit, countless bullets hit the exact same point at the same time. The combined firepower tore off the leg of the durable-looking powered suit. Oh. They're weaker than they look, huh? I bet that's because they're already damaged from their fight against those monsters. Their energy reserve must be really low. Is that so? I guess that's mean that I'll at least have a chance against them. The powered suit that just lost its one leg turned and aimed its rifle at Akira. However, with one leg gone, the rough, turbulent wind, and its exhausted energy reserve, it could hardly maintain balance. This was way outside of what its autobalancer could handle. Moreover, Akira was also keeping it in check with his shots as well. The energy bullets, more like lasers that it shot from its cannon, veered away from where Akira was. Akira used that opening to jump off the rooftop and landed on the ground. The force field armor projected a rail-like platform the moment the tires left the rooftop. This allowed it to land smoothly on the ground without much loss in momentum. After he landed, Akira used the transports as cover as he quickly closed the distance to his target. Akira, we'll use the blade next. So, let's get a good feeling of the blade while we have the chance. Akira frowned. Sure, but are we going to test it now? Alpha smiled and replied. Well, will you normally try to get close to another enemy just to use it? Akira smiled bitterly. He then exchanged the rifle in his right hand with a blade handle. There was no blade extending out from that handle. The lower part of that handle was connected to the bike's terminal through a wire. Akira flipped the handle on his hand and jammed it into a box that was fixed on the bike's extension arm. When he pulled that out, liquid metal was extended out from the blade's handle. The box was a container for liquid metal, which produced liquid metal blades. The thin powerful blade was exceptionally sharp, it could even cut through force field armor. Because of that, it was a time-limited trump card. Time-limited because it could not maintain its sharpness without keeping it connected to an energy pack large enough to power a vehicle. It was a powerful weapon when properly mastered, but most people would instead choose to learn other weapons if they had the time to master something. Akira knew that but still bought the blade, mostly because Alpha recommended him to. Moreover, he did carry blades before only to get them broken in a short time, so he thought that it was a better idea to use an expendable blade with the assumption that it would be broken after one use right from the start. Akira held the blade that was slightly longer than his own height horizontally as he drove his bike on the outer wall of the transport vehicle. The route that was formed using force field allowed him to scale up the wall to the rooftop without losing much momentum, and just like that, he launched the bike toward the white-powered suit. His strange maneuver, which did not resemble the usual movement of any normal bike, or any flying bike, caught the white-powered suit off guard. Akira used that chance to fly past next to the powered suit while he swung his blade. Meanwhile, mid-swing, Alpha controlled the blade to increase its sharpness to its utmost limit. The blade that was glowing blue dim light, was slowly being consumed as the liquid metal went through the white-powered suit's leg and dissipated into nothingness a few seconds later. All that remained was a sliced leg crashing to the ground. It showcased an amazing level of sharpness for a blade that was used as a single-use expendable weapon. Akira, AF Cannon next. The AF anti-material cannon on Akira's back unfolded on its own thanks to Alpha, and it extended out in front of Akira. He quickly grabbed the cannon, aimed at the white-powered suit's torso, and pulled the trigger. Although it was an AF cannon point-blank shot, that was not enough to completely destroy the white-powered suit. But even so, that shot was enough to blow the white-powered suit away from the transport convoy and into the wasteland. Even that was not enough, huh? Alpha glanced at the shocked Akira and reminded him. Our objective is not to destroy them but to drive them away from the convoy. That's why I set it to focus on spread rather than firepower. Why would you do that? I'm not sure if it's a good idea to destroy the target that the monster up there is trying to kill in this situation, you see. So, let's just leave that powered suit for that monster. Akira then saw the white-powered suit that had lost both of its legs, only with a damaged booster on its back, trying to get back to the convoy just to get shredded to pieces by the black discs. He then gave a slight nod. Well, it's true that it sounds like too much work trying to destroy every single one of them. If I have to add, we aimed for its leg first since it would have been difficult to push it away from the convoy while it has its sticky contact leg fixed on the vehicle, you see. Well then, let's hurry up, otherwise, the other transport vehicles would get destroyed first. Alpha controlled the bike to quickly accelerate it to drop down. Right after that, the black discs that had finished destroying their original target flew toward the part of the rooftop they were on and just flew past by it, leaving deep cuts on the transport vehicle. Seeing those deep gashes, Akira could not help but frown. Isn't that monster now actively attacking us too? Nope, judging from its attack pattern, I believe that it's still chasing for the rest of the white-powered suits. Those black discs left the transport vehicle badly damaged like this. Had I still stayed there, I would have died, wouldn't I? Akira, do you seriously think that monsters are nice enough not to damage anything other than its main target? You have a point. Akira quickly turned toward his next target. He returned to his dual LEO multi-rifles and rode straight up. Although the walls of the transport vehicle were badly damaged because of the black discs, the bike was still able to nimbly scale up thanks to Alpha's superior driving skill. So, basically, if we can drive those white-powered suits away, that huge mechanical monster up there would leave us, right? My guess is that that monster is only chasing after those white-powered suits because it received an order to do so. It should just leave once it accomplishes its order. Maybe. Maybe. It's just a guess. In contrast to Akira, who looked slightly surprised while showing his anxiety there, Alpha had a rather serious face as she replied. It's not like I know exactly its behavioral logic, so I can't make any promises. After all, in the end, it's not up to me to decide when it should leave. What I can tell you is that there's a good chance it'll leave us alone once it has destroyed all the white-powered suits. I see. In that case, there's only one thing to do. Akira recollected his focus and got himself ready for the next fight. Alpha, who saw that, seemed satisfied. Well, if you don't like taking your chance like this, we can try to go up there with this bike, go past through that mouth, and destroy it from the inside, you know? Although, it's unlikely that you'll survive. Do you prefer that instead? No thanks. Akira frowned. It was obvious that he really hated that idea. But thanks to that, his motivation toward destroying the white-powered suits received a boost and Alpha was happy with that result. As Akira rode toward his next target, he closed the distance while evading the incoming barrage of bullets. Using the 4 LEO multi-rifle simultaneously, he shot down another white-powered suit's arm. While the targeted white-powered suit was teetering, trying to keep its balance, which made it difficult to handle the huge weapon that it had, Akira closed their distance and once again took out his blade. He then accelerated the bike even more and passed under the white-powered suit. The glowing blade consumed all of its liquid metal in one swing to extend the height of the blade and cut the white-powered suit cleanly into two. After Akira passed under it, the powered suit tumbled over, split into two distinct sides. Alpha, was that okay? We did not cut its legs first. It was tumbling over, so I believe that it no longer has enough energy to maintain forceful contact to the ground, that's why. Ah, I see. I was just only a bit curious, there's no need to tell me about all the detail. Are you sure? The sliced open powered suit was then ripped to pieces by the black discs. Akira, who saw that, frowned and thought. So, even after being bisection, it is not enough to recognize them as already destroyed? I guess that monster just wants to be extra sure, right? Or it might want to destroy all its target by its own attack. Basically, it just wants to be the one that finishes off all of its targets. That kind of quirk also shows the special characteristic of its manufacturer, you see. Akira and Alpha were having this kind of conversation to extend the gap between each fight in order to relieve Akira's fatigue. Unlike Akira, who did it unconsciously, Alpha did it deliberately. While in the midst of their conversation, a white pillar of light suddenly came crashing down on another powered suit. It was on top of a different transport vehicle. That white light devoured 60% of the white-powered suit, leaving a big gaping hole through the transport vehicle. That pillar of light pierced through the thick force field armor protecting the rooftop of the vehicle and went deep inside the transport vehicle, leaving it badly damaged. Akira, who saw that, frowned. He looked up to find a huge cylindrical cannon-like object floating near the monster. It seems that I really need to hurry up. For now, let's stop chatting. It would be bad if that thing shoots down from the sky and evaporate me as well. That's true. Akira once again put back his blade and returned to his dual LEO multi-rifle, *****. A shout from the HQ could be heard from the communication devices. Number 4 is badly damaged. It has lost its mobility. Tow it and evacuate the crew and the cargo. Once the evacuation is done, depending on the situation, we might have to abandon number 4. Turn up the force field armor on the other transport vehicles to the max. Just forget about the coursing speed and the armor repair. We can't get away from those white-powered suits with our coursing speed anyway. And those armor tiles serve no defensive value at all. Use all the energy reserve to get through the current situation. Number 6 is gone as well. Injury count is climbing in numbers 8 and 9. Turn off all the cannons affected by the aiming system. Don't shoot up. That monster will blow up the transport vehicle the moment it recognizes one of us as an obstacle. What's going on with the activation code for the powered suits in the hangar? We already sent a request but still no response. The guy who was acting as the commander frowned. Damn it. Are they working on regenerating a new code or they're hesitating to send the code? Just tell them to hurry up. Although the hangar was filled with powered suits, all of them were merchandise, so the escort team did not have the right to use them. They might be able to use them right away if they paid for them, but the paperwork prevented the escort team from doing that, hence the guy was irritated. Shiro and his escorts were also inside the hangar at the moment. Hammers, who was together with him, rubbed his head. Shiro, are you sure we're doing this? Although it's an emergency, this is borderline criminal, you know. Shiro just chuckled and said. It can't be helped, it's an emergency after all. If you think that everything is allowed just because it is an emergency, it'll definitely destroy public order. It's exactly because we're in an emergency that we can't resort to crimes, you know. Shiro chuckled bitterly. Seeing that reaction, Hammers got a little bit irritated. What? Well, to be honest, I'm not sure that it's the right thing to say considering that we're in a perpetual state of emergency in this eastern district. After all, the corporate government is robbing the old world ruins exactly because of that. We're in the middle of an emergency, right? And that's the exact reason why the caretaker AIs are not happy with us, right? Are you seriously criticizing the system in this situation? Of course not. Even I think that it is necessary in order to survive this monster-filled Eastern District, you know. We have no other choice after all. So, what I'm saying is, compared to that, modifying Sakashita Heavy Industries merchandise for a bit here is not that much of a crime, right? We can just give our best effort to explain to the corporation later. Hammers sighed. He knew that it was nothing but an excuse, but it was also completely understandable considering the current dire situation. Just to let you know. If you're saying that you'll go out there and destroy them, then there won't even be a need for me to do this, you know. I know, just do it already. Alright, I have your approval then. Shiro smirked and used the full extent of his power. After a short time, there seemed to be nothing happening. Or at least, that was the case from an amateur's point of view. But in reality, there was a huge change in the security system in that area. Because of that, something finally started to happen. The powered suits inside the hangar that should only be able to turn on with the correct activation code, suddenly started turning on. They then grabbed the weapon closest to them and those who were done arming themselves stood in front of the gate. Right after that, the gate that should only be able to open with approval from the escort team, also started to crack open. The officer responsible for watching over the hangar was shocked, but before he could give an order, Hammers suddenly called him. This is Hammers from Sakashita Heavy Industry. We'll handle the abnormality inside the hangar on our own, so please forgive us for the trouble. The officer quickly understood what might have been going on and held himself back from making any complaints. Though he was obviously displeased. No, it's fine. We're thankful for your help in this situation. Thank you and sorry. You can forward any complaints later to Sakashita Heavy Industry. After all, even if you send that complaint to me, it's not like I can do anything about it, you see. Hammers then closed the call. Although what Shiro did there was in violation of many security rules, the officer decided to grant him some leeway and planned to pin the responsibility onto Sakashita Heavy Industry. Hammers could sympathize and felt sorry for that officer since both of them were bound by their position and their affiliation. He then turned his gaze toward a boy who completely interpreted that compromise in a bad way. He felt conflicted as he saw the power that caused such a security compromise to be possible. He's as good as ever. Even the security system of the powered suits in the front line is basically non-existent in front of this guy. Shiro was an old-world connector affiliated with Sakashita Heavy Industry. Due to the rigorous training from Sakashita Heavy Industry, he was able to do all kinds of tricks including hacking. Many of the security systems in the Eastern District were made based on old-world technology that was not even fully cracked yet by the current technology. Most of them provided very low resistance toward hacking by those who could connect to the old-world domain. The authentication system that was considered to be nigh impossible to crack in this era was close to non-existent to those who could connect directly to the old-world domain. Moreover, Shiro was trained by Sakashita Heavy Industry using the information harvested from many different old-world ruins. Normally, Sakashita Heavy Industry would never let such a person out, but this was a special case. Hammers shifted his gaze toward the unmanned powered suits. If I'm not mistaken, the original autopilot system can only mimic amateurs, right? Even if they are, the quality and the ability of the powered suits would do the hard lifting. Well, either way, it's better that they get out there and get destroyed in the battle instead of being sitting ducks inside the hangar just waiting to be destroyed together with the whole transport vehicle, no? I don't really care. To be honest, let's just return back to the room. Yeah. Shiro then returned back to his room. But before that, he glanced at the powered suits that were flying out the hangar and hoped that they would at least be useful out there, asterisk. The transport convoy was quickly enveloped in an intense battle. The cannons on top of the transport vehicles that could even make quick work of a colony-sized giant bug swarm were used to shoot down the white-powered suits. Black discs flew around, ripping everything in their way including the transport vehicles. The hunters were doing their best to destroy the white-powered suits, and naturally, the white-powered suits fought back. White pillars of light came down from time to time, evaporating the white-powered suits as well as the transport vehicles that were hit by that ray. The unmanned powered suits activated by Shiro were then thrown into the mix as well. Although they were able to recognize the hunters and did not shoot them, they could not differentiate between the white-powered suits and the black discs. Thus, they attacked them both. The black discs soon recognized the unmanned powered suits as hostile and started ripping them to pieces. The area was filled with cannon shells and explosions, the sound of gunshots and explosions were echoing without end. Of course, that much ruckus only caused other monsters to get attracted to the area. Even the sudden route change of the convoy lost its original purpose, all the nearby monster swarms quickly converged onto the convoy. Originally, the escort crews would have no problem dealing with the swarms of monsters. But their hands were full at the moment. Worse, the transport vehicles had allocated most of their energy for their force field armor, which lowered their coursing speed. So those monsters that were normally too slow to catch up with the convoy were slowly closing in on it. Massive wolves that were approaching the convoy while evading the hailstorm of bullets were beheaded by the black discs. The octopolos looked up and started shooting toward the flying monster, so the flying monsters reacted by evaporating them with a single swing of its ray cannon. Smaller monsters were trying to climb up the transport vehicles, so the unmanned powered suits and the hunters were repelling them off. In the midst of all this chaos, the transport vehicle was able to survive thanks to their maximized force field armor. They were also able to buy the needed time to destroy the white-powered suits. But the thick force field armor caused communication between transport vehicles to jam up. The head of the convoy noticed that, but he prioritized on keeping the transport vehicles intact and told them to keep the force field up. Rebuild World, Chapter 239, Diversion. Akira rode his bike on the wall of the transport vehicle while approaching his next target. He chose to do so since unlike on the rooftop, the walls of the vehicle had no large cannons. With nothing in the way, he could pace his bike even faster. But there was something that blocked his way. It was a cannon warhead from one of the monsters. He nimbly evaded it and shot back toward the monster with his dual LEO multi-rifle. He was shooting horizontally as if the gravity was working at a 90-degree angle just for him. He was able to accomplish it skillfully thanks to the quality of the bike, Alpha's support, and his own skill. It also helped that he became very familiar with that technique. The barrage flew toward the large multi-legged insects and the walking cannons with multiple legs. They pierced through both the metallic armor and biological carapace to destroy the internal organs of those monsters. Even after killing those monsters, the swarm behind them would just take their place right away. Akira frowned after noticing what was going on. There's just no end to them. Why are there so many of them when the others are also in the front line, fighting them? I bet those guys that easily fought off that huge bug swarm are taking it easy right now. Well, those guys are focused on fighting off those white-powered suits. So, they don't have the leeway to fend off the monsters. But those white-powered suits are not that strong, even I was able to shoot a couple of them down, no. Those guys had no problem against that huge horde of gigantic flying bugs, you know. Are they really having that much trouble? Not all of them are the same. It's not like they are equally damaged. The ones that you destroyed are those that were sticking on the transport vehicles, right? They probably did that because they couldn't fly on their own to catch up with the convoy with the energy reserve that they had left. Alpha then pointed toward the direction of the wasteland. Akira glanced over and saw the white-powered suits fighting multiple unmanned drones while flying around freely in the sky. They were flying around way more agilely than the ones sticking on the transport vehicles. I see. So that's why. Akira was still on his bike when he pulled out his AF anti-material cannon. The bike's extra arm was connected to the backside of the AF cannon. This way, the AF anti-material cannon could source energy from the bike's energy tank. Akira was aiming at the irregularly moving target from a fast-moving bike. In order to accomplish such a feat, he increased his focus to its utmost limit to the point that the world seemed to be close to a standstill from his point of view. To top it off, Alpha helped the aiming algorithm of the cannon even before it could finish its calculation and added that information in Akira's vision. As Akira pulled the trigger, the cannon shot out a highly focused ray of light with staggering accuracy. This shot was focused more on a high intensity instead of spread. The cannon drew a strand of intense light through multiple things. Monsters, the force field armor of the white-powered suit and its control device. None of them stopped it as it flew straight into the wasteland. But even so, that was not enough to destroy the white-powered suit. The hole drilled by the light ray was so small that it did not seem to leave any damage from afar. But with the force field armor pierced and the control device destroyed, the white-powered suit was only able to move sluggishly. It did not show much resistance as the cannons of the unmanned drones as well as the black discs ripped it apart. It only took a few seconds to turn it into scrap metal. Alpha, how many more? 22. Good grief, there are still that many of them. If I may add something, those that were badly damaged have already been destroyed, so only those that were relatively intact are still up. Alpha was smiling mischievously toward Akira, who was even more worried than before. In reality, the situation was favorable to the convoy's side. Thanks to the energy allocation, which was mostly focused on their force field armor. The transport vehicles were well defended. Meanwhile, the escort team was working hard. Likewise, the pillars of light from the sky were actively hunting down white-powered suits, whittling down their number. It was only a matter of time before the rest of the white-powered suits got shot down. If their original aim was to attack the transport convoy, they have already failed. Nonetheless, there was no sign of them retreating. In the middle of the chaos, Akira was fighting another white-powered suit. It was standing on top of one of the transport vehicles as it swung around its claw. Akira charged the C bullets in all of his 4 LEO multi-rifles, 2 on his hands while the other 2 were on the extended arms of the bike. He pumped the bullets full of energy to raise their firepower to their limit before releasing them toward the white-powered suit. Flashes of blinding light shot out as if it was a firework. Normally, the rooftop was not big enough for Akira's bike to keep evading the claw, but he was able to forcibly avoid the attacks thanks to his bike. He used the force field armor of the bike as well as the force field projected by the transport vehicle as footings in the middle of the air. Thus, he was able to move around as if there were invisible tiles extending out from the rooftop. Akira kept evading the incoming attacks using those invisible platforms. Every time he made a quick turn, inertia assaulted his body. He was fighting that back with the bike's safety feature, his augmented suit, and the medicine that he took beforehand. He kept making sharp turns to stay on white-powered suit's blind spot. Akira evaded the huge bullets coming from the white-powered suit's rifle as well as the hot rays shot out from other places. He evaded while shooting back at it with relatively small bullets compared to what was speeding towards him. Eventually, he emptied the magazine of his 4 LEO rifles, and even after that, it was not enough to destroy the opponent. Akira reloaded new magazines to his rifles with a stern face. That thing is just too tough. It's not only taking bullets from me but also taking damage from the black discs, right? Alpha, can't we just leave them to the vanguards? They're too much for me to handle, you know. They're not that dangerous, so to be honest, even if they can take on that much damage, we can just take our time shooting them down one by one. No. The fact that I'm only maintaining this with medicine already says that this isn't good. Is that so? Well, if you say so, let's change our target then. Alpha smiled and yielded to Akira's wish. His stern face relaxed for a bit. They then drove away from that battle just like that. At that time, a huge pillar of light engulfed the battlefield. The light blinded everything in the area. The convoy could feel the heat wave coming from that beam. Akira, who also noticed that, stopped the bike and looked behind. In the end, that thing still takes all of them out, huh? There's no need for us to fight them, right? Wadash. The unexpected turn of events shocked Akira. Although the white pillar of light was able to evaporate all the white-powered suits that it devoured, that was not the case this time. The white-powered suits looked completely unharmed. Wait for a sec, they're just way too durable, aren't they? Alpha, there's no way we can win against that thing, let's get away from this place before that thing can catch up with us. Akira tried to accelerate the bike away from that place, but Alpha prevented that from happening. The bike suddenly made a sharp U-turn and the wheel turned so fast to the point that it was bursting fire sparks as it accelerated as fast as it could right back toward the white-powered suit. Akira was so surprised by what Alpha did there and activated his time perception compression by pure reflex. Alpha! What are you doing? Akira, we have a change of plans. We need to destroy that as soon as possible. What? Why? Although he said that, Akira's mind and body were already in full battle mode. He already knew that it would be too late to do that if he waited for Alpha to tell him the reason before acting. The dual LEO multi-rifles on his hands were aimed toward the different target indicators in his augmented visual. To simply put it, it's because that thing survived that beam of light. Wait, didn't we decide not to fight that thing exactly because it's simply too durable? The objective of the monster up there is to destroy that powered suit. So, if it knows that its earlier attack was not enough, I'm sure it will increase its firepower the next time. Judging from its size, that monster must have originated from somewhere up really high. Even a small increase in firepower by the standard of the monsters living high up there means a huge increase by our standard here, you see. Furthermore, its target doesn't seem damaged at all, so I'm sure that it won't just attack with a small increase. So, basically, the next shot will be way more powerful, huh? In that case, wouldn't it be better if we get away so that we won't get hit as well? Akira, what if the next shot is big enough to take out the whole convoy? And what if it only takes 10 seconds to recharge its next shot? Do you think you'll be able to get away from that? Akira seemed to be doubtful of that, so Alpha explained to him the reason for her guess. By analyzing the force field armor of the transport vehicles, the white-powered suit was able to integrate that system into its own force field system. That gave it enough power to withstand that attack. It is a similar form of defensive system to that snail monster that you fought back in the old world ruin, so as long as it is connected to the system, it cannot move too far away from the convoy. If the flying monster also notices that, there was a chance that it would adjust its firepower to overwhelm the force field armor of the transport vehicles. If it further increases its firepower to make sure its next attack will be enough to destroy its target, it will not be strange for it to have enough firepower to destroy the transport vehicle as well. In the worst-case scenario, it might even consider the transport convoy as a nuisance and decide to destroy the whole convoy as well. That is why it is better to destroy its target first to let it know that there is no need to go that far before it can release its next attack. It might very well be already charging at this very moment. After hearing that explanation, Akira tensed up. Alpha, what's the chance that it's just you overthinking this? It's true that it might be a rather pessimistic guess in this situation, and you might not even need to do that at all. But do you think that you're that lucky to not need to do anything and leave it up to fate? Akira thought about how true her statement was and could not help but to make a bitter smile. But his smile then slightly changed as if he had made his resolve for the upcoming battle. You're right. In that case, let's get that thing destroyed and change this really bad luck of mine to something that I can handle if I put in my best effort. I'm sure I at least have enough luck to do that, right? Yeah, maybe. Well, even if I don't, you'll do something about that, right? Alpha replied with a confident smile. Of course. Just leave it to me. It's my responsibility after all. This will be pretty reckless, so get yourself ready. I know. That part is my responsibility after all. Akira made his resolve and accelerated his bike even more straight toward his target. Ever since he heard the reason why he was going to fight instead of run, he already had his mind working on what would be his next move. He used all the charged bullets of his 4 LEO multi-rifles to release a barrage of bullets. However, he was not aiming at the powered suit. It was the black discs flying around the powered suit. Due to the fine adjustment from Alpha, they were not enough to destroy their targets, but at least they were enough to disrupt their mobility. It was an attack just to bait the discs' attention. The discs reacted accordingly and immediately went for Akira. A couple of dozens of flying discs with sharp blades poking out from their chassis ripped through everything in their way, including the monsters as well as the unmanned powered suits. Although some of them changed targets to the other white-powered suits closer to them, the rest were still going for Akira. Akira increases the intensity of his time perception compression. Everything around him immediately slowed down and proceeded in slow motion. In the middle of that, Akira looked at his radar, confirmed the direction, position, and movement of all the black discs. Although he knew he had nowhere to run and only death was awaiting him, he did not show a single ounce of fear. Akira, this will be dangerous, are you ready? Toward Alpha, who said that as if she was challenging or maybe teasing him, Akira firmly replied. Ready when you are. A stinging pain assaulted Akira's head, but at the same time, the resolution of his vision suddenly went up to the point that Akira could clearly trace the tip of the spinning blades of the black discs. It was as if the world was completely rewritten with unbelievable clarity. It was thanks to the full real-world resolution support from Alpha as well as the drug that Akira received from Tsubaki. Akira started shooting around him in that state. Although he was spinning as if he was shooting indiscriminately, each of his shots was properly aimed. Due to his sharpened world perception, he skipped the steps where he had to adjust his aim at his target before pulling the trigger. He was simply moving his rifle to the position where he knew that its shot would hit before releasing the shot. This allowed him to maintain high-speed consecutive shooting. Although he still left the decision on which monster he had to shoot first to Alpha. In terms of aiming, it was mostly all Akira. Akira used the consecutive shooting ability of his LEO multi-rifle to its maximum ability, shooting the black discs that were surrounding him. Each and every one of his shots was extremely accurate thanks to Alpha's advanced calculation ability. But even so, it was not enough to destroy even a single disc. After the discs changed their target to Akira, who was deemed to be getting in the way of destroying the white-powered suit, they managed to maintain their momentum and velocity. Akira did not shoot them in order to destroy them. His main aim was to throw them slightly off course and away from hitting his body. The direction he pushed them towards was also not random. He adjusted the power of the bullets and their angle so that the black discs that were thrown off course would hit the white-powered suits. But even so, it was an easy thing for Akira to keep up. He could see a black disc flash past his eyes even in his slowed-down time perception as he shot the other black discs. Even the slightest hesitation or fear would slow him down for a split second, and that split second would have been more than enough to turn him into shredded meat. Thanks to that, many of the white-powered suits were destroyed due to the black discs. Although some of the black discs only ricocheted off their armor, most of the white-powered suits were destroyed by thousands of slices over their whole bodies. But even so, that was enough to destroy the ones that had integrated its force field armor with the transport vehicle. Although, it was enough to keep it from moving around. With all the high-speed rotating blades of the black discs, they were not able to make any careless move. Right at that moment, Akira switched to his bladeless handle and pulled out a liquid metal blade just like last time. The blade was so thin that it was almost see-through. It was so long and seemed so fragile that it might break any time. Due to the force field armor that bound the liquid metal together, it was far more durable than steel, and with that thickness, it would be able to easily cut through steel. To top it off, it was also enveloped with a layer of anti-force field. But even that blade was not enough to break through the powered suit's defense. If that was enough to cut it down, it would have been dead after being hit by the white pillar of light from the monster above or the black disc's rotating blades. Even Akira's LEO and AF anti-material cannon would not be enough to damage it as well. At the moment, Akira had no means to destroy it. But even so, Akira still went and charged at it. After he got as close as possible, he made a sharp U-turn with his bike, and at the same time, he increased his augmented suit output to the max and swung his blade. With the help of Alpha's support, the blade was swung with utmost precision. It went almost perfectly parallel with the transport vehicle's rooftop and cleanly sliced its target, or more like, released its contact point. Akira's main aim was not the powered suit, but the contact point between it and the transport vehicle. By passing his blade in between them, Akira got the powered suit off the transport vehicle and prevented it from leaching the force field armor of the transport vehicle, thus weakening the powered suit's force field armor. The moment the powered suit was off the transport vehicle, it was immediately ripped to pieces by the black discs. After making that U-turn, Akira quickly accelerated away from that place. The black discs that just destroyed the white powered suits tried to chase for him as well. But in the next moment, both the black discs and Akira were blown away by an explosion. The source of that explosion was another laser strike from the monster above. Since its original target was destroyed, that laser strike was aimed at another white-powered suit. Thankfully, that powered suit was away from the convoy. It was engulfed in that melting ray and was annihilated. The moment that beam of light touched the ground, it released a powerful shockwave that blew away the surrounding monsters and wreckages. It even pushed the transport vehicles to the point that they almost turned over. Thanks to Alpha's help, Akira was fine. Although the explosion did throw his bike into the sky, Alpha increased the projected force field armor that was originally only for protecting Akira from wind past its limit to protect Akira from the explosion. Akira then landed safely on top of the transport vehicle. Akira glanced at the source of the explosion and could not help but knit his eyebrows. It completely annihilated everything near where it touched the ground. Yikes, that was dangerous. I was so close to taking that up close, huh? Alpha smiled bitterly. It seems that it turned out as I had explained to you. Though, according to my calculation, the possibility was rather small. Is that so? Yep, as I thought, your luck is as bad as ever. I'm glad that my support is still enough to handle it. Akira chuckled. You have a point. Thanks. You are welcome. Alpha smiled confidently. It seems that it's finally over. Akira, look up. Akira looked up and saw the flying monster return back to above the cloud and slowly vanish from his views. While the black discs that were surrounding the convoy suddenly stopped and just fell to the ground. It's retreating. Is it because we destroyed all the white-powered suits? And, why did all the black discs suddenly just stop moving? The white-powered suits have all been destroyed together with everything around them with that laser. Those black discs are all just expendable weapons. They're expendable. All of them. Though they are that strong. Akira heaved a huge sigh. The sky monsters, huh? They're simply way out of what I can handle. I see now. No wonder why no one ever thinks of flying around with those things roaming the sky. But it's not like they roam over every inch of the sky above the Eastern District, you know. Those white-powered suits might be just that strong, or they brought that monster here from further to the east. Why would they do that? No idea. Well, either way, it's done now. Good work out there. The monsters that were swarming the convoy were already mostly gone. The unmanned powered suits went to take care of the remaining smaller monsters. Seeing Alpha smile at him to appreciate his hard work, Akira finally lowered his shoulder and sighed in relief. Man, I'm beat. Hikaru. The battle is over now. Can I return back to the transport vehicle and check on my equipment? Hikaru. There was no answer from Hikaru. Akira found that weird. But Alpha then told him that the strengthened force field armor of the transport vehicle also jammed his communication. Since he needed Hikaru to open the gate so that he could return back inside the transport vehicle, he had no other choice but to take a break there. After Akira took some medicine and replenished his magazine and energy pack, the convoy started to slowly accelerate as well. That was when Alpha tilted her head and said, "This is strange, the force field armor already returned back to normal, but I can't still reach Hikaru." "Ha, Alpha, can you do something?" Akira asked. So with a tired look, Alpha smiled teasingly and replied, "I don't mind, but are you sure? Let me ask this first then, is it a bad idea to do that? Most of this kind of connection line is utilizing a certain spectrum so that it'll still be usable even when there are others using it. After all, it's a reserved line for the HQ to distribute information, you see. There are traces that someone has infiltrated into that line, basically, someone used it for unauthorized access. We can basically use that route." "Ah, but don't worry, it won't leave a single trace that you used that route as well." Although Akira did wonder how in the world Alpha could infiltrate such a secured line, on second thought, it now seemed normal. After all, it was Alpha. It would be way too late for him to question that right now, so he just pushed aside that question in his mind. He then thought that she was basically saying that it was possible for her but it would be unethical. Or it was her way to avoid saying that she could not do that. Well, there's no need to go that far. I guess I'll just wait for a bit more then. If I may add something, I can find traces that Hikaru is trying to connect to any device that she could reach. She might be in some kind of hurry. After hearing that, Akira was not so sure if he could just sit here and wait. He then finally thought that it should be fine to go that far if it was to connect to Hikaru, who was basically his employer at the moment. Come on, connect to her. Ah! It finally got connected. Akira. Help me. Akira was taken aback. The moment it connected, he could hear Hikaru desperately asking for help. Rebuild World, Chapter 240, The Assault. After Hikaru lost connection to Akira due to the increased output of the transport vehicle's force field armor, she proceeded to make arrangements to use the temporary connection line. After she received confirmation and it automatically adjusted the line, she sighed. Good grief, what is it now? Wasn't that giant bug swarm more than enough? Just what is it this time? The last message that she received was a warning from the HQ that the increased force field armor output might cause some jamming on the communication line. But even so, Hikaru still perceived the situation as not too bad. She knew well how strong Akira was from yesterday's battle record. She also had heard that the escort team added more men to its roster. So, she was just calmly gathering information about the current situation from inside the room. Not too long after that, the interphone suddenly rang. Although she tried to answer it through the information terminal, it could not properly connect to the interphone. As she thought that she did not have any other choice, she went and stood right in front of the door to answer it. She first used the information terminal to check who was standing on the other side of the door. It was 3 men in security attire. Who is it? The man who led that team replied. We're from the escort team. There's an order from HQ to evacuate the transport. Will you please cooperate with us? Evacuation? Is it that bad? Hikaru unconsciously raised her voice. The men replied calmly as if to calm Hikaru down, but his smile somehow deepened. Unfortunately, transport vehicle number 4 got hit by the flying monster and can no longer move. So, we're helping with the evacuation of the crews at the moment. Just to be safe, we were directed to evacuate the other transport vehicles. Hikaru was so surprised and tried to open the door. But before she reached for the door's panel, her hand suddenly stopped. She then tilted her head. Flying monster. She suddenly had a bad feeling and pondered. It all made perfect sense that after the flying monster destroyed one of the transport vehicles, the rest of the surviving transport vehicles suddenly increased their force field armor output while the crew urged everyone to evacuate. But during the communication with HQ, she did not hear anything about the flying monster. Thus, in short, HQ decided not to inform her of this. After all, spreading such information might cause a panic instead. So, the problem now was why the people on the other side of the door told her that piece of information. Was it because they were lax people who could not answer as long as not asked about the information restriction, or was it because they were suspicious people, or might the reason lie somewhere else? I'm really sorry, but can you please hurry up? We will guide you to evacuate. Hikaru hesitated, but she decided to lightly lock the door. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on, but the panel is not responding. Can you open it from that side? I'm sure you have a master key with you during this emergency situation, right? The guy lightly bowed. We're really sorry, it would cause trouble for us to open our customer's room with our master key even in this situation. We do have one-time use emergency code, but if possible, we want to keep it for those who need them more. So, can't you do something from inside? I'm trying here, but it seems that nothing is working. Well, you can go ahead and evacuate the other people and come back here later. But if we do that then, your safety would be compromised. It's fine. I'm a city management staff, so I already prepared myself for all possibilities the moment I stepped out into the wasteland. You should prioritize evacuating the other passengers. Just tell me where I should evacuate, I will go there myself if I somehow manage to open this thing before you come back. The evacuation point might change depending on the situation. The security inside the vehicle might also change during the emergency, so there is a good chance that you might get locked in if we're not around. The guy's tone suddenly slightly changed. I'm sorry. We're really in a hurry here, can't you really do something from your side? Hikaru was with a guy by the name of Urda who was the leader of that team. Urda seemed to be slightly irritated, and he became rather impatient. It was understandable for someone from the escort team, who was evacuating the passengers, to have that expression. Hikaru who saw that hesitated, but she still refused to touch the panel. I'm still trying here. Is it because I'm the last person here so you can't close the bulkhead before I evacuate? Yes, with the force field armor has been set to its maximum output and we need to close the bulkheads. It'll be difficult to reopen it later, that's why we need to evacuate everyone right now. Is that so? Wait for a sec. I'll open it. It still won't open. What's going on here? Can't you please try using the master key? It just won't open from here. Hikaru still had not touched the panel. She thought that she might have overdone it there, but her heart was telling her to still wait. She was planning to open the door later after Urda and his men left that place. Urda's face, which already had a stern expression, slightly changed. Can't you open it no matter what? I'm already trying to open it here right now. In response to Hikaru's voice that sounded as if she was panicking, Urda's face turned cold for a split second, but it was immediately replaced by an ominous smile. I understand, we'll open it with our master key. His smile was gone from his face. It'll be dangerous, so please step back from the door. Urda looked at the other men to tell them to start working. Hikaru, who was noticed that, frowned. On the other side of the transparent door from her side, he could see them putting explosives on the door. Urda and his men then opened up some distance. Hikaru also got away from the door in a hurry. In the next moment, the explosives finally exploded. The boom traveled through the hallway together with a strong gust of wind. After both died down, Urda went to check the door and frowned. The door was so strong that it was left mostly undamaged. Next. Urda's men started putting the next explosive behind them, Urda thought. Is she suspicious of us right from the start? No, there was no trouble in the beginning. Which meant that the problem is the way I spoke. I really have no idea though. I'm sure I made a blunder somewhere. Well, it doesn't matter, I can just ask her directly later. Urda then shouted toward the room. Get away from the door if you don't want to die. They then placed the explosives and activated them. Berta returned to check the door again. This time, it was enough to bend the door. Next one. After 3 explosives, the bent grew bigger on the door. Hikaru was a bit panicking. Although her ominous feeling was on the mark, she did not understand what was going on. The escort crew of the transport convoy were using explosives to open the door. Especially in this situation where the inside of the transport vehicle, and the whole transport convoy, were considered as a part of the inner city area. It was blatant disrespect toward Sakashita Heavy Industry, which was maintaining the area. In the worst-case scenario, it could even be considered as picking a fight against the whole corporate government. The people who were doing that without showing any hesitation seemed to be aiming for her, who was nothing special but a normal city staff. Hikaru really did not understand the reason why. She tried to contact HQ in a panic to report the situation to them, but she could not reach them. Thus, her choice quickly shifted to Akira. Unfortunately, the result was the same even after she increased the comm output to maximum. Hikaru then inadvertently screamed. "What in the world is going on here?" But her voice was drowned by the explosion that echoed into the room. Hikaru flinched back and checked the door. It was doing its job very well. But even so, it was only a matter of time before it broke. Hikaru frowned and scrambled over to try to contact anyone. She used her quick wits to look for a loophole in the communication line. While back in the hallway, Berta looked at the bent door and frowned. "That's one hell of a door. I guess it's to be expected for an isolation room, huh?" Each transport vehicle had a number of strongly built rooms called isolation rooms. They were made to withstand powerful attacks from the outside. It did sound like a very safe room, but at the same time, it also protects the area outside from whatever happened inside. Thus, it was often used to transport criminals or dangerous people. This included the superhuman with enhanced physical strength. Because of this bad impression, many isolation rooms were unoccupied, although they could be filled with expensive facilities for transporting VIPs. Akira was assigned to one of those isolation rooms. It was because Hikaru managed to get Akira into that escort request at the very last moment. She thought that it should be fine as long as she did not tell Akira about it. After hearing about Akira from Kobayashi, she then realized that the isolation room could be used to minimize the damage in case something happened. It was also one of the reasons why she did not cancel that escort request. Although that was the real reason, Berta interpreted that situation differently. Did they send the escort outside because they think it would be fine as long as they have this isolated room? They are pretending to be a hunter and his operator. I guess it would be suspicious unless they don't do that much, huh? Which means this one is the jackpot, right? Berta, who read too much into the situation, frowned and said. "Put the next one up. Add more explosives this time. But we might damage the room or even the transport vehicle if we do that." "It doesn't matter. Just do it." Berta's men just did what they were told to and installed more explosives on the door. They kept trying to break the door after that, and they used more explosives for each try, causing the room to shake harder with every explosion. Although the explosions also shook the vehicle, it was minor compared to what was going on outside. The violent shaking filled Hikaru with desperation and terror. Even after it was badly bent, the door was still devoting itself to its duty. Nonetheless, the bend eventually created small holes that air could get through. Each explosion would start to send a strong gust of wind into the room. Whoa! This is an isolation room, you know. And it's not like I'm an officer from Sakashita Heavy Industry. Then why are they even going that far? Get the next one. Hurry up. Hikaru, who heard that, panicked even more. But at the same time, she realized something. Whoever was on the other side of the door was in a hurry. Basically, they did not have much time. That reason might be because they only had a short time before the escort team noticed them. So, things might turn for the better if she could buy some time. As she thought so, Hikaru looked around the room for whatever might help her buy more time. After a short span of time, she came up with a small plan. She went to hide somewhere hard to find while she kept trying to contact someone. The door finally gave up. The explosion and the banging sound that followed it let Hikaru know and made her freeze. That was when her connection to Akira recovered. Ah! It finally got connected. Akira! Help me! That was right when Urta and his men stormed the room, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After hearing that plea from Hikaru, Akira returned back inside as soon as he could. He went to the gate on the rooftop, parked his bike beside the gate, and ran inside. Since he already knew that the inside of the vehicle was no longer safe, he did not hesitate as he stepped in carefully with his rifles ready. When he reached the hallway, he looked slightly confused. The hallway seemed to be slightly bent. Alpha, is that colorless mist? Alpha had a slightly stern look on her face as she replied. No, it's some kind of enhanced particles that imitate the effect of the colorless mist. Enhanced particles? They're basically dust particles that have the special characteristic of enhancing the basic properties of air. For now, just think of it as colorless mist. It also carries a jamming effect as well. My bet is that it has already spread all over the inside of the transport vehicle. Akira raised his guard. But he had no plan to retreat. He already resolved himself to charge forward as he asked Alpha. Basically, I just need to think of it as a thick colorless mist, right? Yes, let's do that while we move forward. I'll try my best to help you if something happens. Alright then. Akira ran straight through the hallway. With the help of his augmented suit, he was able to run so fast that he could feel a strong drag from the air. This phenomenon was not new to him, and it was exactly because he was used to it, that he noticed the air was slightly heavier than usual. It felt like he was moving his body inside a body of water but on a much lower level. But since it did not cause any noticeable effect on his speed, Akira decided to push forward and into his room. Akira could see traces of explosions inside the hallway. They were from when Urta and his men broke through the isolation room. The force that leaked from the directional explosion left the ceiling, wall, and floor cracked. It showed just how powerful the isolation room was. Seeing that, Akira could not help but frown. I heard that the inside of the transport vehicle is very well guarded just like the area in the inner wall, but it seems that doesn't mean it's exactly peaceful, huh? Was I too late? He already lost contact with Hikaru. Although the line was still connected, he did not get any reply even when he tried to call her. Either she was not in a situation where she could say anything, or she was taken by whoever came for her after that last call. In the worst-case scenario, she might already be dead. Either way, Akira did not know which one was the case. Let's check the room first. You're right. As he was running toward his room, suddenly two guys jumped out from the destroyed door and into the hallway. Akira, who saw that, knitted his eyebrows. Thanks to the size of the transport vehicle, the hallway was pretty wide. But even so, it was not wide enough that it was possible to get away from a barrage of bullets. Even so, both of them were running fully open in the hallway with knives in hand as they closed the distance to Akira. Akira was slightly confused, but he understood that they were enemies as he started shooting at them without any hesitation. The LEO multi-rifles in both of his hands filled the hallway, leaving no space for them to hide. With no place to take cover, those bullets hit those two men, or so it should have been. Right in the next moment, Akira was so surprised that he froze up for a split second. All the bullets that he shot could not fly far enough to reach those men. Not even a single bullet hit them. The bullets flew a few meters forward while leaving a visible track behind them before they created a small shockwave as if they just hit an invisible wall and greatly slowed down. Some of the following bullets then hit the bullets in front of them and ricocheted inside the hallway. Knowing that shooting was futile, Alpha forcibly stopped Akira's rifles. While still confused about what just happened, Akira recollected himself. Alpha, what did they do there just now? Save it for later. They're coming. The two men closed the distance with their inhuman physical capability. But they were still far away from Akira. At least, they still could not reach Akira with their knives as the man on the right swung the knife with both of his hands. Akira saw that and the blade that was made of light extending out from that knife. He knew that it would reach him, so Akira took evasive action. Right at the next moment, a cross-shaped blade made of light passed right beside Akira. At the same time Akira moved his body to evade that attack, he also activated his time perception compression and reality manipulation. Inside that distorted world, Akira ducked low to evade the incoming slash and charged forward to close their distance. Seeing what the man on the left was trying to do, Akira aimed both of his rifles toward that man. Just like last time, the bullets did not even reach that man. But as those bullets lost their momentum and started slowly falling down to the ground, the barrage created a wall of bullets between Akira and that man. The man on the left used more than half of the power of his blade to get through that wall. The weakened light blade touched Akira's force field armor and Akira just forced his way forward. A blinding light flashed from where the light blade touched Akira's augmented suit. Akira then used the power of his augmented suit to launch himself forward as if he was a bullet to close the distance. The moment his enemies entered the distance that his bullets would suddenly slow down, Akira aimed his rifles at them and pulled the trigger. Those two men nimbly evaded the bullets. Since they were already close enough to exchange blows, the bullets could not form a wall, so there was no need for them to make a big move to evade them. It was easier to evade them compared to the bullets that were shot from afar. Moreover, in order to break Akira's stance, they launched a coordinated attack on Akira. Blade extended out from their knives. This time, it was not as long as a sword but slightly longer than a knife, thus maintaining their mobility and accuracy in that range. One of them forced Akira's attention by attacking him, while the other one jumped from the floor and bounced off the ceiling to find Akira's back. They then both attacked Akira from two sides simultaneously. The blade of their knives drew an arc through the space that extended endlessly. Akira also evaded that as he aimed his rifle at both of them. Although he no longer had the leeway to glance at them, Akira knew very well where they were and what they were doing. He quickly evaded and countered. He swung both of his rifles accurately and used the rapid-fire function to draw a line. All of them were no longer only using the floor as their footings, they used walls and ceilings as well to exchange and evade attacks. They kicked whatever they were using as footings to suddenly stop and launch their body around. They jumped around inside the hallway as if gravity did not affect them. Meanwhile, they were swinging around blades and rifles to the point that the hallway was the first one to admit defeat. Even the slightest delay would result in death. Even the slightest hesitation would turn into a game over. One wrong move and everything would end. Akira pushed his mind and body to survive such a situation. The medicines that he took beforehand kept repairing the unending damages on his body since he was constantly pushing it past its limit, preventing the bones inside his augmented suit from turning into ground dust. He had no leeway to worry about what was going on inside his augmented suit. All of his attention was focused on evading the incoming attack. Otherwise, he would be dead in no time. During that fight, his augmented suit was burning through its energy reserve rapidly. Unless he pushed the speed of his augmented suit to its limit, he would not be able to catch up with the opponent's moves. But due to that, the time that Akira had left until he ran out of energy was greatly shortened. That anxiety caused him to get impatient, and impatience might lead to mistakes which would then lead to death. Akira narrowly passed by multiple borders to death each second, and those seconds eventually turned into minutes. Akira desperately used all that he had to keep his life. Then, in the next second, finally one of them made a mistake. The area was becoming more and more fragile during the fight. Both Akira and his opponents were tiptoeing their foothold so that their balance would not break. They even used force field armor to reinforce their footing in order to do that. However, there was a limit to how much it could help. Basically, there were only a limited number of spots where they could step on in the midst of that high-speed fight, and one of Akira's opponents stepped on the wrong spot. That blunder originally would only lightly throw him off balance. But in front of Alpha, it was turned into a fatal mistake. Even during the battle, Alpha was recording the situation of the hallway. She knew the spots that took too much damage. As such, she knew the spots that were dangerous to step on. She conveyed that information to Akira. Thus, even before his opponent made that opening because he was thrown off balance due to footing, Akira already launched an attack to strike him. The moment the guy touched the ground, he slightly slipped, which threw him off balance. The moment it disrupted his movement, Akira's powerful kick was thrust into him. He did not have the chance to evade due to his broken posture and took that kick head-on. It sent his body flying powerlessly and planted his body into the wall, leaving a huge crack on the wall. But even after receiving such an intense attack, his augmented suit saved him from any fatal injury. Unfortunately, that was all there was to it. Akira landed right next to him with one rifle aimed at his head while the other at his torso. Akira quickly released an intense short barrage. The point-blank shots allowed Akira's bullets to hit their target without losing any momentum, turning the guy's head and body into minced meat. The other guy used that opening to slash toward Akira. But the sudden turn of events slowed him, albeit only slightly. On the other hand, Akira, who already knew what was going to happen, had the advantage. It allowed him to evade that slash. A cross-shaped slice was graved on the wall, but Akira ducked under the slash. Since Akira was able to fight even when it was 2 against 1, it was an easy thing for Akira to corner his opponent when it was 1-on-1. The bullets that Akira shot from his 2 LEO multi-rifles suddenly lost momentum as if they hit an invisible wall and fell to the ground, but that only happened after they pierced through his remaining opponent. The shockwave, which was focused on the enemy's head and body, threw the remaining opponent off the ground with his half-destroyed corpse. Even after that, Akira still had a stern look on his face. He quickly released his rifles off his grip as he reached for his medicine in his left hand to reload a new energy tank. The LEO rifles that he had left on the air ejected their magazines. Akira grabbed 2 new magazines, threw them in the air, and grabbed his rifles, and with one smooth sweep, reloaded the new magazines into his rifles before quickly aiming them at the door leading into his room. If there was another opponent that came before Akira could finish tending to his injuries and equipment, he would have been dead. But fortunately, no one came. Akira inadvertently let out a sigh. That was close. Alpha, was that already everyone? No idea. The jamming is too strong, I can't search the inside of the room. So be careful. Roger that. Akira glanced at the already dead opponents. Are these guys the people that Hikaru told me about? So why are they trying to get Hikaru? These guys are more troublesome than those white-powered suits out there, you know. Let's ask that question straight to Hikaru. That is as long as she's not already kidnapped or killed. But before that, if you have no plan to retreat, let's take a 30-second break here. One thing for sure is that you won't be able to keep going without rest at the moment. Also, if you decided to take a break here, take in some more medicine. Akira put back one of his rifles and took a large dose of medicine. His face was saying that he was in utter pain. My head hurts so bad. That thing that allows me to see the world with better precision. It's better if I don't do that twice in one day. If you're not retreating, you might want to prepare yourself to do that 3 times today. Just to let you know, retreating is a viable option. Well, I don't think that's the right thing to do. But if it's way out of what I can handle, I have no problem retreating right away. Is your support not enough this time? Not at all. Well, it's decided then. Akira smiled wryly and started adjusting his breathing. Seeing that, Alpha also smiled wryly. Akira had his attention to the front of him while repeatedly taking a deep breath. Slowly taking off the pressure from his tensed body. During that short break, Akira thought of something. By the way, how did they block my bullets? That thing is not force field armor, right? That is a speed filter effect from the enhanced dust particle. The analysis of the colorless mist produced many kinds of results. One of them was its effect on high-speed objects. Certain particles would expand and create a stronger drag force proportional to the speed of the object going through them. So, people would use this effect to create an anti-bullet defense gas. It was often used by the escort team to protect important targets. The only downside was that the effect would only be realized when it was dense enough, so it was only usable inside an enclosed space. After hearing that explanation, Akira pursed his lips. Which means that it could have stopped bullets the moment they left the barrel, no. It would be bad for them as well if it gets that dense, so I bet they only spread enough particles so the effect would only come out when the bullets travel fast enough to form a dense enough barrier of air in front of them. But they were throwing light blades too though. Those were nothing more than light waves with cutting-edge sharpness. They were not physical objects. Moreover, they were not as fast as the bullets, right? So, basically, they had no problem with that effect, huh? I bet they're the ones who spread the enhanced dust, so of course, they set it up to give them an advantage. Using something like that was basically meaningless when it was used out in the open. They would be only effective for a very short period of time. Not to mention, the amount of enhanced dust particles that they had to use, as a method to counter the opponent's bullets, was quite inefficient. But even so, attackers still sometimes chose this method when their aim was to capture rather than to kill their target. It was to reduce the chance of killing their target by mistake while at the same time, it also protected them from the escort's bullets. Basically, most of the people who used this method were skilled close-range fighters. Since this method was often used by skilled close-range fighters in the Eastern District that was ruled by guns, it must have been not easy to gather enough people who could fight effectively under such conditions. This meant that their target must be important enough for them to spare that effort and cost. This meant that their target was most likely either a top researcher or officer from the corporate government. After listening to that explanation, Akira tilted his head. So why is Hikaru being targeted by these people? If I'm not mistaken, Hikaru is not someone that important, right? Your guess is as good as mine. If she's still around, we can just ask her later. Akira, it's time to move again soon, this is your last chance to retreat, you know. Alpha was smiling challenging at Akira, he threw a sidelong glance and broke out a smile before he changed gear and went straight into his room. Rebuild World, Chapter 241, Reunion. Urta flung open the door of the locker inside Akira's room. Because the door was only as tough as a cheap safe box, it did not stand a chance against his abnormal strength. Urta forced it open with brute force, bending it out of shape. It was no longer recognizable. His action seems to mock its electrical lock. Unfortunately for him, the inside was empty. Another miss? Which one is the jackpot? Don't tell me that they leave this many lockers inside this big room just for this game of hide-and-seek. He inadvertently knitted his eyebrows and reached for the door of the next locker. When he used his might to open it, he was only greeted by disappointment. He slammed the bent door shut and kicked it, completely breaking the door. If there was someone inside that locker, they would have died. That was why Urta tried to be careful. He was afraid there was someone inside. Their mission was to kidnap their target, if it was to kill, they would have blown the whole room together when they were blowing down its door. The reason why they spread the enhanced dust particle with a speed filter effect, was exactly so they would not kill their target by mistake. When they entered the room, they saw the door of a large locker suddenly closed on its own. It was obvious that the door was closed remotely. But they spotted a skirt caught on the door and thought that their target must be hiding inside it, so they immediately forced it open. If it was only for opening the locker, they could have just used the light blade, which could even easily slash through the thick armor of a powered suit. But it was a different matter when the goal was to keep their target alive. They had no other choice but to slowly open the locker door with a powered-down blade and their enchanted physical strength. That was why they took quite a long time to open the locker. But strangely enough, there was no one inside. Instead, there was only a hanger with Hikaru's uniform dangling on it. It was put there deliberately so that a part of her skirt would get caught by the door. It was a trick to buy time. Urta, who understood that, tore the uniform and frowned. The group then proceeded to search the room, but they quickly noticed that Akira was coming, so Urta told his men to welcome him while he would stay behind and search the room alone. Urta broke the door to the bath and reached under the colored water of the warm bath to check the water. Nothing. He proceeded to the toilet, still nothing. Pulled off the bed's bedding to see a pile of shredded pillows that was set such that it looked like someone hiding under the bedding. Still nothing. He spotted another locker with a gown peeking out. Initially, he thought that was another cheap trick to buy time. However, another thought sprang into mind. It might have deliberately been done to trick him into not checking that locker instead. Thus, he had no other choice but to check that locker. He cautiously broke open the door and checked the inside. Again, nothing. The bed, the toilet, the bed, the locker, he kicked all of them after checking them. Normally, they would have been able to use sensitive information gathering devices to scan the room. But they had focused more on jamming instead of searching. With the high jamming power of the enhanced particle dust, they could not differentiate the signals inside the room using their information gathering device. Even so, it should be easier to find their target when they just opened the door. But by the time he opened that large locker, the enhanced dust particles that they spread in the hallway had already seeped into the inside of the room. This is not good. We have spent too much time here. How long do I have until the battle outside ends and the other escorts notice us? And of course, the fact that he was searching alone meant that they could not search multiple places at the same time. They still have not come back yet. It only means that they're facing a pretty strong opponent. The enhanced dust particles should limit the use of rifles, so even a small squad should give them no problem at all, but even so, they're taking a bit too long. Going out together with the three of them was not a good idea since the hallway was narrow. He knew that his men were not weak, that was why Urta thought that if he also went out, he would only get in their way. Moreover, his original plan was to let his men take care of the escort while he left the scene after he secured their target. Thinking that staying behind was better, Urta told his men to welcome Akira, but now, he believed that decision might have been a mistake. Urta was not sure if it was a good idea to continue searching. But his trust in his men and his pride made him continue the search. After all, he was the one who left Akira to his men. Although, the search result was as futile as usual. But even so, he continued searching with a stern look on his face. There were not many places left to search where his target might be hiding, but in the middle of his search, Urta suddenly stopped. He then looked at the large locker that he had first opened. Its door was broken and was still hanging half open. To mark the lockers that he had searched, Urta made sure to kick them and destroy them. But the large locker was stronger than the other lockers, so it was not completely broken. Urta felt something was wrong with the door. He was pretty sure that he did not leave it like that. Wait a second. Urta once again went to the large locker and pulled open the door. Finally, he found Hikaru only in her underwear, smiling sacredly at him. Hikaru was hiding somewhere else at the beginning and went to hide in this large locker later, thinking that it was unlikely for Urta and his men to search the places that they had searched before. That line of thinking was not wrong, and it allowed her to buy a lot of time. Urta politely smiled. So you're here. We've been looking for you. Now, we need to evacuate. I'll take you to a safe place. Hikaru replied, still with her scared smile. I am sure I'm in an already quite safe place at the moment. Please don't worry, we have even a safer place ready. Let's go. Come with me. Urta's smile vanished, his hand extended and reached for Hikaru's neck. Stop fighting back. I want to bring you back unharmed if it's possible. That being said, I don't mind breaking your neck if it's needed. But don't worry, we'll connect you to a life support system, so you won't die. Got it? Oh okay. Urta still had his hand on Hikaru's neck as he turned toward the hallway and shouted. The target is secured. We're leaving now. Now he just needed to regroup with his men and leave the premises. If his men were in no position to regroup, he was planning to run away alone. In order to confirm that, Urta scanned the hallway. That was when he noticed a signal blazing in the room's direction. He thought that it was from his men, so he decided to just wait. Someone then jumped into the room. But that was not his men, it was Akira. Akira had the rifles on both his hands fixed in Urta's direction. Urta reacted by putting Hikaru in front of him. In a split second that was extended into eternity from the adrenaline, Akira and Urta were locking gazes, trying to probe how the other would react. Urta was the first to make a move. This guy. He's going to shoot for real. Urta quickly stepped in front of Hikaru and released a kick toward Akira. Although Akira was obviously outside that kick's reach, Alpha still controlled his augmented suit to evade that kick. After Urta released his kick, there was a short pause. Akira was then blown back as if he had received an invisible attack. However, since he had enough time to reposition himself, the damage was suppressed. Though, it still threw him off balance. Urta used that opening to push Hikaru back into the large locker, closed the door, and kicked it. This caused Hikaru to be locked inside the locker. Because of that kick, the door was severely bent and stuck, closed. Hikaru alone did not have the power to open it from the inside. The large locker that she had used to hide herself had turned into a cell to trap her in. Akira stood back up and Urta once again turned toward Akira. Both of them had a stern look on their faces. Alpha, what was that? It was from that guy's kick, right? It was still understandable for the knife that was extending out a light blade back in the hallway. But that kick just now completely left no traceable method of reaching him. He was certain that kick did not make physical contact with him. It was clear that he received a shock wave a moment after Urta finished executing his kick. Yep, it was from his kick. He used the speed filter effect to propagate that shock wave. The heck is that? He kicked in such a way that created a dense layer of air, which activated the speed filter effect. He then directed that dense layer of air and increased its drag force even further to send a shock wave. Seriously, just what the heck was that attack? Is it normal to do this further to the east? There was a huge flying monster that looked like a floating island. Cannon that was as large as a building sticking down towards us, huge monster swarms. I have 2 rifles with me and I'm still having trouble against people with knives. Now, a guy that can kick from afar shows up. Just because we're further to the east, isn't all this just a bit too crazy? If it's already this bad here, I can't imagine how bad it is in the east's front line. Well, one thing that I can say, it's just out of this world. We're talking about an area that's filled with old world technology after all. Alright then. Let's never go any further to the east of Kagomayama City ever again. It's fine for me too, but first, we need to survive this place, right? I know. That exchange happened in a split second since it happened through telepathy, but even in the middle of that, Akira was eyeing an opening from Urta. Urta tried to guess what Akira was thinking since he was only standing in silence. Although it was only for a few seconds, both of them understood that even the slightest opening would be fatal. Urta's gaze turned sharp, there was a clear rage behind it. You're that girl's escort, right? Are you seriously thinking that it's better to get her killed rather than letting me abduct her? That's so typical of someone from the corporate government. Don't you think there's anything wrong with that line of thinking? Akira did not reply. Urta interpreted that silence as an answer as his expression turned to disgust. Humph, no response, huh? I guess it's thanks to your education as an agent. Reborn to a loyal dog and used like an object under your corporate overlords just to die like an expendable article. Without any complaint at all. You guys are really messed up in the head. Although Akira already noticed that Erda was having a huge misunderstanding, he still did not reply. Since you're here, it means that you defeated my men, huh? I'm Erda, what's your name? Akira still did not answer. Erda's disgust toward Akira grew stronger. Humph, still nothing, huh? Or is it that you don't have a name? I guess the most that an object can have to identify itself is its product code, huh? Born as a human, educated to live like an object under the corporate government, and then die like an expendable item. How pitiful. Even after that, Akira still did not say anything. Erda finally stopped trying to have a conversation with him. My men died under my command. So I was planning to at least present your name to avenge their death, but no name, huh? Well, at least I'll balance their bad luck with your death. Erda's expression turned solemn, he had completely changed gears. But before he made a move, Akira suddenly said. Akira. Erda raised his eyebrows, but Akira did not say anything any further. I see, those two are Torpa and Salza. Feel free to carry those names to the afterlife. In a time-constrained mission, to use a precious second to ask the name of his opponent was unnecessary. Nonetheless, Erda still chose to spend that much time because of his respect toward his men. Thus, Akira gave the least needed respect toward a man who showed respect to his deceased comrades. In the next instant, both their expressions turned solemn. There was no longer even a trace of disgust or hatred on their faces, what was left was only the wish to accomplish their respective mission. In short, the death of their respective opponent. Instead of keeping distance, both of them leapt forward, challenging the other to a close-range fight with a mix of rifles and fists. Both wanted to end the fight in the shortest time possible. For Erda, it was for the sake of his mission, while for Akira, it was because of the limited energy in his augmented suit and the narrowing time where he could continue to compress his time perception. Bullets filled the room in the next instant, just like usual. The speed filter caused them to suddenly lose momentum and fall down to the ground. That speed filter became a medium to propagate shock waves from Erda's kicks. They were jumping around inside the room during the high-speed fight while destroying the places where they could safely step. Just under a few seconds, floor, ceiling, wall, furniture, everything inside the room was wrecked as if they were devoured by a storm, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Inside the command center of the transport convoy, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief since the battle outside had finally calmed down. So, they proceeded to assess the damage on each transport vehicle. But after the death report for the hunters reached them, their calmed faces turned cloudy. The commander sighed. To be honest, I want to celebrate since we've survived that ordeal, but there's nothing to be happy about with this situation. Continue the emergency alert and keep the SOS signal up. There's no report from numbers 6 and 8, what's going on there? We still can't reach them. We are still working on it. Send someone to directly check on them, we at least can do that much, right? We've already sent someone. But they haven't come back yet. I believe that it's because the transport vehicle went into lockdown, so we might need some time to reopen it. I see. Either way, tell them to hurry up. Ask the other hunters to help as well. I'm sure they can at least go to check those 2 transport vehicles. Roger that. They quickly broadcast the order and collected all the information that they could get, but even so, they still had no report coming from transport vehicles 6 and 8. The commander frowned. What's the progress with numbers 6 and 8? It's taking too long. Tell them there's no need for a detailed report, an overview is enough. The staff conveyed that to the hunters. After hearing the reply, the commander tensed up. The report basically said that the hunters who went to check had not returned. Even after sending several people a few times, no one returned. Even the hunters started to notice something fishy was going on, that was right when they asked what was their next plan. The commander made his decision. He had a worried look as he gave his order. Tell the hunters to secure transport numbers 6 and 8. Secure. Yes. Tell them that it's okay to even damage the transport vehicle. But make sure to keep the damages within the limit. Get numbers 6 and 8 under our control immediately. Do you mean that someone took control of those 2 transport vehicles? Yes. Tell them to make their move with that assumption in mind. It's fine even if it's an unnecessary worry. Get them to move out as soon as possible. In that situation where it was just a guess, worry started to ripple inside the command center. Everyone wanted that guess to be wrong, but unfortunately, they were not mistaken. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Erda's kick landed on the ceiling. The decorative layer of the ceiling cracked to pieces and peeled off, exposing the inner part of the ceiling. Akira, who was there a moment ago, jumped backwards with his head still pointing at the floor, both of his rifles aimed at Erda. His distance to Erda was closer to when the speed filter would take effect. Thus, getting shot from this distance was fatal. But no bullets touched Erda. All of them flew past beside him. The shock wave from the kick threw Akira's aim off target. Erda quickly closed the gap. Akira kicked the ceiling and returned back to the floor. The moment he landed, he kicked straight up and was met by Erda's kick straight down. As their kicks made contact, the shock wave shook the room. Due to his augmented suit, Akira's footing was reinforced with force field armor, but even so, it still left a huge crack and completely shattered the floor. Akira immediately retracted his leg and exchanged it with rifle muzzles. Erda did the same but exchanged his leg with fists. The shockwave from the fist hit the muzzles. Although it did no damage due to the muzzles being protected by force field armor, it was enough to throw Akira off target again. Erda slightly shook Akira's aim, causing an opening in his barrage of bullets. While at the same time, he created a force field armor platform in the air to propel himself to the side, using the opening on the barrage to get away from Akira. After that, neither of them tried for a second attack. Akira and Erda just stood facing each other in silence. Akira had an extremely stern look on his face. He had his rifles pointing downward, although that was purely by chance. He did not point them to the Erda because he had no wish to escalate the situation at the moment. Alpha, how's my leg? The augmented suit is still okay. It is still fully functional. But that kick shaved quite a lot of energy since I had to increase the force field armor output past its limit. How about my body? Aren't you glad that you took quite a lot of medicine beforehand? Although Akira could not see it, he knew that the inside of his legs was badly damaged. The expensive medicines that he took helped him to fix those injuries as fast as possible. But even so, he did not want to even make a move immediately if it was possible. The backlash from the third reality manipulation was severe. The fatigue assaulted his brain in the form of an excruciating headache. At the moment, he tried to lighten the effect by focusing it only around where Erda was. This is harder than fighting those two. Seriously. Why are these guys aiming for Hikaru? If he was in that fight, you would have been dead by now. It's at least one good thing among all the bad things that you faced today, right? Just why in the world does my luck only give me the least to survive situations like this? It won't be strange if I at least have some more, no? How about retreating to buy some extra time? If you still have some luck, you might still be able to return back safely. Akira smiled wryly in reaction to that suggestion. The moment he opened his mouth, his opponent might take that chance to attack him. But even so, he still said something to Erda. Say, what is the chance of you letting me go? Erda's stern face colored with a tinge of confusion. That was out of the blue, why be sheepish now? It's not like I have any personal grudge against you. When I accepted my mission, no one told me that I would be fighting someone this strong. So, I just thought that running away from you won't mean that I'm breaking my mission, so it should be alright. Thank you for the very tempting suggestion, but I'm afraid I cannot accept that. You already killed 2 of my men, it's too late to retreat now. Well, it can't be helped then. Yeah, indeed. After a short pause, it was Erda's turn to make a suggestion. Let me make an offer this time, won't you leave? If this fight is not in your job description and you think it isn't worth the trouble, you can just retreat. Though it might violate your mission, I think it's better to just accept that loss. Isn't that just how corporate government works? Unfortunately, that's not a choice for me. Why? Judging from your reply, you don't think this is worth the trouble, no? I'm here because she asked me to help. I would hate myself if I retreat just because I found out the opponent is too strong. He felt that doing something like that would exhaust whatever little luck that he had left. Akira of course could not say that. So Erda, who took that as a simple matter of feeling, tilted his head, showing that he could not understand Akira. But you were just about to shoot her, no? I did, but I would make sure to miss my shots. Even if they hit, they would not be fatal. I also still have some medicine left. The moment you used her as a shield, she's equivalent to being dead already. It's the negotiator's job to find a way to save her in that situation, and I'm not a negotiator. I see. So basically, although you're strict in deciding that it was too late, it was not like you did not have the wish to save her, huh? After another pause, Akira broke the silence. So then, why are you guys targeting Hikaru? Although it might be weird to hear this from me, I think she's not that important of a person for you to go this far. Let me ask you this instead. If she's not that important, then why are you escorting her? My job is not to escort her, it's to escort the transport convoy. I'm just helping her on the side of my job. Do you really think I would believe that? Even if you say that. In that case, what makes you so sure that she's that important? Simple, it's because she's an old-world connector from Sakashita Heavy Industry. Akira raised his eyebrows in surprise. Because he himself was someone who could connect to the old-world domain, there was a tint of another emotion mixed in his surprised face. Erda, who saw that, was sure that his guess was correct. So it was correct, huh? I'm glad that we did break the group into smaller teams. Akira raised his voice so that it reached Hikaru, that was locked inside the huge locker. Hikaru. I don't know what's going on here, but it seems that this is a huge misunderstanding. Do you have any idea how to clear up this misunderstanding? Or is it that you're actually an old-world connector from Sakashita Heavy Industry? Hikaru, who heard that from inside the locker, was greatly surprised. She then shouted back from inside the locker. How the heck did they end up thinking I'm an old-world connector? Like hell if I know. That guy is telling me so. Hikaru was so confused, but she finally understood what was going on. If they were here to kidnap an old-world connector from Sakashita Heavy Industry, then it was not strange for them to cause such chaos. At the same time, she got even more panicked. She had no idea how to convince the attackers that it was a huge misunderstanding. On the other hand, it might be counter-effective if she ended up convincing Erda that it was a misunderstanding. Up until now, the attackers were holding back in order to kidnap her. If she was able to convince them, then they would not have any more reasons to hold back. When that happens, they might as well blow up this whole transport vehicle. Hikaru was stuck in between a rock and a hard place. Hey Akira. I don't know what's going on, but do your best. I'm counting on you. Good grief, don't be crazy. Akira smiled wryly. Judging from that reply, one thing that Akira could catch was that trying to convince Erda was not an option. Erda chuckled and said. There's no need to stay behind if you can't get along with your superior's crazy antics, you know. Like I said before, you can just retreat. If you really didn't know that she's an old-world connector, then this mission is way too dangerous for you. I'm sure you won't get penalized. Hikaru, who was listening from the locker, shivered. Wait. Don't leave me. Please. Help me. I'll do anything. You better make sure I get a suitable reward, alright? Oh, of course. Akira then lightly smiled at Urda. Well, it seems that this will be worth the trouble. Urda lightly chuckled. Is that so? As far as I know, as long as you can't take that reward to the afterlife, it won't be worth the trouble though. Don't worry, I'll make sure to spend it in this world. That would be impossible for you, unfortunately. Both of them smiled confidently at each other as both sides thought that the time for talk was coming to a close. That exchange of words was nothing more than for buying time for Akira's leg to heal up and his brain to recover. Urda also used that time to rest his body for a bit. That clash of their kicks was equally damaging to both. If the opponent did not move, they would prefer to wait until their body healed up. As both of them mutually agreed on this, they took their time for silly banter. After all, it was equally a preferable move for both of them to heal up their legs. But as the more time they wasted, the scale was slowly tipping toward Akira's side. The enhanced dust particle was slowly dispersing with time, lowering the effect of the speed filter, which increased the range of Akira's bullets. At the same time, it also made it more difficult for Urda to execute his long-range kick. To top it off, Urda's mission had a time limit. He had to kidnap his target before the escort team could find him. If the escort team also joined the fight, Akira would undoubtedly win the fight. So, the longer he waited, the better Akira's chance would get. Before the time was stretched too thin, Urda decided to make the first move. Akira knew that would happen. His smile vanished, his gaze turned sharp. He had to finish the fight as soon as possible in the next confrontation, and he resolved himself to end it with the death of his opponent. His intense focus made time feel like it was expanded. In the middle of that, Alpha then said with a stern face. Akira. It seems that he's planning to use his trump card. Yeah. I bet so. According to my calculation, you'll lose the next exchange. It's not like I can do anything about it even if you tell me that now. Akira lightly smiled. Alpha then put her face close to Akira. That's not the point. But it's also true that you'll be dead at this rate. That's why, with that information, is it okay to do an equally dangerous thing to get out of this predicament? I need your permission here. Akira was a bit confused. You know what? You should have told me that sooner. But Alpha replied with a serious tone. Just like last time, I didn't have the permission to ask for your permission before. I can only do that because we're in this situation right now. I see, it's about that pain-in-the-neck permission thingy, huh? Let me remind you that my position is that of your requester. My support is upfront payment for your reward, that's why I won't deliberately put you in unnecessary danger. That's why I want you to trust me and give me your permission. Akira replied instantly. Come on now, isn't that a little bit too late for that? I don't know what you're planning to do, but I don't want to die. So just do it. Alpha smiled happily, then her expression turned neutral. Due to the emergency situation, in order to give better support for the subject Akira, requesting permission to prerecognition information processing as well as thought intervene I allow it. With the permission already formally given, Alpha's expression returned to normal. She was smiling happily with confidence toward Akira. Thank you. As long as you have my support, everything will be fine. I'm really counting on you for this one. A guy that strong is coming at me so desperately, please do something about it. Just leave it to me. But this will put your body under immense stress, so make sure you're ready. Alright, taking care of that part is my job after all. Akira and Alpha exchanged a smile. That smile also represented the re-establishment of their connection, which was once cut by the jamming back in Kuzusuhara ruin. Rebuild World, Chapter 242, Superhuman. Both Urda and Akira noticed that something had changed inside their respective opponent. The aura seeping off from the other person gave a sense of an unknown. It was as if everything that they had learned during their last exchange was all meaningless. It was as if they were challenging each other, two skilled fighters, into melee combat without any prior information. Even so, they were not as sheepish enough to show hesitation. As a matter of fact, both thought that they might use that situation for their benefit. In the next moment, Erda made his move. With the speed that was way above what he showed up till now, he closed his distance to Akira as if he was a bullet. The force from propelling his body cracked the floor, but even before the cracked pieces that he sent flying by his sprint could reach the wall and ceiling, he had closed his distance to Akira. They were now within arm's reach. Using the forward momentum, he threw out a straight at the same time. Due to his speed, the fist activated the speed filter effect. If it was a bullet, it would have lost its momentum and fallen to the ground. But unlike a bullet, that fist was backed by superhuman strength. As that fist broke through the invisible walls with pure brute force, it sent shock waves in all directions as if it was a warhead shot by a powered suit. Receiving that fist would be fatal, even the shock waves alone could easily crush rubble. Akira barely evaded that fist and used the force field armor of his augmented suit. It was concentrated to the side of that fist. This was done by Alpha to dampen the shock wave. At the same time, the output of Akira's augmented suit was increased to its utmost limit to launch a counterattack. Akira's fist connected with Erda. Even for Erda, evading a quick counter right after his own attack while leaping forward with that speed was impossible. However, evading was not a choice. He could only defend against that attack. Erda received that fist with his arm in order to avoid the full brunt of that fist. The damage was minimal, and he was not blown back. As a matter of fact, the kickback from that punch created a huge crack on the floor under Akira's foot. It showed the difference in their physical strength. That was when Erda noticed something strange. Fist. Akira's LEO multi-rifles were nowhere to be found, although they were on his hands in the last exchange and before this confrontation. Akira had pulled out his fist and moved to throw another punch. Seeing that, Erda instantly knew that his attack would reach Akira first, but the moment he shifted his stance to strike Akira, an ominous feeling assaulted him, he immediately jumped back. At the same time Erda retreated, Akira threw both of his rifles upward. The two LEO multi-rifles rotated freely in the air. With the help of their advanced kickback compensator system and aiming system, they stabilized themselves in mid-air even without anyone holding on to them. Right after that, both released the C bullets that had been charged full of energy during the idle conversation from before. But Erda perfectly avoided the hailstorm of bullets from above him. The bullets flew straight to the floor and sent pieces of it flying around. Eventually, the rifles hit the limit and were unable to stabilize themselves as they started shooting indiscriminately. Since that move was done due to a preset setting instead of long-range control, Akira had to reach for them again in order to stop them. And that was exactly what Akira did. Before Akira could reach for his rifles, Erda released two punches from afar. The shock wave propagated through the air. But Akira quickly jumped sideways. Since he was not able to retrieve his rifles before that, only the rifles were blown away from the long-range punches. Erda immediately released a series of punches. The punches ignored their physical reach and propagated through the air. But Akira, who was running through the room, evaded all of them. The distance between Erda and Akira grew further. He even evaded this too, huh? Wait, no, I guess it's only to be expected if it's against an escort for an old-world connector from Sakashita Heavy Industry. That augmented suit is either a custom-tuned augmented suit or a completely different augmented suit but with a fake appearance. I've seen that augmented suit in the catalog before, it should not be able to produce that much output with its spec. And a normal human body would not be able to withstand that kickback as well. In the first place, what he did was not something even a rank 50 hunter could do. As I thought. He must be an agent from the city disguising as a normal hunter so that no one would notice that he is escorting an old-world connector. Erda's guess was partially correct. Akira's equipment was further enhanced due to Alpha's upgrades. Moreover, its original software which prioritized safety had also been rewritten. The LEO rifle's firepower was increased to its breaking point. The augmented suit was moving so fast that it was breaking down Akira's body. With the safety feature tossed aside in exchange for power, even the slightest mistake would kill its user. Akira's augmented suit was not moving along with his will. Instead, he was trying his best to match its movement so that his limbs would not be torn off. Since the augmented suit was originally performant, with its safety restriction off, Akira was not able to keep up with it. Normally, his limbs should have already torn off by now. It was the same for the attacks from Erda. Under normal circumstances, Akira would not have been able to evade them. Although the shock waves from the punches were slower than bullets, they were far more difficult to evade. Bullets only flew in the direction of the muzzle. Akira could get a rough estimation of where that muzzle was pointing at, and that helped him in determining the projectile of the bullets. However, that was not the case for Erda's punches. Furthermore, there was no guarantee that the shock wave would propagate in a straight line. The shock wave propagated depending on the way he launched his attack. He could manipulate such a phenomenon thanks to his superior skill. If Akira had not granted permission to Alpha, he would have been hit by those shock waves. The exchange between attacks and evasions inside his compressed time perception was extremely intense. One small misstep guaranteed death. It was completely out of what Akira could handle, so he asked for Alpha's help. But the backlash was in no way light. Akira wafted in between the shock waves from Erda's punches, trying to survive against Erda, who had superhuman physical strength and skill. The only reason why Akira could withstand the assault was thanks to Alpha. At the moment, Alpha was not only controlling Akira's augmented suit but also his body. She inserted herself in Akira's mind to do the detailed adjustments to his movements. Thanks to that, his augmented suit could move around as if it was trying to kill its user. Akira had gone through harsh training before. Training so harsh that it made others misunderstand him, believing he was trying to be superhuman. Now that Alpha was actively adjusting his movements as well, he had become even stronger. Strong enough to fight against an actual superhuman. Akira noticed that his body was moving much better than before. He was not surprised by that. As a matter of fact, he was more surprised by the fact that Erda was still fending off his attacks. This guy is really strong. This is just crazy. I bet it's from some kind of trump card. Personally speaking, I didn't expect his trump card to boost his fighting power by this much. You didn't expect that? Alpha, are we really going to be okay? Of course. Akira, if you have the time to complain, it's better to use that leeway to focus on the fight, you know? You still have a long way to go, seeing that things make you waver when you know that it doesn't work right away. I know. Exchanging words like that in the middle of an intense battle helped Akira to regain some calmness. That helped boost his chance of winning. His mental state was built from a world where life and death battles were normal. It had turned into strength to help him survive. While he was dodging the shock waves, Akira readied his AF antimaterial cannon. Akira understood that it was not a weapon to be used in a closed space. In the worst-case scenario, it might even destroy the transport vehicle, which he would have to pay for later. Even so, he did not hesitate as he pulled the trigger. A blinding ray of light engulfed the room and struck Erda. However, that pillar of light was deflected by his right hand. It drilled a hole through the ceiling. This outcome was something Akira did not expect at all. You got to be kidding me. He even blocked that too. Even the white-powered suits outside could not block that, you know. Unfortunately, the enhanced dust particle significantly lowered its firepower. If it was under normal circumstances, that would have killed him. Give me a break already. Alpha, what's the plan? I have nothing stronger than this cannon. Don't worry. It's not like he was able to fully block it. Although it was not enough to kill him right away, it did damage his arm. Look. He hasn't moved from that place, right? Akira knitted his eyebrows and looked at Urta. It was true that Urta's stance had not changed. He remained unmoving from when he blocked the annihilating light with his right hand. He had a stern look on his face, but he did not seem to be wavering and his right hand seemed completely undamaged. To be honest, it's not all that great to hear that I was finally able to stop him in place for just a moment with that attack, you know? Also, he doesn't seem injured at all. That's not true. Anyways, here he comes. Urta shifted his stance, his right hand fell limply down. He then started throwing punches again but this time, only with his left arm. Akira jumped sideways to avoid the incoming shock wave. Moreover, this time, it was Akira who took the initiative to close the distance. He slipped through the repeating shock wave from the only arm swinging. In the meantime, he used his dual LEO multi-rifles to shoot at Urta. The bullets and the shockwave collided and ricocheted inside the room. Urta's face twitched. We're evenly matched even in this situation. Sakashita Heavy Industry has an excellent escort. Urta was an enhanced human. Although he did not replace his body parts with mechanical parts like cyborgs, he used nanomachines to enhance his cells to the level of those cyborgs. His physical strength is already well within the realm of beings considered to be superhuman. And with the help of force field armor technology, he could easily rip through powered suits and tanks with only just his body. That was also the reason why he was able to block Akira's AF anti-material cannon. To top it off, he used all of his trump cards. By sacrificing the cells that were assimilated with the nanomachines, he was able to boost his physical strength even further past his limit. In exchange for that boost, he was only able to keep that up for at most 5 minutes. In short, after that, he would have completely sacrificed his own body and died. Using this even for 10 seconds was enough to put his body under intense stress. His physical strength would diminish greatly afterwards. The reason why he used his trump card even knowing the risks involved was because he recognized Akira's skill. At the same time, it was also because he thought that it would be enough to kill Akira right away. His guess was wrong. Urta was surprised at how powerful Akira was since he thought that Akira had run out of trump cards. Akira suddenly moved like a completely different person. If Akira fought like how he did during their initial exchange, he would not even have had the chance to use his AF anti-material cannon. Damn it. I misjudged the time to use my trump card. But I can't afford to lose here. In such a short span of time, both sides rampaged around with their superhuman strength. The room could not contain their rampage and was turned into a mess. The decorations on the floor and on the ceiling were all destroyed and the frames of the transport vehicle were in full view. A part of the room was filled with the holes from Akira's C bullets. To top it off, Urta's kicks and punches left craters within the room. The transport vehicle was already greatly damaged because of their battle. A battle between these two people started to cause the chassis of the transport vehicle to bend outwards. The overwhelming force from Urta's attacks was enough to bend the isolation room out of its original shape. Akira managed to survive that battle using technical skills. Urta's technical skill was in no way inferior. He was a skilled close-range fighter with superhuman strength. The combination of his power and skill was enough to ensure victory against multiple powered suits in close combat. The only thing one could criticize him for his skill was that he was more used to fighting in his normal state rather than his current enhanced state. Naturally, Alpha did not let that side. She used the opening caused by that unfamiliarity and allowed Akira to withstand the battle despite his disadvantage. The expensive medicine that Akira had been excessively using ever since he started working as a hunter, was pumped full of old-world healing technology. Especially the one that he had taken from the Kuzusuhara ruin. It was medicine made by old-world doctors. That caused all his injuries up until now to heal under old-world standards. Compared to the current world standard that was filled with holes, the old world standard could be considered as a full-body renovation. Thanks to that, Akira was turned into a superhuman, bit by bit. That was also the reason why Alpha did not recommend Akira sell those medicines to get better equipment during the beginning of his career. She decided that using them was more beneficial in the long run compared to just selling them for equipment. Moreover, even after obtaining a strengthened body, he also spent his days under grueling training. The augmented suits that he used were always set to ignore the safety limit. They were always pushed to the point where it was just enough not to get him killed, allowing its output to be increased to its utmost limit. This further pushed Akira's strength into the area of the superhuman. But even so, that alone was still not enough against Erda. It was only with the conscious intervention permission that Akira gave to Alpha, that he was able to execute techniques that no normal human could do. It allowed Akira to acquire superhuman skills on top of his superhuman strength. He barely managed to hold out against Erda using the power that he was not used to. Unfortunately, even after going that far, it was still not enough. Erda, who was getting more familiar with his enhanced strength bit by bit during the battle, tilted the scale little by little. Eventually, his chance came. Erda's intense kick threw Akira's rifles off his hands. Erda saw that as an opportunity, and he quickly closed the distance between them. The two LEO rifles that were thrown out of Akira's hand spun and went behind him. But they suddenly stopped and fixed their aims toward Erda's back. Erda had fully expected that to happen. Knew it. He did that deliberately. He's trying to force me to evade the shots. Erda believed that Akira was planning to use his AF anti-material cannon once he attempted to evade it. This time, Akira would be shooting from a closer distance. Even so, Erda made his resolve and pushed forward. As he predicted, the LEO rifles behind him released shots. Erda blocked the bullets using the projecting force field armor on his back. Meanwhile, from the front, he could see Akira preparing his AF anti-material cannon. However, Erda did not show any signs of evading. Instead, he leapt forward, not giving Akira enough time to fix his aim. Out of his expectation, even before Akira was able to lock his aim, he had already pulled down the trigger. He released a ray of light from his AF anti-material cannon. Although it was unable to get a straight hit, it was still better than nothing. Moreover, it should be enough to stop his opponent in their tracks. In the middle of a high-speed battle where even blinking was fatal, in a situation when it was possible to see the opponent's rifle, veterans tend to get away from the muzzle by pure reflex. But Erda had also expected that as well. He focused his force field armor to his left hand, completely identified where the AF anti-material cannon was aiming and released a punch that blocked that beam of annihilation and aimed at Akira at the same time. The punch was packed with the power of a superhuman. It deflected the beam and pushed forward with enough power that could easily destroy even powered suits. In the middle of that do-or-die intense exchange, Erda was surprised. That beam felt abnormally light. In order to break through the AF anti-material cannon's attack and deal a killing blow to Akira, Erda continued to push his fist with everything he had. However, because the resistance was far lighter than he had assumed, he got a little off balance. Right at the next moment, Erda's attack completely destroyed Akira's AF anti-material cannon. Rather than breaking through the force field armor protecting the barrel of the cannon, the shock wave threw the cannon off Akira's hand, peeled it off from his augmented suit, and blew it back. At the same time, Akira evaded Erda's punch and stepped forward. He readied his stance and drove a straight punch toward Erda. It was a beautifully executed punch thanks to Alpha's support. At that moment, Akira did not have a strike stronger than this. Even so, that attack should not have been enough to break through Erda's defenses. Unfortunately for Erda, the force field armor that he projected behind his back to defend himself from the bullets and his left hand to deflect the AF anti-material cannon caused the force field armor in other places to be thinner than usual. To top it off, he was still moving forward thanks to momentum. His momentum would have been lost if the shot that he deflected back then was the normal AF anti-material cannon's output. In truth, Akira had already run out of AF anti-material ammo. That ray of light was nothing more than dense light created using leftover energy. But that was the key that granted Akira victory, allowing him to slip through Urta's attack and hit him with a counter-punch. Akira was the first to fall, he had squeezed everything he had. The backlash caused his knees to buckle. He first leaned forward, kneeled, and then fell forward. As Akira was lying on the ground, his eyes were fixed on Urta, who was still standing there. Finally, Urta smiled and congratulated him. Well done. Akira could see from his back that there was a large hole that went through Urta's chest. It was a hole created by Akira's punch. Urta's smile was one that was filled with appreciation toward Akira, which also had a tinge of remorse. Torpa. Salza, forgive me, I lost. Urta could only use his final words to plead for forgiveness before he crashed onto the ground and remained motionless. Akira was still vigilant. He managed to push himself up and checked on Urta. That was when Alpha spoke to him. Akira, it's okay. We won. With only that injury. Even after he was declared victorious, Akira still had a stern look on his face. Although Urta had a hole in his body, he still had his head and 4 limbs. So, it did not feel like he had one. After all, there were people who could still laugh only with a head left. There were also people who still could fight without a head. Akira had already experienced both situations, so he was still doubtful that he had one. Alpha once again said. Don't worry, he's dead. Or at least, he's in no condition to continue fighting. Is that so? Akira understood that at least Urta no longer posed any threat to him. But he still looked tense. He tried to stand up but tripped over. Therefore, he decided to crawl to pick up his LEO multi-rifles. Alpha, how's the situation? There is no enemy signal in the area. I guess that's it for now, huh? After that, Akira managed to return to where Hikaru was locked and lightly knocked on the door. Hikaru, are you still alive? Even Hikaru, who was locked inside the large strong locker, could feel the room tremble, and hear the sound of the intense battle outside. It was easy to imagine just how damaged the room was. It greatly frightened her, but she then somehow managed to return a reply. Why yeah, somehow. How is it over there? Well. Akira looked around the room. It looked as if a swarm of monsters just rampaged here. Anyway, those 3 guys that were trying to kidnap you are already dead. Though, I don't know if there are more out there or not. I'm sorry, but I'm already at my limit. If another one comes, I don't think I can fight anymore. Alpha suddenly interjected. Akira, don't move, it's dangerous. More enemies? No, but it's still dangerous. Alpha pointed toward the ceiling. Right at that moment, a huge finger broke through the ceiling followed by another finger. They grabbed the ceiling and tore it off. Akira squinted his eyes on the scene of the sky that was laid in front of him. At the same time, the powered suit that owned those fingers showed itself. It was Tatsukawa. An amused voice could be heard from the powered suit speaker. Oh, it's already over, huh? You're Akira, right? So, it was you, huh? Akira was really surprised. Whoa there, what the heck are you doing? I detected someone fighting intensely inside the room, so I decided to check it. The escort team said that it was fine to damage the transport vehicle if it's only little, and since I thought that it was too much work to walk around, I was thinking of joining the fight with my powered suit. I see. Akira's surprised face was mixed with exasperation. The ripped-off ceiling allowed the enhanced dust particle to quickly disperse, lowering its density in a short time. Thanks to that, the jamming also weakened. Hikaru, who noticed that, immediately contacted the escort team and shouted. Akira. The connection is back. We need to call for help. Ah, yes, it's already here. Tatsukawa's voice echoed. Is there someone inside that locker? If you can't open the door, I can help you. Ah, yes, please. Akira knew that he had exhausted the energy pack for his augmented suit, so he just stepped aside so as to not get in the way. The powered suit then reached for the locker's door and ripped it off. Hikaru, who was only in her underwear, was finally let out. She stood frozen from the scene in front of her, but Tatsukawa's apologetic voice pulled her back to reality. Whoops, sorry. Hikaru turned to Akira. Akira did not say anything and just turned around. Inside the half-destroyed room, Hikaru shrieked and tried to find something to hide her skin. The battle between Akira and Urta plus Tatsukawa, who ripped off a part of the room, caused considerable damage to the transport vehicle. However, considering that it was because there were some people who were aiming to kidnap an old-world connector from Sakashita Heavy Industry, the damage was considered to only be superficial. That was because the squad sent to kidnap Hikaru was a relatively small squad. In reality, Urta and his team thought that Hikaru was only a decoy. But they did not expect Akira to be that strong. Because of that, they thought that Hikaru was really an old-world connector. They originally planned to just kidnap her and check if she was really an old-world connector before bringing her to the main squad. Meanwhile, the main squad was aiming for the one that they thought to be the real one. Shiro was in the transport truck number 8. Just like Akira, Shiro's room was also an isolation room. As matter of fact, his room was built to be even sturdier. That room was also located deep in the middle of the transport vehicle. At the moment, the area around that isolation room was completely destroyed, leaving only the isolation room intact. It was as if the isolation room was thrown from the sky to the top of a pile of rubble. Hammers, who just finished his job, was standing in the middle of that rubble and sighed. Good grief. In the end, I'm the only one who had to work hard, huh? The area was littered with dead corpses. It was the main squad from Urta's team. Many of them were enhanced superhumans like Urta. Some of them were even armed with heavy armor. But Hammers, Shiro's only bodyguard, took all of them out all by himself. Superhuman, Hammers demonstrated the true meaning behind that word. Although the special armor on his back was badly damaged, Hammers himself had only light injuries. He could just replace his armor later. He did not seem like someone who was responsible for that carnage. Although he looked tired, he was still standing straight. There also was no sign of fatigue from an intense battle. Hammers banged the door to the isolation room and Shiro replied from inside. Oh, are you done? Shiro said so casually. Due to the fatigue, it really annoyed Hammers. Don't give me that. Didn't I tell you to call for help? Why did you not do so? I did call for help, but the jamming prevent me from making a connection. Jamming? Like hell, jamming would work on an old-world connector like you. In contrast to Hammer's irritated voice, Shiro replied with a mix of exasperation. I'll remind you here, just because I'm an old-world connector, that doesn't mean I can do everything. The help request just wouldn't get through. It's not like I can do anything about that, you know. Ah, by the way, since I couldn't send the help request to the escort team's HQ, I sent one to Sakashita Heavy Industry. Just how did you connect to a facility that is so far away from here when you can't contact the escort team's HQ which is nearby? That's because I was using an old world line connect to the facility while I can only use a normal line to contact HQ. So, the effect of the jamming particle is different. Hammers accepted that excuse and sighed to help himself calm down. I see, so then, how's the jamming right now? I'm still trying. Maybe it will work after we wait for a while. But still, as expected, the escort team should have noticed it after making this much ruckus, no? Probably. I don't know who these people are and where they came from, but since the escort team doesn't seem to have noticed them even after they made this much of a mess, I bet they did something. In the worst-case scenario, they might never notice unless we inform them first. So, hurry up with the connection. I'm on it already. Oh. It's back. Hammers frowned. Why did it return at this time? That's just how the world works. Just like how you never find the thing that you're looking for but can easily find it when you're not looking for it. In reaction to Shiro's casual excuse, Hammers heaved a heavy sigh. Rebuild World, Chapter 243, Escape. In the commander room of the escort team's HQ, the staff finally sighed in relief now that they had finally overcome the predicament. They then immediately moved on to their next job. One of the officers had a rather irritated expression instead of an exhausted one as he said. To think that an old-world connector from Sakashita Heavy Industry is in the lost transport vehicles. As well as those people trying to kidnap them. Good grief. I know that it's not like we can refuse, but it would be great if they told us beforehand, you know. Another officer chuckled and replied. In the end, the old-world connector is fine and we were able to quickly take control of the situation since we immediately gave that order to recapture the lost transport vehicles. We did our job. At least we can use that as cover. Though, they could make a complaint, saying that we should have given that order sooner. They already knew that the hunters sent to check Transport 6 and 8 did not come back because Urta's team had ambushed them. It seemed that they followed the standard checking protocol and got ambushed inside the hallway of the transport vehicle. Akira was able to reach his room without encountering one of those ambushes, but it was partially due to luck. One of the main factors was because his room was located outside the hallways, along patrol routes. Thus, he could head straight to his room without taking any detour. This meant that he would not have encountered those hallway ambushes that were set to buy time. The hunters that were sent to do something as trivial as checking on the situation were of course no match against the team sent to kidnap an old-world connector from Sakashita Heavy Industry. They were quickly silenced in order to buy time. The decision to immediately tell the rest of the hunters to secure the transport vehicles was correct, albeit rather late. The escort team officer tried to cheer up the other officer. No one told us that we're transporting an old-world connector, so I bet they can't criticize us just because of that. I hope you're right. Although they would not be held responsible, it did not change the fact that there was still a mountain of problems that they had to go through later. That was why that cheer up attempt only ended as an attempt. Another staff member then reported in with a rather confused expression. It's about that old-world connector. We've received a message from Sakashita Heavy Industry. It seems to be a very important message pertaining to the security for that old-world connector. The officer sighed exasperatedly before replying. So basically, they're saying to prioritize that old-world connector now that we know we have one here, huh? The gull of these people. So, what is it? After listening to the content, the officer frowned. So. They're basically telling us to do that on our own, huh? Well, it's our job to manage the hunters in the convoy after all. So, it's understandable. What's the plan now? We can't refuse. So, tell them that we'll do our best. Roger that. The officer heaved a huge sigh now that a problem immediately appeared, which he had expected. Melchia returned to her guard post. She was surveying the surrounding for an ambush from the rooftop. That was pretty rough. Tatsukawa, didn't your intuition say that we won't face anything big? Tatsukawa replied casually. What are you talking about? My intuition was on point. I said that we'll be mostly free, I didn't say that nothing would happen. Not to mention that we were able to take our time after repelling those bugs. Melchia chuckled. Is that so? Well, it might be better if I say it was fast, huh? Yikes, that was uncalled for. As they were talking while laughing, suddenly, the escort team contacted Melchia. After listening to the message, Melchia frowned and replied. Do you know that you're basically looking down on us by saying that? The officer who called Melchia understood that it soured her mood. But even so, he still pushed forward his request, albeit while sounding a bit apologetic. I know, but it's a request from Sakashita. We don't have any other choice but to cooperate. Of course, they're saying that they'll be paying a suitable reward for it. Moreover, it's not compulsory. With that being said, I'm sure there's no need for me to even tell you how problematic it is to leave a track record saying that you've refused a request from Sakashita. I believe that it's not a bad offer, so would you please cooperate? Both Melchia and the officer had their position to consider. Because of that, both of them could not simply back off. But since the request was coming from Sakashita, the escort team basically has the upper hand. Both sides understood that. The escort team tried to push the request using rewards instead of threats. Nonetheless, they still needed to make a threat. Because of that, Melchia decided to fold. At least give us some time to consider it. After all, it's not like I want to force my men as well. Is that fine? Very well, sorry, and thank you. The call ended. Melchia sighed. Tatsukawa lightly smiled and said to her. Did they dump something problematic on you? What is it? They said they want some hunters to escort an old world connector. That would give a good track record and a good reward, right? What's the problem? The requirement for the escort is just not right. Basically, they're asking for a cyborg and to give some level of control to that cyborg's body. Tatsukawa smiled bitterly, he finally understood why Melchia gave that reaction. Oh, that's rather haughty for them. Under normal circumstances, the full right of a cyborg's body was in the hand of its respectful owner. Any abnormal circumstances mostly appeared when they exchanged parts in a clinic. For those who replaced their entire body with mechanical parts excluding their brains, giving control right to someone else was not a small matter. Sakashita's demand was equivalent to asking a cyborg for its life. It was a very arrogant and selfish demand with zero regard for the other side. It would not be strange to take that as a declaration of war. Although, of course, Sakashita would be the one to win. The only choices were either to die or to comply and give barely enough control to satisfy them. Of course, Sakashita had no wish to act in such a manner that bought the grudge of many. It would only lead to more expenses after all. But that also meant if there was a need or profit in it, they would not shy away from doing so. An escort mission for an old world connector affiliated with a large corporation satisfied that prerequisite. Melchia then said to Tatsukawa with a serious expression. So, what's the plan? Although it's from Sakashita, it doesn't change the fact that they're treating us disrespectfully. What do you think? Even if you ask me so, it's not like we have the choice to say no, right? It's a good thing that both you and I don't satisfy that prerequisite. I'll ask the men who want to take it and send them away. If no one volunteered, then we have no other choice but to say sorry and refuse. Are you okay with that? Tatsukawa was a bit confused seeing Melchia asking him with such a serious expression. Do you find anything you don't like with that? If it was the past you would have immediately refused that offer just from how they're treating us. Well, if I do that, this team would not be able to survive for long. It would be a huge waste since it has become this big. In that case, we can just rebuild a new team, no? Melchia kept pushing questions with a serious look. Tatsukawa smiled wryly and embraced Melchia. Although I said our team, it's mostly thanks to you that it became this big. Don't throw it away just because I don't like how Sakashita is treating us. That would be a huge waste, you know. Though, if you say that you don't care, it will be completely up to you. You can toss aside this team. Is that so? Well, in that case, let's keep it. Melchia smiled happily and embraced Tatsukawa back. You've really calmed down. Well, we've grown up since then. So, there's no need to take on those reckless actions like what we did in the past. Yeah. Seeing the blushing Tatsukawa, Melchia smiled mischievously, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Shiro was moved to a different room. The new room was pretty spacious with expensive decorations. As for Hammers, he was getting treated in the infirmary, so he was not around Shiro at the moment. He did not seem that happy having to leave his post as Shiro's escort, although only for a bit. However, since it was an order from Sakashita, he could not refuse. Moreover, although he could still fight, he was actually quite tired and had received some damage as well. Therefore, to be able to perform at his absolute best, he had to leave the room to rest and heal. In place of hammers, a few hunters were posted in Shiro's room. They were guarding Shiro while hammers was not there. All of them were cyborgs and part of their control rights were given to hammers. In the worst-case scenario, hammers could take control of their bodies to buy some time until he returns. All the hunters there understood their position, that was why they were not amused at all with the situation. Shiro sounded rather apologetic. Though, he still had his usual smile as he welcomed those hunters. "Welcome, welcome. I'll be in your care. You can go ahead and relax." The hunters looked annoyedly at Shiro. They understood that he was someone important from Sakashita Heavy Industry and souring his mood would result in nothing good. Normally, they would be careful so as not to offend him. Although they knew that, they still gave Shiro stinky eyes. Shiro acted surprised. "Whoa, don't give me that look. I know that it's not fun giving the control rights of your cyborg's body to someone else, even I think that it's not pleasant, you know. But you see, it's a command from the top, I can't really refuse it." One of the guys annoyedly said. "Humph, we're in this situation basically because of you. Come on now, don't say that. Calm down. Although you guys will be guarding me, it's not like you guys have any work to do. So, you can just eat and drink until we reach the city. If you put aside your grudge against me, it's basically a very easy job with a huge reward, you know. Come in and just relax." Shiro sat on a nearby sofa and invited the others to take a seat too. He then took a bite of the meal on the table and made a blissful expression. "Are you not going to try it? It's really delicious, you know. Though it might be weird for me to say this, it's a meal prepared by Sakashita to keep me in a good mood. I bet you'll never taste something like this before, you know." Shiro smiled and invited the others to take a few bites as well. The hunters there knew that it would be bad if no one volunteered for that request from Sakashita Heavy Industry, so they were akin to a bunch of sacrifices that were sent here. That was why they did not find their situation amusing at all. Even so, after some time, the feeling of repulsion got worn down and some people started to take a seat and had a taste of the meal, the others followed suit not too long after that. The taste of the dish quickly blew away their grudge as one of them inadvertently exclaimed. "Whoa, this is really good. Told you." Shiro smugly smiled. He then once again invited the others to join. The rest looked at each other before eventually joining the hunters that were already eating there. But one of them did not bulge. Shiro looked confusedly at him and asked. "You're not going to join? It's not poisoned, you know." That man answered back half shouting. "I can't eat food, you know." That guy had a cyborg body that did not allow him to digest food. Shiro, who noticed that, was exaggeratedly surprised, but his surprised face quickly changed to a smile. "Oh, I see, I have an idea. Wait for a bit." Shiro left his seat and returned back later with a large box with a device inside it. "In that case, you can borrow this. It's a special VR device. Although it might not fill your stomach, it can at least let you enjoy the taste. Though in the end, it's just a VR food, so it might be not that satisfying. Do you really think this will be enough for me? Well, you can also use it for something else. This is just a secret between us, but you can enjoy erotic stuff too with this VR too." The guy suddenly stopped. Shiro's smile widened as he continued. "It's amazing, amazingly erotic." There were many cyborgs who had to sacrifice their lust, desire for food, and desire for sleep in order to get a body fully specialized for battle. Due to the limitation of the current world's technology, high-quality bodies demanded expensive body parts. Even so, there were still people who claimed that it just did not feel the same. That was why this was a very tempting offer. Is it that amazing? But of course, after all, it's prepared by Sakashita to keep me in a good mood. Well, though, if it's me, I might be able to get a real one if I just ask. But let me tell you this. It's pretty amazing even for me too, yep, amazingly erotic. But how about the safety? Sakashita prepared it for me, so I bet it's totally safe. But, how about the connection with the cyborg body? It's not that simple, right? That was when finally Shiro frowned and apologetically said. Well, about that, it's true that normally it won't work, but since I have limited control of your cyborg body, we might be able to use it. Ah, I see. The guy then frowned. Normally, he would never let others take control of his body for something like this, but since he had already done that, he might as well use it for his own advantage. Shiro then continued. Although you can take back any of the food you want, I'm afraid that's not the case for this VR device. If you want to try, this is your only chance. I do feel sorry for making you do this, that's why I'm making this an exception. So, do you want to have a try? Well, I won't force you though. It would be weird to force people to try this when they don't want to after all. The guy hesitated, another guy suddenly interjected. Can I try then? Sure, go ahead. Shiro replied with a smile. After that, Shiro connected the VR to the other guy and turned it on. From others' point of view, that guy only seemed to be sitting without doing anything. But with his 5 senses connected to the VR, although he only sat there without moving, he was actually moving around inside the VR. After 10 minutes of using the VR, he then opened his eyes. The guy next to him asked him, piqued. So, how was it? That was really something. That short impression left much to be questioned, but it was clear from his reaction that it was indeed something amazing. The other guys looked at Shiro. Can we try it too? Sure, feel free to use it. Though there's a limit on how many people can use it at the same time, so you guys can only use it in turns. The guys that hesitated at the start finally joined in too after hearing the impression from the others. It did not take long for them to start using it in turns, asterisk. As Hammers was getting his injuries treated in the infirmary. He was also watching Shiro through the shared vision of the cyborgs that he had a shared control over. Hammers frowned as the hunters were looking at naked girls, which he could watch as well. What the heck are they doing over there? He quickly called Shiro, and Shiro then waved at him through the hunter's vision. What is it? I'm still here and not doing anything, you know. Some of the hunters over there have weird things in their sights, you know. What did you do to them? Oh, about that, I basically lend them the VR device, so I bet it's from the VR. After hearing Shiro's explanation, Hammers sighed. Listen here. They are bodyguards, okay? Just what do you think you're doing? It's fine, isn't it? Just let them play for a bit. I believe things should calm down after that incident. Moreover, we have some control over their bodies and are basically forcing them to guard me. It's scary for me to be here surrounded by angry people, you know. So, at least let them enjoy this. I didn't know you were that much of a coward. That's because I always have a reassuring bodyguard next to me. In response to Shiro's rather empty compliment that he said in his usual casual tone, Hammers gave up and thought to himself. Well, this should at least not bring me any trouble. Anyway, only send video feedback from the real world, don't allow anything else in. Yes. Shiro then closed the call and the video feedback sent from the hunters were immediately cleaned up. Some of them seemed to be closing their eyes, so what was shown only reflected endless darkness, while some had their eyes fixed on the same point as if they were stationary cameras. From there, Hammers could see Shiro sharing laughs with the hunters. Seeing that, Hammers thought that it should be fine and returned to treat his injuries, asterisk. As for Akira, after he received some treatments to make sure that his life was not in danger, he went and lay on a bed. He had already been removed from the escort team roster because of the damage to both his body and equipment. He just had to wait until the convoy reached the city. Hikaru was sitting next to him. After giving her report to the escort team in Kagamayama City, she was released and finally could relax. Hikaru glanced at Akira's sleeping face and thought. Judging from the condition of the isolation room, it is easy to imagine how intense the battle was and how powerful Akira is. Although his might still instilled fear within, it still gives me a sense of reassurance. I guess the only thing that draws the line between both is whether his power is directed at me or not. Akira had killed hundreds of people outside the walls. In that situation where it would not be strange if he abandoned her, he still chose to save her even if it meant that he almost got killed because of it. Hikaru just could not understand this person called Akira. It might be his loyalty toward his contract, but that doesn't sound right. After all, it's just as he said, not saving me does not violate his contract. With that strange feeling welling, she looked at the sleeping Akira and mumbled. Say, why did you save me? And here I went out of my way to save you because you asked me to. Isn't that question a little bit too insensitive? Hikaru was surprised, she did not expect Akira would answer her. Akira then pushed his body up. Why, you were awake? I just woke up. After an awkward pause, knowing that Akira had heard her, Hikaru thought that she should rephrase the question. I'll say this again, thank you for saving me. So, basically, considering the situation back there, I thought that it would be normal to abandon me instead. That's why I thought it was weird that you didn't. That's all there is to it. So, can you tell me? Why did you save me? Akira casually replied. If someone asks me for help, as long as helping them doesn't put me in trouble, I don't see why not. Though it depends on the situation as well. Although it might get you killed. Dying is a normal thing for hunters. It's nothing out of the ordinary. Ah, now that you mention it, that might sound weird for you since you live in the inner wall, huh? Hikaru's face turned serious. It might be weird to hear this from me, but you already killed quite a lot of people outside the wall, right? Didn't they beg for their lives? Well, it usually happens when we are shooting at each other. So, it mostly ends with an instant kill. Actually, I don't recall them having the chance to beg for their lives. There's also no reason why I have to listen to their plea right after we were trying to kill each other, right? Hikaru raised her eyebrows. Akira, do you get attacked that often? Although you're this strong. It's really hard to believe. It's not like I was this strong right from the start. The slum is a place where it's expected for you to get robbed when you're just a child with 300 orum in your pocket. The longer you survive in such a place, the more people you would kill. That's just how it is. After all, I don't want to die. Akira said so casually, allowing Hikaru to have a glimpse of how cruel his past was, and it helped her understand his line of thinking. I see, it must have been hard. Yeah, pretty much. That was when Akira suddenly pressed Hikaru. By the way, since you asked me the reason why I helped you, it reminds me of what you said. You mentioned that you'll do anything, right? Why, yeah, I did. Although she did say that in a spur of the moment and that it was nothing but a verbal promise, it was still a rather reckless statement made to a powerful hunter. Hikaru was a bit scared of what he might ask her. Akira then said to her with a serious face. As you promised, I'll have you get me a good enough reward. Wait. No. At least enough to pay for my expenses. I ended up using a lot of expensive bullets and medicines. I also broke most of my equipment too. Especially the one that I got with a huge discount thanks to my connection. I heard that they were originally very expensive. I would hate to end up in red after going through all of that. So please help me with that one. This request completely caught Hikaru off guard. It was a completely understandable request though. After that, she smiled confidently and swore. Just leave it to me. Negotiation is my speciality after all. I'm also indebted to you for saving me as well, so I'll be sure to do my best to get your reward. Akira sighed in relief and pressed once more just to be safe. I'm really counting on you for this one, okay? You understand that, right? Don't worry. You're pretty famous as a new rising star in my department. Even Kobayashi-san also describes you as an amazing person, you know. Seeing that Akira finally seemed to be relieved, Hikaru leaked a bitter smile. The convoy finally received extra reinforcement for the escort. They were the squad sent from Kagamayama City by Sakashida. It included several powered suits and a few people with heavy augmented suits. All of them went to their respective transport vehicles. Yanagisawa joined the convoy as well. He received an emergency report and went to collect Shiro himself. Hammers finished his treatment and went to the waiting room. Yanagisawa was smiling happily as he started the conversation. I heard that you went through quite an ordeal. I'm glad that everyone is okay. In contrast to Yanagisawa, Hammers showed caution toward him. The escort duty should be given to us until we reach Kagamayama City. If you want us to hand him over, we will have to go through Director Shugadome first, though. But of course. Since I'm already here, I was only thinking of at least introducing myself. Nothing more. The door to the isolation room opened, Yanagisawa and his men entered. As expected, the escort stopped playing with the VR and stood ready. Yanagisawa scanned the room, but Shiro was nowhere to be found. Where is him? Hammers had a bad feeling and asked the hunter escorts. Where's Shiro? Is he in the bathroom? The hunters frowned and pointed to the sofa. What are you talking about? He's right over there. There was no one sitting on the sofa. Hammers frowned and checked the image from the sofa with the hunter's visions instead of his own eyes. And indeed, there he was. Shiro looked apologetically while waving at Hammers. Hammers quickly understood what was going on and inadvertently roared. That damn brat! Shiro controlled the hunter's 5 senses and showed them an illusion. In short, he had escaped the room. Hammers angrily went to his comm to give a report, but he immediately stopped that and took some distance from Yanagisawa by pure reflex. As expected, Yanagisawa also understood what was going on. Right at that moment, his usual smile immediately vanished, and his face turned emotionless. His expression was devoid of everything except for one thing, a sense of pressure that radiated terror. It was a good thing that the hunters had control of their bodies hijacked. If they were free to move, they would have tried to shoot Yanagisawa. Most likely resulting in Yanagisawa killing all of them. The hunters were overwhelmed by Yanagisawa's presence. If they could not control their emotions, they would have fallen to a state of dread. Hammers was also showing a strong sense of caution toward Yanagisawa. The mood inside the room turned intense in a blink of an eye. Yanagisawa then returned back to his usual self. He immediately retracted the terror that he was unconsciously radiating. The dreadful terror that blanketed the room immediately vanished. Yanagisawa took a deep breath to help him calm down. He smiled politely at Hammers and said to him, "My apologies. It seems that Shiro-kun has been lost somewhere, huh? Let's ask for help to find him." "You're right." Although Hammers was being very cautious of Yanagisawa, since he had regained his calm, he also immediately shifted his focus to solve the current dilemma. At that point in time, Shiro was already outside the transport vehicle. He went to the hangar with a group of his hunter escorts, which he had hacked. He then hopped on a powered suit that he had prepared beforehand and left, using a patrol mission as a disguise. None of his escorts was suspicious of him as they were moving around the transport vehicle. When someone got suspicious, Shiro would reconnect them to display that they were still inside of his room together with the other hunters. After the hunters tried the VR and had their turn, they did not realize that their senses never left the VR world. This caused them not to realize that they had gone out of the room with Shiro. As unmanned powered suits were patrolling around, outside the transport vehicle, Shiro used fighting an incoming monster as an excuse and left the convoy. Inside that powered suit, Shiro lightly laughed and said, "I'm sorry, Hammers, it's just a small detour. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. Just so you know, I'm being considerate of you here." His expression then turned serious. "I'll be able to move around freely for the time being. So just wait for me." His goal for escaping the convoy was not to regain his freedom. It was just a means to do something, and in order to accomplish that, Shiro took a long detour to head to Kagomayama City. After that, rumors that an old-world connector from Sakashita Heavy Industry had infiltrated Kagomayama City started to appear. Rebuild World, Chapter 244, Akira's Treatment. Styrian was one of the top-class restaurants inside Kagomayama City. All the meals served here was among the best of the best. As such, they were also priced way higher than any high-class restaurant in the lower district of Kagomayama City. Even so, the taste of the food they made never made anyone who ate it regret their decision. The decorations and the furniture here were also first-class, boosting the dining experience as well as giving off a glamorous and luxurious atmosphere. Naturally, it was not cheap to be able to dine here. Customers who went to the restaurant were only the rich. They were the kind of people who could casually pay out a sum that would make anyone in the outer wall crazy. The private rooms in Styrian were even more expensive, and getting a reservation for a room was not easy. It was often used as a negotiation venue for high-ranking officers from various corporations. The success rate of negotiations in these private rooms bolstered its popularity and was extremely helpful to the negotiators of those large corporations. Akira was invited to one of these rooms. The slightly spacious room was filled with glamorous decorations. A large table was fixed there, covered by a white luxurious tablecloth. Meals that were suitable for the scene were lined up on top of the table. On the other side of the table, Kobayashi was already sitting in wait, looking extremely happy. "Well, well, well, you really never cease to amaze me." Thanks to the delicious meal, Akira was in a good mood, but Kobayashi's smile still rubbed him the wrong way. "It's not like I did that because I wanted to. I know, that's why I really like you." Watching Kobayashi laughing merrily, Akira could not help but sigh. After the transport convoy reached Kagomayama City, Akira was transported to the hospital inside the inner wall together with the rest of the badly injured people. He was then placed under partial house arrest under Sakashita Heavy Industry and was interrogated about what had happened before he was released. Akira said what was on his mind during the interrogation: "It's not like I could do anything about it since I had to fight against those who were there to kidnap Sakashita Heavy Industries' Old World connector." After questioning the others, they did not find anything suspicious and released him. Although the main subject of the investigation was Shiro's escape, it was not like Sakashita could simply leak such information out to the public. Because of that, the questioning was much stricter toward those who already knew of the situation. Kobayashi could not hold back his laughter after listening to Akira's story, which only irritated him even more. Akira somehow managed to maintain his mood thanks to the delicious food as he pushed the conversation toward the main topic. "It's fine already, isn't it? Just get into the main subject. Why did you invite me here?" Kobayashi had to finish laughing first before he changed the subject. Even so, he was still trying to calm down his breathing after so much laughter. "You're right. You've really entertained me. So, I guess it's only fair to get to the main subject soon. Akira, I have bad news and good news for you." Akira frowned. "Don't tell me that is actually one bad news and worse news. Something like when I ask you, so what is the good news, and you'll say, that one was the good news or something like that, right?" Kobayashi chuckled toward the very paranoid Akira and said to him, "Don't worry, it's really one good news and one bad news. Let's start with the good news first. We've secured the equipment that you've ordered." Akira raised his eyebrows, while at the same time, he could not help but smile after hearing the news. "Oh. Is that so?" "Yeah. Those are very powerful pieces of equipment. The weapons and the augmented suit that you ordered from the front line are ones that normally only hunters with a hunter rank of 100 or above can get. Akira was ecstatic since it turned out to be even better than he had hoped. But he then frowned and asked Kobayashi a question. That's great. Wait. Doesn't that mean that I can't buy them then? Normally, yes. But it was possible with the help from Sakashita Heavy Industry, as a reward for your job. Well, I guess it's more accurate to call them compensation for the trouble that you've gone through. They talked to you when you were hospitalized, remember? It's for that time. The work done to fight back Urta's team was treated separately from the escort job. To be more precise, while Akira was in the middle of his job to escort the transport convoy, he had left his post because of the request from Hikaru. According to that, it could be taken as a violation of his contract, which means he could have not received any reward. But of course, Sakashita Heavy Industry could not afford to do that. After all, that would mean that they were not paying someone who had worked for them. Not to mention, even if a clause was appended to his request after the fact that he had violated his contract, the one who was responsible for Akira, Hikaru, was also under house arrest. Thus a proposal to deal with the reward was sent to Kobayashi instead. While Akira was hospitalized, Kobayashi contacted him and finished the negotiation regarding that. Because of that, the reward for repelling Urta's team was given in the form of the equipment that Akira had been looking for. They were finally able to secure the already expensive equipment with the equally expensive delivery cost of the frontline equipment. Akira went through his memory of that time and nodded. I see. That wasn't easy, but it was worth the trouble. So then, when will they arrive? Akira was brimming with expectation, but Kobayashi's expression turned cloudy. As I said, I have good news and bad news. That was the end of the good news. It was really good news, right? The next one is the bad news. Akira reeled back. What is it? Although it has already been decided that they will transport your equipment from the front line to here, we still have no estimation of when it will arrive. Well, it is from the front line of the Eastern District after all, so it's only to be expected that they'll take quite a lot of time. Akira already knew the trouble of transporting stuff from further east. He was a bit relieved since he thought that it was something worse, but it turned out to be something fully understandable. However, as though intending to betray his expectations, Kobayashi then continued. Even with that considered, we really have no fixed schedule as to when it will arrive. It can be tomorrow, or maybe next month, or maybe half a year later, or even next year. We don't even have an approximation. As expected, Akira did not find the bad news amusing at all. What the heck is with that? Well, it's complicated. Like the transport permit for example. It's also not that simple when we have to entrust such powerful weaponry to a third-party transport service. With just this troublesome stuff accounted for, it becomes even more difficult than before, you see. Since we got it from Sakashita Heavy Industry, can't they do something about that too? That is for them to decide. It's not like I can do anything about it. Well, I can understand that providing support to purchase these items is much easier than handling its transport. After all, it's not like Sakashita can just send a long-range intercity transport vehicle just to ferry your weapons here, right? That's true. The route between Kagamayama and Ziegelt was already difficult. It was only to be expected that transport from the front line would be even more difficult. Although he knew that it would take quite a lot of money, Akira could not even imagine how much that would be. Since he understood that it was unreasonable for Sakashita and Kobayashi to have all the solutions for this, he felt that the whole thing was rather unfortunate. I see, so what are the other troublesome stuff? I'm sorry but I can't say. Akira could not help but show displeasure. Watching him like that, Kobayashi smiled amusedly and said. Well, I don't think you'll be happy with the answer either. That's why, in case you want to know no matter what, I can lend you a hand, you know. But for that, we'll need a formal Hunter Office-issued confidentiality contract. The one that hunters would definitely regret if they breached it. So, do you still want to know? If you still want to know, I can arrange to get the information you want. It's not like we're strangers after all. Is it really that bad? Well, yeah. By the way, it's a very strictly guarded secret that would be impossible to talk about unless we use this kind of room. That's why, putting aside whether you accept it or not, don't leak it outside, okay? Akira frowned and shook his head. Alright, thanks for the offer, but I'll have to refuse. It seems that it's better if I don't know. Is that so? You don't need to hold back, you know. Yeah. It's still a no. I bet that it's something that's better not to touch. Well, it's true that if you found out about it, the upper echelons will have you monitored. Give me a break already. Suddenly Akira showed suspicion. I'll at least ask you this. You didn't invite me to this room just so that you can say that to me, right? Kobayashi deliberately looked away with his usual joking attitude. What are you talking about? It's a standard treatment for a high-ranking hunter from the city official so that we can convey the needed information right away when asked. Humph, is that so? Kobayashi returned his gaze toward Akira, who was looking at him with great suspicion, smiled and spoke. I have no plan to try and use cheap tricks on you, you know. After all, you keep entertaining me even without me doing anything. That's why I'm interested in you, you see. I can't wait to hear your next adventure. Akira twitched, he looked extremely displeased. Good grief. Either way, my equipment will be here as long as I wait, so I won't be doing anything reckless while waiting for it. So, I don't think there will be anything to amuse you for the time being. Even after Akira said that, Kobayashi just smiled and shook his head. Well, good luck with that, though, I do think that it is futile. You'll definitely come up with something to amuse me. Whether you get roped into something or even be the source of that something. Either way, you'll do something interesting soon enough. That's just how it is up until now after all. That includes this time as well. You're just that kind of guy, or am I wrong? Akira did not reply and just returned to his meal. Kobayashi also followed suit after that. The meal left on the table was able to help Akira uplift his mood. But the amount needed to be more than what was available to completely restore his mood. After Akira cheered up for a bit, he then threw a question to Kobayashi. Say, you said that there's no exact date when the equipment will arrive, right? I know that you can't exactly get a promised delivery date to a hunter, but can you at least give me a rough estimation? It's fine even if you don't have any evidence to support your estimation. My guess, huh? I'm sorry, but that will be difficult. It's not like I know all the detail. Although I know about the general rules and regulations for the transportations between the cities, I don't know it well enough. A new rule has just been enacted. I don't know why it was enacted upon. Though, I have my own guess. However, asking me when this new rule will be revoked and when your transportation can resume, is something impossible for me to say. Is that so? Can you at least tell me the rules? Let's see. Kobayashi hummed for a bit, he then shook his head with a serious look. Sorry, but I can't. If my guess is correct, people might get suspicious as to why I can come up with such a guess. Though, you're free to make your own guess as well. Though, I recommend you don't tell anyone about your own thoughts on the matter. I think that's all I can say. I see. Akira actually found something weird. Alpha, it's about what Kobayashi said. Alpha went ahead and warned Akira first. I don't mind telling you my hypothesis, but if you can't pretend that you don't know, it's better if you actually not know it in the first place. I see, it's fine then. Yep, that's a good decision. After that, Akira continued enjoying the meal, while on the other hand, Kobayashi was curious about something after that exchange and thought. Judging from that rule, I bet that old world connector or something from Sakashita Heavy Industry has escaped. After all, that rule is way too lax if he was kidnapped. So where did they go? Did that old world connector just run away from the observer under Sakashita? Could that old world connector be somewhere around Kagomayama City at the moment? Does Sakashita already know if that is the case? There are many hunters with unknown origins here. It is the perfect place for people with questionable origins to conceal themselves. Kobayashi looked at Akira. Akira frowned and said to him. What? Nope, it's nothing. Thinking that something interesting would happen if Akira got in contact with that old world connector, Kobayashi could not help but to look forward to the next incident and smiled, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Around the time Akira was having a meal with Kobayashi, Hikaru was also sitting inside the same restaurant, Styrian. Shizuka was sitting next to her and someone from Kiryu and Tosan were sitting on the other side of the table. Although she was put under partial house arrest just like Akira after they arrived, Hikaru was still doing her job. After finishing the negotiation with the transport convoy's side, she was able to secure the reward that Akira asked from her. But they were still discussing how much of his reward would be paid in Orum, and how much would be paid in the form of an increase in hunter rank. Akira was looking for powerful equipment. But many of them had hunter rank restrictions. Except for one certain exception. Since the restrictions mostly came from the distributors, if the distributor allowed it, the hunters could purchase those equipment regardless of their hunter rank. Akira did ask Hikaru to be paid in form of better equipment instead of hunter rank. That was why she decided to contact Kiryu and Tosan directly. To rope them into the matter. As for the corporation side, they were also looking to establish strong connections with high-ranking hunters since they tend to purchase high-quality, expensive products. Hikaru thought that it was possible to obtain equipment from the corporations directly despite the hunter rank restriction, and her guess was right. The only thing that Hikaru did not expect was that both Tosan and Kiryu asked Shizuka to be present during the negotiation as well. Personally speaking, Hikaru did not see any reason why a small-time owner of an independent weapons shop had to attend too. But since Tosan and Kiryu expressed that demand rather strongly, she decided to contact Akira. That was when Akira replied with a rather imposing warning telling them not to do anything rude with the assumption that Shizuka would accept the invitation. It came out of the left field for Hikaru as she proceeded with the paperwork and had Shizuka attend the negotiation as well. During the negotiation, it was obvious that Kiryu and Tosan were being very careful toward Shizuka. Since Hikaru knew that Akira's trust toward Shizuka was strong and that Shizuka's advice had a lot of effect on how Akira would spend his money on equipment, Hikaru was not surprised by how things played out. Though, the way Akira responded was still something that she would have never expected from him. When Hikaru was asked about what had happened during the escort mission, she explained that she was under a confidentiality contract and only answered what she was allowed to. After hearing what Akira did, Shizuka seemed extremely worried. Kiryu and Tosan thought if it was possible to use that to advertise their products, as they asked Hikaru to share the data she had as Akira's operator. The difference in their reaction made Hikaru a little curious. After all, this was the kind of reaction one would receive from a corporation toward a hunter working with them. After that, they eventually closed their negotiation and felt that it was a fruitful one. Both the representatives from Tosan and Kiryu left first since they wanted to work on the equipment order that they had just received, while Shizuka and Hikaru were left behind, chatting about Akira. After hearing what he was like when Akira first came to Shizuka's shop, Hikaru raised her eyebrows and asked. He was that weak? Or more like, he looked just like a normal boy at that time. Shizuka remembered back from that time and smiled bitterly with a tint of nostalgia. Yep, though it might be weird to hear this, but he did not seem to have that much chance as a hunter back then. It was as if he would die any time. That was all that I could see from him back then. To be honest, I have a pretty good intuition, and that is the first time my first impression is wrong. Hikaru hummed and nodded. She initially thought that Akira might actually be a city agent and that it was just that Shizuka did not know it. But judging from Shizuka's story, Hikaru was surprised to find out that Akira was really a boy who originated from the slums. So, He was telling the truth when he said that he was weak in the past, huh? That was a bit unexpected. That was when Shizuka suddenly said with a serious face. I have a question though, as a city official, what do you think of Akira? As a city official, huh? Yes. Hikaru also turned rather serious. I'm really sorry, but if I have to be honest, from the point of view of the city officials, he's someone really dangerous. Even the permission for him to enter the middle district as well as getting into the transport vehicle were all nothing but temporary permissions. I know it's not right for me to say this since he saved me, but I can't use that fact to guarantee that he's a good hunter based on the standards within the inner wall. That is my answer from my position. Although Hikaru felt that was rather harsh considering that Akira saved her, she still properly answered that question as a city official with a rather apologetic tone. She glanced at Shizuka, wondering if she angered her. But in contrast to her expectation, Shizuka seemed relieved as she said. It's fine that way. Hikaru raised her eyebrows. You're not angry? I'm sure I said some pretty harsh things, you know. It seems that you don't have a bad impression of him. Well, he did save me. And almost got killed because of that, so. Shizuka looked warmly at Hikaru, she then continued as if to warn Hikaru. Unfortunately, Akira often does a lot of dangerous things. At least, even for me who has known him for longer, I can't honestly say that he's not a bad kid. It's not like I'm saying that he has a bad personality or anything like that. It's just that he's not exactly normal. It's like, the way he thinks is not right, or more like, he's quite reckless. There's that side of him, you see. I can completely understand that. It seems that Akira had a rough time in the slums, maybe that is the reason why he ended up like he is. His way of processing things tends to get him more enemies. That's why I can understand why you see him as someone who is dangerous. It's a good thing that there's a city official who can handle him well. If I have to be honest, if it's possible, I hope you would learn to make compromises with others though. After saying that, Shizuka smiled bitterly, Hikaru also replied with the same bitter smile. Even for me who only known him recently, it's obvious to see that he's bad at dealing with people. Just to be safe, I'll add a note on the evaluation report to be careful dealing with him. If the other staff members see that note, I'm sure they will be careful so as not to pick a fight with him. Yeah. I'll be sure to add that note. Shizuka giggled and said. Isn't it better for you to handle since something might happen? Hikaru reeled back. Putting aside her feeling toward Akira, she would not want to go through anything like that again if it could be helped. To be more precise, she had no wish to be involved with Akira anymore. Well, I'm actually a part of a management department that deals with many different things, so this request might be the last request I have with Akira. Is that so? That's rather unfortunate. Shizuka said that with a smile that did not match what she just said as she kept her intuition to herself. After they were done, Hikaru and Shizuka returned to the first-floor lobby of the Kagama building, Akira then grouped up with them a bit later. That was when Shizuka gave a strict scolding to Akira. Akira, I heard from Hikaru-san that you did something reckless. Akira winced back and laughed awkwardly. Well, that was not my fault, you see. It's true that it was rough, but there's no way I could have seen it coming. I see that you lost all of your equipment again. This time, the only thing that is left unharmed is that new bike of yours, right? So, what is with that? Well, I bought the bike from further east. So, as expected, it really is stronger than my usual equipment. I'm glad I decided to buy my safety with money since I had the chance to back then. So, in short, if it was not that durable, you would have even lost the bike as well, huh? Akira awkwardly laughed it off and glanced at Hikaru as if he was seeking help. Hikaru smiled wryly and then chimed in. Shizuka-san, it's also partly my fault for asking him to save me. So I believe that's enough of scolding for Akira. Is that so? Well, I'll leave it at that then. Once Shizuka stopped, Akira smiled in relief. Hikaru was watching how Akira acts with great interest. Although he was being scolded, there was also a trace of happiness, knowing that someone was worried for him. He looked like a little boy who had a great lack of care and affection while growing up. At the very least, he did not seem like someone who had killed hundreds of people. But it did not change the fact that Akira did kill that many people before. Even back during the incident in the transport convoy, Akira quickly abandoned her and aimed his rifle at Urda, who was using her as a meat shield without showing even a shred of hesitation. Hikaru understood that very well. Both in the good and bad way, I can understand why Shizuka-san wants someone who understands Akira to handle him. But with that being said, I hope that doesn't have to be me. Hikaru replaced the bitter smile that she had unconsciously displayed with a polite one as she stood in front of Akira and said to him. Akira. Since the negotiation for your reward is done, it means that this request had officially concluded. Thank you for the hard work. I see, likewise. Thank you for the hard work. I don't think I have any other request left for you, but let's meet up again if the occasion comes. I pray for your success in the future, but I believe that it's better if you hold back on doing reckless stuff. I know. Honestly, I already know that best myself though. Akira smiled wryly and Hikaru gave the same wry smile back. He then left with Shizuka to escort her back to her shop. Hikaru saw them off and sighed. After that, Kobayashi came to her with his usual smile of great delight. Well, Hikaru, good work on that escort job. You did amazingly well. Seeing how Kobayashi was merrily complimenting her, Hikaru was more anxious than happy. Thank you very much. I guess this means that I have to apologize for misjudging your skill. I'm sorry. Though it might be weird to say this as compensation, I will use my full power to get what you asked from me back then approved. So please forgive me with that. Hikaru frowned, she did not understand what Kobayashi was talking about. However, thanks to her adept skills at reading in between the lines, she quickly understood what Kobayashi was referring to and started to panic. In the past, Hikaru asked Kobayashi to let her handle Akira, who was a high-rank hunter. The escort request this time was basically a test, to show Kobayashi that she had the skills to handle Akira. And judging from that point of view, it could be said that Hikaru passed with flying colors. That also meant she would be dealing with a more dangerous high-rank hunter, exactly just what she wanted before. Hikaru flusteredly tried to retract her request. No, he's way more than I can handle. I understood that very well with the last request. So, I take back everything that I have asked for. Kobayashi already knew that of course, but he still continued with his usual flippant attitude. No. There is no need to hold back. To be perfectly honest, you did extremely well, you know. I will put in my recommendation letter as well. After all, having a rising star like you rise will eventually bring benefits to the whole team. Even those officers who doubted you will have no arguments left once they see the report from the last request of yours, you know. You're basically on a fast track to success, congratulations. Hikaru's face turned pale as she shouted. Please stop. Seriously. Just stop it already. I'm being serious here. I'm begging you. Geez, don't say that. It's fine, I'm sure you'll do alright. That's not the problem here. After that, Hikaru used her negotiation skill to convince Kobayashi not to do that. Seeing Hikaru sigh in relief afterwards, Kobayashi smiled with a tint of regret, but deep inside, he still found it very amusing. Rebuild World, Chapter 245, Shiro's Sightseeing. Inside the upper district of Kagamayama City, there was an area that was rented specifically for Sakashita heavy industry. Shugadome's office was located there, and in that office, Hammers was lowering his head after giving his report regarding Shiro's escape. I have no excuse to give for my failure. It was obvious from his expression that he was extremely vexed by his blunder. In contrast to that, Shugadome seemed relatively calm. Shugadome did not seem that angry from that mistake as he told Hammers to raise his head. After that, he then said, "It was indeed very regrettable, but I have no wish to blame you for what happened. He escaped when you were not around him, and it was us who told you to leave his side to get your injuries treated. If I must blame someone, that would be the person who ordered you to do that. Otherwise, you would have seen through Shiro's lie." "Lie, huh?" Hammers seemed confused there. Matsubara, who was standing by next to Shugadome, then explained to him. Shiro sent a help request to Sakashita Heavy Industry using the Old World connection. He mentioned that Hammers was badly injured. So, in the request, he asked to allow Hammers to treat his wounds and also asked for an escort replacement. Moreover, he stated that he did not feel safe having people not from Sakashita guard him, so he had requested the escorts to be cyborgs and he be given control over their bodies. On the other hand, Hammers reported that he was mostly fine. But Shiro told the staff beforehand that the battle both inside and outside the transport vehicle was so bad that they even destroyed a portion of the transport vehicle. Thus, that staff thought that Hammer's report was him trying to sound tough due to his loyalty toward his duty. After hearing how things played out, Hammers could not help but frown as he mumbled, "That damn brat." Hammers unconsciously leaked out his rage. When he realized it, he flusteredly calmed himself down. Matsubara shed a few cold sweats due to that intense anger. But Shugadome was completely fine as he lightly smiled and tried to calm Hammers down. "As I'm also a part of the commanding team, I'll have to apologize as we will handle this on our own." Shiro's report was difficult to discern if it was truthful or not, and the risk was too high if we were to make the wrong decision. As such, I believe that the correct decision was made under the limited information we had. Now that I've informed you about it, can you please take it as our blunder as the commanding team? Hammers flusteredly shook his head. "And no, I didn't mean to blame you at all." "I see, thank you." Shugadome then changed the subject. "Now then, about the current incident, it was indeed a blunder on the Sakashita's side. For the sake of Sakashita's reputation, we must rectify this. I'm sure you have your own thought regarding the matter. If anyone is blaming you for it, you can just tell me. I'll take care of it. As I said before, we're not blaming you at all. But if you feel responsible for it, I hope you can help us. Do you have anything you wish from us?" Hammers replied with a serious face. "If it's possible, rather than assigning me to guard another Old World connector, I want to be assigned to look for Shiro." Shugadome's smile widened. "Very well, you can go ahead and do your own investigation. You may also join the search team if you want. You know Shiro very well, so I bet it's better if you act separately without the limitation of a team. You have the freedom to do what you want." "Thank you very much, I'll definitely answer your expectation. In that case, I shall look forward to the results. You can go now." Hammers bowed deeply and left the room with a face full of determination. Matsubara frowned and said after Hammers left, "That seems to be a rather lax decision. Are you really okay with that?" Shugadome replied casually. "Being strict is not the only method when dealing with others, that is doubly true when someone strongly wishes to rectify their mistake." "That might be true, but did you find it inadequate?" "Not at all. I was just curious. I don't find it wrong at all." Matsubara then changed the subject as if to escape from the topic. "Talking about curiosity, there's also that matter with the transport convoy's ambush. If that ambush was really for the sake of kidnapping our corporation's Old World connector, that ambush has many questionable points." "Which points are you talking about exactly?" "The ambush was way too sloppy. It would not be strange for their target to be killed with how they executed their plan. It also damaged many of the transport vehicles. Even if their aim was not to kidnap, but to kill, it was way too half-hearted. Well, they're not like our military, so it might as well have been because their men were too amateurish and lacked the necessary skills. I bet they actually didn't care about Shiro-kun. Matsubara raised his eyebrows. He did not understand why Shugadome said that. Excuse me, but I couldn't understand what you just said. It's hard to believe that they didn't care about Shiro considering they caused that much ruckus for the sake of searching for him. Well, saying they don't care was indeed an exaggeration. But I bet their real goal was something else. That incident must be not that important for their real goal. Something like, it would be great if they could kidnap Shiro-kun alive. However, it was fine if he dies as well. As a matter of fact, it doesn't really matter if that operation succeeded. Matsubara was even more confused, so Shugadome proceeded to explain his hypothesis to Matsubara. Based on the scale and teamwork of the enemies during that ambush, it could be inferred that it was done by multiple organizations. Although they were using the nationalist's name and the report was also saying that they were from the nationalist, they might actually be people from the other corporations disguising themselves as the nationalist. It was not rare for corporations to wage war against each other while blaming the attacks on the nationalists. When their involvement surfaces, they would shift the blame by saying that it was because the nationalists had infiltrated their ranks. They would then give a public apology and pay some compensation. The one receiving the payment often knew that it was only an excuse and just let it slide. The bigger the corporation involved, the more they tend to solve incidents like this. After all, if they refused to accept that it was an attack from the nationalists, they would risk an all-out war between big corporations. If that all-out war occurs between the 5 big corporations, it would greatly affect their sphere of influence and government in the Eastern District. In the worst-case scenario, it might entirely wipe out the Eastern District. Thus, in order to keep the current world from destroying itself, big companies would simply accept that excuse. If the big companies other than Sakashita work together with an organization connected to the nationalists or even with the nationalist itself just to kidnap one old world connector, it would definitely cause trouble later on how they would split the reward. In the worst-case scenario, it might even be better for them to fail. After listening to Shugadome's explanation, Matsubara nodded in agreement and thought that something was still amiss. Isn't that a bit too weak as a reason to just ignore his safety? If their aim were simply to cause damage to Sakashita Heavy Industry, it means that their main goal in that operation had to be something else. But that ambush was obviously aimed at Shiro. It is hard to believe that they don't really care about him considering the size of the assault squad that they had prepared in order to kidnap him. As I said before, that is like a side mission which is insignificant compared to their main goal. That's just how it is. To put it simply, this ambush is just one part of a bigger scheme. An ambush of that scale. And it's nothing but just one part of a bigger scheme. In that case, what is this bigger scheme of theirs? This is just my guess, but I bet it's to confirm something. Confirm something? The already confused Matsubara was even more confused than before. Shugadome's gaze turned serious as he then explained. Just how serious is Sakashita Heavy Industry in reclaiming Kuzusuhara ruin? It's that kind of confirmation. It seems that ever since the great transport season started, they have been sending more and more monsters from the east bit by bit. I bet they were trying to confirm it ever since that time. The monsters from further east that were sent here were strong enough to be designated as bounty monsters in Kagomayama City. It was to test if Sakashita Heavy Industry would still send their important personnel into an area with such abnormality. It was a check to see how far Sakashita would go in order to transport their important personnel to Kagomayama City for the sake of reclaiming Kuzusuhara ruin. It was all just for confirmation. Shiro's kidnap attempt only meant that much to them. Thus, it was not that important for them to successfully kidnap Shiro. They were only testing how Sakashita would react. As such, their real aim had already been fulfilled. Matsubara was so surprised after hearing that explanation. He then returned back to himself and inadvertently asked. Is it really that important? To the point that they would go that far? It's just my guess. It's from someone responsible for the transport request, connecting the dots without any evidence. So, I believe it doesn't really serve as a good hypothesis. At the very least, I believe that there's something in Kuzusuhara ruin that would even rope in the other big five corporations. At the very least, the upper echelons, Tatsumori and Tsukisada must know something. Shugadome had a serious look on his face as he continued. Judging from how the Big Five reacted, there is something there that is big enough to shift the power balance between us, or at least, that possibility exists and is very likely. Well, I bet if any evidence which confirms my hypothesis and that thing were to come up, Tatsumori and Tsukisada would even go as far as to openly wage a war against us. So, they should not have strong evidence about the existence of such a thing. That's why I believe they went this far to check our reaction. In order to probe if we know something about that thing as well. Matsubara was so surprised that he did not know what to say. Thus, Shugadome casually continued. If I may add one more thing, I bet that something is also the reason why Yanagisawa is so obsessed with staying in Kagamayama City. Do you think that he knows the existence of such a thing with absolute certainty? And he's trying to get it? Don't even think about trying to dig it out from him. It's fine to just keep our distance and monitor him. In the worst-case scenario, he might even counter-investigate us, and it would be a huge pain in the neck if he infiltrates Sakashita. Roger that. Matsubara tensed up as he realized that he had heard something that was of vital importance. Shugadome then relaxed as if to ease the tense mood. Well, currently, it's nothing but just a guess. There's no need to be overly concerned by it. At the very least, we are actually not that serious about exploring Kuzusuhara ruin, and we both know that. The problem is that there are people who don't know that. Due to Yanagisawa's deal with Tsubaki, the relics carried out from the area under Tsubaki to Kagamayama City had brought the city a huge inflow of capital. To guard the area under Tsubaki, city management bought many expensive powered suits from the front line. The manufacturer of those powered suits were the corporations under Sakashita. That was why Sakashita earned quite a hefty sum from the deal as well. That was also the reason why Sakashita Heavy Industry was willing to lend their old world connector to Yanagisawa. But for those who did not know that, it seemed to them as if Sakashita was gathering a powerful military force in Kagamayama City. The information control that Sakashita put up for the sake of Shiro's safety as well the effort they took to conceal his escape seemed like Sakashita was trying to hide their military movement around the city. Moreover, considering Yanagisawa's involvement as well, those who did not know the full story had enough suspicion to interfere with their business. To top it off, at the moment, there were many factions and people gathered in Kagamayama City, which invited a lot of misunderstandings. After Shugadome gave a short explanation regarding the matter, he then gave one order to Matsubara. Though I said quite a lot of things back there, there's no need for you to be worried about it. You just need to focus on finding Shiro-kun at the moment. Go. I will be waiting for your report. Understood. Matsubara lightly bowed and left the room. Now that Shugadome was left alone in the room, his face turned serious and his gaze was turned to the middle of the room. There was a holographic projector in the middle of the room. Connect. The device recognized Shugadome's voice and started working. After a short time, an image of a young boy appeared in Shugadome's vision. How's the progress? The young boy frowned. Like hell, I can do anything in such a short span of time. I'll contact you when we get some progress. Whether there's progress or not, it's important to give a regular report, you know. He then sighed. The young boy using Sakashita Heavy Industries' secret line was Shiro, asterisk. On the night when Shiro escaped, when Shugadome entered his room, he saw someone there. Someone he did not expect. This figure was created by a holographic device, which had been turned on remotely, showing a figure of someone familiar. It was Shiro. Shugadome was a bit surprised since he did not expect that at all, but he quickly sighed exasperatedly and looked at Shiro. You're a pretty rude brat, you know that. You can at least make an appointment beforehand. Shiro was surprised. He did not expect that Shugadome would be this calm. But he quickly returned to his usual smile and said to Shugadome. Well, my apologies. I do feel bad for coming without saying anything first. Unfortunately, it is impossible for me to make an appointment at the moment. Though I do feel that I should talk to you directly about this. Shugadome took a seat. He then tapped on the table with his finger as if to let Shiro know of his location. In that case, you should have come here directly. Shiro laughed awkwardly. Well, to be honest, that's a little difficult for me at the moment. Shiro's response had two meanings. It was impossible for a virtual image to transform into his real self, and it was also impossible for his real body to go there. Shugadome lightly sighed. So then, are you here to share with me the progress of your escape? Or more like, why did you escape in the first place? I'm pretty sure we didn't restrict your freedom much to the point that you would want to run away like that. Tell me if there's anything that you don't like about how we've treated you. Your motivation to do your job is proportional to our profits. So, we'll do our best to accommodate your wishes. Shiro exaggeratedly shook his head. No, that's not the problem at all. I'm actually thankful for letting me live in such a life of luxury, and I really mean it. So then, in that case, why did you run off? Well, what can I say? I just thought of walking freely outside for a bit, you see. Very well. But it's dangerous to walk around without a bodyguard, you know. I'll send some people to escort you right away. Can you tell me your location right now? But that would be hammers, right? It would be a bit awkward. It won't be much fun walking around with someone like that. In that case, we can send you a girl. You can even choose what kind of girl you want. Well, to be honest, I'm quite shy. So it would be really awkward to walk around with an unknown girl no matter how beautiful she is. Shugadome showed a will to compromise, but Shiro kept coming up with a reason not to. Although they seemed to just be talking casually from the outside, they were actually carefully probing what the other person was thinking. Well, to be honest, it's not like I have any wish to defect to Tatasmori or the other corporations. I'll return back once I have my fill of walking around. That's why I wish you can let this slide. That will be okay, right? No. When they could not find any middle ground, Shiro suddenly made a demand, believing that there was no longer any point in continuing their conversation. Well, let's talk about something else then. Actually, I'm in control of the security of this room. That is why I can use this secret line to hijack the holographic device in the room. That seems to indeed be the case. Well, I think it's unreasonable to demand other places to have the same high-quality security like what we have in Sakashida's facilities to prevent you from hacking. No, I had a hard time trying to get in here, you know. By normal standards, the security system here is already pretty strict. That's why there's nothing for you to worry about. So, putting that aside, I'm basically in control of the safety of that room. Just a little bit of change is enough to kill anyone inside it. With that being said, I wish you can let me roam outside for a bit. Shiro smiled and threatened Shugadome, but Shugadome did not relent at all. If you think you have to go so far, you can go ahead and do it. I'm sure you know well what it means to pick a fight with Sakashida. That calm reply from Shugadome did not show any kind of pressure. It was so casual as if he was only talking about the previous day's weather. But that was enough to make Shiro shiver. Shugadome's casual warning meant that he was completely okay with Shiro being dead. After all, there was a part of him that was completely fine with giving an order to throw someone into inhumane experiments. At the moment, Shiro had not really picked a fight with Sakashida yet. But he was bordering on doing just that. Shiro knew the weight of what Shugadome had said. While he was teetering along that border, he was trying to play it cool as if he was trying to trick Shugadome. He smiled bitterly and apologized. Sorry, I was joking too much, I'm sorry. Very well. There was a short silence between Shiro, who desperately trying to regain his calm, and Shugadome, who's carefully watching him. After that, Shugadome was the first one to break the silence. Let's return to the matter at hand. As long as you don't accept any escort, we can't let you roam free. That's why I'll have you do work for me. Work? Do you know an AI by the name of Tsubaki? Of course, she's the caretaker AI of a certain area inside Kuzusuhara Ruin. I don't know the details, but she made a deal with Kagemayama City. Although Sakashita sent someone to negotiate with her, everyone including the escorts was killed while the negotiator was only left with his head, right? That's correct. I want you to create a negotiation route with that AI. Shiro frowned. No, that would be impossible. I'm not that good with negotiation. If you can access the old world domain, I'm sure at least she won't kill you like those escorts. No. That kind of AI will actually come from my head thinking that I was trying to hack her if I try to contact her through the old world domain. In terms of the risk of death, it's the same as those escorts you had sent there. I'm sure you already know this yourself, right? If you're talking about the risk, isn't it the same considering you want to walk around without escorts? That was then the first time Shugadome's words was tinged with a threat. I will not take no as an answer, you'll do it for us. Shiro winced back. He did not want to risk his life for anything outside of his main goal. Although he was pushed to a corner, he had no plans to give up. However, he could also not refuse that demand. He knew well what would happen to him if he refused. Shugadome then relaxed back and tried to bait Shiro with a reward. If you can do that, I can make it such that your escaping was necessary in order to create a connection to that caretaker AI. Shiro interpreted that reply as Shugadome being willing to let him roam free for a bit if he would become a bridge to Tsubaki. Alright, I'll do it. Very well. Make sure to report regularly, that is, if you don't want me to think that you've abandoned the mission. I know. That's it then. I'm a busy man. The only reason why I let you take my time like this without a prior appointment is only because you had contributed substantially in the past. So make sure to remember that. I understand that as well, later then. Shiro had a clouded expression plastered on his face as he closed the call. At the same time, his image from the holographic device also vanished. Shugadome sank deeper into the chair and let the backrest support his weight. He then sighed and thought about what just happened. He understands that he was living a good life under our care, and he also understands the benefits and risks of his actions. Basically, he escaped although he knew all of that. Just what is he trying to do? What makes him want to take up all those risks? Is it for some kind of personal goal? Although I brought up Tsubaki, it does not seem to be about her. This is only my guess, but I bet his aim is not Kuzusuhara Ruin. Shugadome knitted his eyebrows. Although he knew that we prioritize his wishes, he did not even ask us and decided to make a move on his own. He even rejected escorts. Which means, his goal is something that he doesn't want Sakashita to know about. But he was not lying. He was being careful with his words since bad lies will only lead to the truth. A truth that he's trying to hide from us. From everything gathered so far, it can be inferred that his goal does not have anything to do with the other corporations. He also didn't lie when he said he'll return back once he's done with whatever he's trying to do. Shugadome continued to analyze his exchange with Shiro. He then remembered a certain word. Just to walk around, huh? It was clear that Shiro's aim was not only to tour around the city. But that word also had some kind of connection to what he was doing. It was not exactly a lie. Shugadome's thoughts continued to dig deeper. Eventually, it reached a point that it was so close to the truth that Shiro would be shocked if he heard Shugadome's hypothesis, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As Shiro's image appeared through the holographic device for his regular report, Shugadome causally threw a question at him. So how is it going? Shiro lightly smiled and replied. I'm still sightseeing. I don't know what you're actually sightseeing, but it would be great if you can be done with that soon. Well, it's not easy to find a view that would satisfy me after all. So please be patient with it. I see. Shugadome looked at Shiro with a neutral expression. But Shiro could feel like those two eyes were boring a hole through his heart. He could not help but step back a bit. Thus, he decided to change the subject as if to avoid the current subject. Ah, by the way, I heard that you told Hammers to search for me. But didn't you let it slide since I'm working on connecting to Tsubaki? We're dealing with you as if you had escaped. So, we can't afford to also stop the search team. If you don't like it, I suggest you get back instead of just fooling around. Yeah. Anyway, let me thank you for not blaming Hammers. Later then. Shiro closed the call there. Once Shugadome was alone again, he then mumbled. It seems that it's not going well for him as well, huh? Judging from that reply, Shugadome decided that it was too soon to use the full power of Sakashita Heavy Industry to search for Shiro. Rebuild World, Chapter 246, Carol's Request. Back in her house, Carol looked extremely distressed. Due to her connection with Viola on top of her own information sources, Carol was more knowledgeable than most of the information brokers in Kagamayama City. She had the means to obtain secret information. But even so, she was not able to obtain the information that there was an old world connector from Sakashita Heavy Industry who was out on the loose. With the search actively ongoing, it was only a matter of time before the truth reached the public's ears. Between the purchasing of equipment and hiring people for the search party, there was no doubt that funds would be flowing in preparation and during the search. Thus, as money flowed, information flowed as well. It was possible to connect the dots. Requests that seemed to be unrelated in the beginning could be seen to make sense. Search requests to look for someone else, a change in the patrol route, the number of the patrol requests posted in the hunter office. Such requests could be chained together to draw a conclusion. A large corporation was looking for an old world connector. Carol was looking through that data with a pale look on her face as she pulled the hair out of her head. This is bad. As her thoughts wandered to the worst-case scenario, the image of what would happen to her crushed her spirit. In order to avoid that future, she planned to do whatever she could, even if her future self might laugh at her, mocking that she was being too paranoid, asterisk. Akira's order for his new equipment was completed in no time. They were high-performance equipment that needed special permission to be carried to Kagamayama City until not too long ago. Normally, it would take some time for them to arrive since they had to be transported from the other cities. But due to the high-ranking hunters gathering in Kagamayama lately, his equipment was carried together with the equipment for those hunters, thus, they immediately arrived at Shizuka's shop. Akira was trying his new equipment in the warehouse of Shizuka's shop. Although his rifles and the augmented suit were of the same type from before, he bought better modifications. Thanks to that, his augmented suit was even more powerful than before, and his information-gathering device could scan larger areas with greater accuracy. Moreover, he also installed a drug injection system. By loading drugs such as medicine or accelerator into his augmented suit, he would be able to use them in the middle of a fight, granting him better adaptability. To match it, Akira also ended up purchasing medicine from Shizuka's shop. He also decided to buy the optional defensive coat which accompanied his augmented suit. Not only was it equipped with powerful force field armor, but Akira also opted to get the camouflaging layer which was originally restricted only to high-ranking hunters. Akira turned on the camouflage and looked at himself in the mirror. He raised his eyebrows as he saw his head floating in the air and laughed. Shizuka, who saw that, lightly smiled and warned him. Although I'm sure you already know this already, that is for hiding from the monsters, so don't use it for anything bad, okay? Of course. Akira replied firmly, but Shizuka then smiled mischievously and said. Everyone says so too, only to end up doing bad things, you know. After all, it's the perfect equipment for peeking. Akira did not expect such a response and thought that it was unlike her to say that to him. Thus, he pouted. I won't do something like that. Shizuka smiled wryly at him. Alpha, who had her usual smile on her face, interjected. If you want to peek at someone, you can just look at me after all, right? Yeah, you're right. Just like how Akira did not expect Shizuka's words, Alpha also did not expect that reply from him. Oh, you didn't even deny that, huh? Well, it's all thanks to a certain someone that I'm already completely used to it already. Akira said so and did not pursue it any further. But Alpha lightly giggled and replied to him. As I thought, it's not good enough if you can't touch me, huh? But don't worry, with the realistic feedback effect installed in your current augmented suit, I can make you feel as if you're touching a real body, you know? So, you'll have no problems touching me. Many of the expensive augmented suits were equipped with a realistic feedback effect such that the augmented suits could transfer sensations to their users so that they could effectively use difficult weapons through their thick gloves. Akira's augmented suit at the moment was a rather pricey one. With the help of Alpha's advanced computation ability, she could create a feedback effect that perfectly replicated the sensation of a real object. In short, although it was still nothing more but an imitation, Akira could technically touch Alpha now. Alpha smiled bewitchingly and pushed her chest to Akira. Akira's face turned stern as if to make sure that he would not react to it. Alpha was greatly satisfied by that reaction and giggled. Shizuka also noticed that slight change. But since she did not know that Alpha was also there, she thought that it was her fault and apologized to Akira. I'm sorry, did I tease you too much? Akira flusteredly shook his head. No, not at all. Shizuka stepped next to Akira, who was still trying to find the right word to say, and gently hugged him. Her left hand circled around Akira's back and pulled it to her chest while her right hand gently stroked his hair. As the shop's owner, I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable. So, I'm really sorry. Cheer up, okay? As I said, it's really not that. Akira did not fight back and just let it happen. Although the situation was not what Shizuka believed it to be, he could not tell her about Alpha. Furthermore, he was in no position to take his time to think of another excuse. Alpha, who saw how things played out, smiled teasingly. As I thought. Being able to touch is an important thing. But with that being said, it's not like I can do that to your face at the moment. That's pretty sad. Shut up already. Akira blushed but still at least managed to say that. Of course, Shizuka did not know about that exchange between Akira and Alpha. However, her intuition was telling her that Akira was not angry at her. Thus, she smiled in relief. After Akira finished checking his new equipment in the warehouse, he returned back to the counter with Shizuka. He then handed his Hunter ID to Shizuka and processed the payment. Shizuka used the terminal in her shop to read the data from Akira's Hunter ID. She then calculated the total price and processed the payment before returning the ID back to Akira. After that, she smiled happily but with a tint of bitterness as she said to Akira. That really pulled the shop's revenue up. Although it might be weird to hear this from me, it's actually not healthy for a business to rely so heavily on one person. Akira lightly laughed and replied. Well, the only thing that I can say is I'm sorry and I'll be in your care again for the next purchase. Don't worry about it. I will look forward to your next visit to Cartridge Freak. Shizuka replied with a rather formal tone. Though, her smile was more for an important friend instead of for an important customer. They then spent some time just chatting as Shizuka suddenly threw a question. By the way, Akira, what is your next plan? Your job for that transport request basically just finished, right? But you were quite hurried to get your new equipment. Do you already have something to do? Not at all, I'm thinking of taking it easy for a while. He did not know how long he should wait, but one thing was for sure, his equipment from the front line would arrive if he just waited long enough. His plan until then was to spend his days training with Alpha. I see, that's a good idea. But it's you we're talking about here, I bet you'll just go off on another mission soon. You should make sure to get a good rest once in a while, you know. And the time when you're hospitalized is not counted as a rest time, okay? Akira smiled wryly, knowing that he was not being trusted here. Don't worry. I'm really planning to take it easy for the time being. Even if I'm going out on another hunter mission, I'm planning only taking light and short jobs just to make sure that my skill won't get rusty. Well, I guess with your current equipment you'll have no worries fighting against monsters around this area. It should be fine as long as you don't go further to the east or to the inner part of the ruins, right? Akira replied firmly. Exactly, and of course, I won't go to such dangerous places. I'll be sure to turn down any requests that warrant me to go there. That confidence often turns into something that might kill you, so be careful when you're out there. Yes. Hearing such a firm reply from Akira, Shizuka smiled, satisfied. Once he was done, Akira returned to his home. He parked his bike inside his garage and started unloading the carriage that he was dragging with his bike. Originally, this foldable carriage was something that was to be dragged with a vehicle. Furthermore, all the supplies and equipment that he bought were nowhere light. But his bike could muster even more horsepower than a normal vehicle. Thus, had no problem dragging that carriage. Akira was truly satisfied with his new bike. Though I'm planning to buy a vehicle soon, I guess I will be fine for a while with this bike, huh? If it's possible, I want to get my next vehicle also from somewhere around Ziegelt City, just like this bike. For some reason, Akira kept losing his vehicles one by one. Some were crushed to the point that they did not look like a vehicle any longer. But his newest bike survived just fine even after going through those intense battles. He did not even have to send it out for repairs, his only expense was the energy tank recharge. Akira looked at his new bike and grinned, hoping that this time, he would be able to have a long-term relationship with his new bike. Alpha suddenly said with her usual smile. I think you don't even need such a vehicle though. After all, once your new equipment from the front line arrives, I'll have you complete the rest of my request, you know. At that time, it'd be easier if you brought a bike instead of a large vehicle. So, if it's possible, I want you to get an even better bike. Alpha just said such an important detail so casually, which caused Akira's brain to take some time to process it before he finally showed surprise. Your request is to explore a ruin, right? Yep. I see. So, we're finally going to do it, huh? Akira's face turned serious. Did I make you wait too long? Alpha smiled. Not at all, you're actually faster than I calculated. I see. After hearing that answer, Akira smiled happily. The request that he accepted from Alpha was to go to an extremely dangerous ruin. He had been preparing himself for that mission ever since he met Alpha. He had gone through many predicaments, one difficult battle after another as if there was no end to it, but finally, he was able to see the finish line. Akira looked at Alpha, his gaze was filled with emotions. Alpha smiled and looked back at Akira. After a short silence, Alpha smiled wryly and spoke up. Well, the main problem now is when the equipment will arrive though. Akira smiled bitterly too. You're right, I wonder when they'll arrive. If it's taking too long, it might be better to take them yourself instead of waiting for them to be transported here. You have a point. Well, it's a good idea, but... The giant bug nest swarmed the size of an island. Flying monsters that blocked the sun like a giant umbrella. Going near the front line just to get his new equipment meant to cross through the areas where such monsters roamed. And this time, he would be going alone without the support of the intercity transport. Akira could not help but frown when he imagined that. Well, that would depend on the situation, but for now, let's just wait. Why yeah, right. Alpha smiled as she warned Akira. But we need to make sure that your skill won't get rusty, so I'll have you train while we wait. Akira firmly replied. Of course. Akira knew he could get through the training with his resolve, but that was not the case for monsters. Thus, He was planning to do everything that he could since that was also a part of his responsibility. That was when a sudden call reached Akira's terminal. It was from Carol, *******. Akira rode his bike through the wasteland. Although he was heading to the Miyazono ruin, he was not going to the ruin, but to meet Carol near the ruin. The content of the call back in the garage was basically a request from Carol to him. He thought that Carol was inviting him to work together and declined. He stated that he was planning to take it easy for the time being. However, she replied, "It's perfect. In that case, you should meet with me to discuss the details." Carol said that it would be great if Akira could come to see her, but if it was difficult, she did not mind going to meet him instead. After hearing that, he was uncertain but eventually decided to go himself. To be honest, he was also interested in knowing what kind of request she had. He also thought that it was not right to just lock himself in his house to train while waiting for his equipment to arrive. Especially when there was a request that Carol said was perfect to take it easy for the time being. The ground of the wasteland was far from being easy to traverse through, but even so, Akira was pacing his bike at high speed. He was forcing his way through the hard terrain using his advanced bike that was even capable of flight. The wheels sometimes did not even touch the ground as he rode on it. A nearby hunter who saw that by pure chance could not hide their surprise. Last time, Akira took detours in order to avoid areas that were hard to traverse through to the Miyazono ruin. However, since he did not have to do that and just went in an almost straight line, it did not take much time for him to reach Miyazono ruin. As he was looking at the blazing scene passing past him, Akira smiled amusedly and said, "I'll arrive in no time. I'm really glad I bought this bike." Seeing Akira excited, Alpha smiled bitterly and warned him. "The faster you go, the harder it is to control the bike and the worse it will be if you crash, so make sure to be extra careful." "I know." Although Alpha had the bike fully under control, Akira was the one in control at the moment. Thanks to the bike's advanced balancer, Akira was able to ride the bike at high speed even with his relatively mediocre driving skill. With his rifle that was way above the standard of Kagomayama City, Akira plowed through monsters in front of him as he continued driving. Even a greedy crocodile that he encountered did not pose any challenge to him. That greedy crocodile had a rather large body and there were multiple guns growing out from its back. Its whole body was protected by strong scales. If it continued to grow and roamed around the usual route, it would not be strange for it to be designated as a bounty monster. However, Akira's LEO multi-rifles easily drilled bullets through its strong scales and destroyed its inner organs without discriminating between the flesh and the mechanical parts, killing it immediately. Akira was so surprised by the firepower of his new rifle, he then calmed himself down and thought calmly first before asking Alpha. "Alpha, that one was a relatively strong one, right?" "That depends on your standards. But if it was the past you would have had a hard time fighting that. Based on that fact, it was a relatively strong one." "Thought so." Akira thought for a bit before continuing. "My equipment is already pretty powerful, and is it still impossible for me to challenge the ruin that you want me to go to?" "That's a difficult question. But there's no doubt that it'll be safer to wait until the equipment from the front line arrives." "It is that dangerous, huh?" Akira frowned, but Alpha smiled at him and added. "As I said in the past, you would have to challenge that ruin without my support. That's why it's better to get the best equipment you can get first before going there. Honestly, you can get better equipment by waiting, so I can't really recommend you to challenge that ruin now. No need to be so eager. If you naively believe that you can just withdraw if it gets dangerous, that will only get you killed." But Alpha's smile slightly changed to one of provoking a challenge as she continued. "Well, if you have no plan to return back alive, it makes it way easier though. You might even be able to do that now in that case. So, do you still want to go?" Before Akira could say anything, Alpha then added. "Don't worry, I have no plan to let you die for my sake. That's why let's just wait until your new equipment arrives. I see, yeah. Let's do that. Akira thought that it was okay if Alpha was okay with it too, that was why he did not think any further after that regarding this matter, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the meeting place, there was a huge camping car parked. It was covered with armor plating that was normally used for powered suits and had multiple machine guns perched on its roof. Akira was a bit surprised by the size of that vehicle. Carol came out of the vehicle and invited Akira in. Akira proceeded into the living room. The ceiling of that room was high and was very well decorated, even better than common inns. Akira sat waiting on a large sofa as Carol returned with a drink and sat in front of him. Since you came all the way here, I assume that you're interested in this request, right? Well, at least enough to make me come here to listen to the details. I'll decide whether to take it or not only after you tell me the details. So then, what is this job that can earn me money while taking it easy? If it did not come from you, I would have declined believing that it's nothing but a fraud, you know. Akira said so and intentionally looked at Carol with a gaze full of suspicion. But Carol instead found it amusing and smiled. And you still decided to come here yourself. I'm really happy to hear that. As I said, I do want to know the details. Though I will leave now if it has something to do with Viola. Carol smiled bitterly. Even if she looks like that, she doesn't lie, you know. Although I do admit that she did not use that fact for anything good. If you can ascertain the content of what she is saying, you can earn quite a lot of profit from her, you know. I see, in that case, she's a dangerous person to me. Akira replied instantly and firmly, seeing that, Carol only smiled wryly. Don't worry, this time, it has nothing to do with Viola. To be more precise, it has nothing to do with anyone else, it's purely a request from me. That's good to hear. So then, what is it? As Akira pushed the subject back to be about the request, Carol then replied with a serious face. Akira, I want to hire you as my bodyguard. Akira frowned and tilted his head. Carol then continued with a solemn expression. The length of the request was undetermined, normally it would warrant Akira to be around Carol all the time. But with that being said, there was no need to be guarding her all the time, he just needed to be there when Carol needed help. Although he would be acting as a bodyguard, it was not like he would do all the fighting, Carol would help as much as she could as well. Or more like, Akira did not have to do anything if Carol could handle it just fine. The reward was to be negotiated later. If Akira had no particular demands, it would be calculated per day plus bonuses based on how many and how difficult the battles that Akira had to face during the job. Akira was also free to take another hunter job in the middle of that. Carol would even help too. Akira was also allowed to just rest at home if he wanted to. Either way, Akira just had to be around Carol, that was the requirement that Carol imposed. Akira was a bit uncertain after hearing Carol's explanation. Judging from what she said, it was indeed a job where he could make money by taking it easy. However, that was exactly why it was very suspicious. Thus, Akira asked a question regarding the payment. Just how much do you plan to pay me for each day? Let's see. How about, you can sleep with me every day? Or so I want to say, but I'm sure you will say no if I offer that. I bet most men would be really happy with that offer though. Well, just to confirm, will that be okay with you? No, make it money instead. Thought so. Carol was seriously at loss. She calculated the funds that she had, predicted how long Akira would have to guard her, and estimated the least amount of wage that Akira would be willing to accept. After that, she carefully made her offer. 1,000,000 orum per day. 1,000,000 orum, huh? This time, it was Akira who was at loss. For him, it was a good offer. But he could not tell if it was good enough considering the job that he would have to do. Akira might believe this to be a decent request if someone had told him that this amount was appropriate for someone like him. However, as long as his suspicion of what this request entailed was not cleared up, he could not shake off the suspicion that Carol was trying to trick him. After all, she was offering him a huge amount of money from his point of view without considering whether it matched the difficulty of the request. However, Carol interpreted Akira's reaction in the opposite direction and said to him, "Well, it's true that it might be on the cheaper side for you, but I don't have much money to spare, you see. Moreover, although you need to be around me all the time, it's not like you have that many restraints. So, can you make a compromise here?" Akira was being extra careful so as to not show his shock as he spoke to Alpha in secret. "Alpha, what do you think? At the very least, she's honestly hoping that you would make a compromise here." "I see. 1,000,000 orum per day, huh? Is it cheap?" "I can't really answer that question." "Well, if you think it's too high, you can just think of it as Carol judging your skill highly." Akira concluded that it was at least not some kind of fraud. Carol was not trying to entice him with such a high wage. Thus, he decided to abandon his suspicion which came from the high wage and moved on to his next worry. "In the first place, why do you need a bodyguard?" Although it was a completely understandable and expected question, Carol suddenly froze. "It's just to be safe. I can't really tell you all the details, but it's just. There are a lot of things happening around lately. It's just to make sure that I won't get roped into any trouble. It's not like someone is actively looking for me. If I must add one more thing, it might actually just be me being too paranoid. There might actually be no need for me to get a bodyguard at all. But it still worries me, you see. So, it's fine if you want to laugh at me, saying that I'm too paranoid, I just want to feel safe right now." Akira once again checked with Alpha, and Alpha confirmed that what Carol said was not a lie. After that, he thought for a bit. "A lot has been going on, huh?" Akira could not help but think that employing him as a bodyguard in order to avoid misunderstanding and getting roped into trouble was actually counter-effective. However, Carol was someone who went along well with Viola. So, there was no way Carol did not know about that. "Let me ask you this first. Why did you pick me?" "Of course, it's because I know you're strong. It might be weird to hear this from me, but I often cause trouble or get roped into one, you know." Akira remembered the time when Kobayashi stated this while laughing so hard that he found it hard to breathe. At that time and even now, he couldn't deny it at all. "Are you sure you want me to guard you when you don't want to get roped into trouble?" Akira was able to ask this question extremely casually. It was thanks to the hard life that he had gone through, which gave birth to his twisted personality. However, Carol did not seem bothered by that at all and giggled. "It's not like they happened because of you, right? So, I don't really mind. I know about your past well. Even so, I still decided to ask you. You don't need to worry about it. But if you know yourself well, and believe that is the case, it would be great if you can be extra careful while guarding me. Though, I won't force you." Alpha. She's being very careful with her words, but she's not lying. Basically, she's hiding something, huh? She did say that she can't tell you all the details, and by the way, she was being honest when she said that. "I see. I guess that's basically what it is, huh?" Seeing Akira being uncertain again, Alpha curiously asked him. "To be honest, you can just refuse it if you're that suspicious, you know. Or is that you actually want to accept it?" When Alpha pointed that out, Akira suddenly realized his own feeling and found it surprising. He realized the bias in his thoughts. He once again re-evaluated the important questions that he should ask regarding the request and asked those questions to Carol with a serious expression. "I'll apologize first since I'm sure this will offend you, but answer this. You're not trying to trick me into something with this request, right?" Carol did not look away and locked her gaze with Akira's somber gaze. She then replied with a serious tone. "It depends on how you look at it. If you mean as in causing you trouble, then no. If you mean as in roping you to a fight against people that are way stronger than you expected, then the answer is still a no." Though I can't deny that you might find yourself in a situation where you think so. After all, it's not like I can accurately predict who and what I am going to fight against. If you say that you won't accept it because I can't tell you those details, then there's nothing that I can do, I'll just give it up. As Akira asked for her real intention, Carol gave the best answer that she could give right now. Then, there was silence as they stared at each other. Akira was the one who broke that silence. All right, I accept. Carol's tense expression relaxed as she sighed in relief. Thank you. Sorry, it's not like I wanted to prolong the negotiation. Someone once told me to be extra careful so as not to get tricked. That's why I was being very careful. It's fine. Just like what that person said. The most expensive stuff is free stuff. Although it's difficult to live if you're being too careful, you won't even be able to live if you don't have any suspicion at all. Though it might be weird for someone who often works with Viola to say this, but it's indeed very hard to find a good balance. Seeing Carol smiling wryly, Akira replied with a bitter smile. After that, Akira and Carol continued to discuss the finer details. That was when Alpha, who discovered something surprising, asked Akira. By the way, Akira, why didn't you ask me if she was lying on the very last exchange? Well, I just thought that I should at least make the final decision myself. It just doesn't feel right to rely on you for everything. If I get tricked because of that, that just means I'm really foolish enough to get tricked. Is that so? Well, it's fine if that's the case. Alpha thought for a bit if it was better to tell Akira her thoughts but eventually decided not to. After all, if his decision was a mistake, that would push him to rely on her more. Carol was being as honest as she could to Akira. For the parts where she could not, she did her best to carefully choose her words.